Interesting. Every time I... Sorry.
Okay, so we're live now finally. So hey everyone, how's it going? Today we're gonna be talking about the Last of Us 2. We have a few guests here that don't usually that you wouldn't expect to come here, but they are. So we have a voice in the radio,
Good day.
and we also have ChaseFacel.
Fuck you, give me money.
Oh,
I mean, hello.
Yeah, when am I getting paid for this, by the way?
We'll discuss it
Shut
later.
the fuck up. You'll get paid when you're spoken to.
I'm the host and I don't get paid. What the fuck is wrong with me?
And we also have
bad, man.
Studio Devil, but he's already been here once, so who cares?
Yeah, I don't get an intro. I don't get to be in the title.
Yeah, fuck you. Let me just share the stream around on Twitter and whatnot.
I posted it in also.
I'm gonna hit up the video itself so I can watch it while watching myself watching a video.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah, I normally have the stream up on my phone, so I can multitask.
I have 3 monitors, so
Yeah.
Fuck you. Okay.
I also have 3 monitors.
The fuck
Best.
is up with that shit? I need 2. Well, I have another monitor, but it's over there. And
3 monitors is pretty nice, but then you lose one and suddenly you find yourself like unable to cope with anything.
Yeah.
when I was working
It's
at
like,
a tech,
I have less than 4 monitors. How the fuck do I click this link?
yes, I worked at a tech company and I got like a laptop and it was really tiny screen, like those 14 inches stuff. And I asked for a second monitor and I got it and it was fine. But at home I had 3 and every time I was at work I was like, I'm kind of like crippled. I need a third one, and even if it's just like documentation or whatever to have it on there, but something. Yeah.
Fuck,
Once you go free, you'll never go back.
if I needed a monitor for like every piece of software or tab I have open, I'd need like 20 monitors. I'm terrible at like maintaining things.
Oh, I have 3 monitors, and even then I think it's too little. Like I need more space to
It's
do
not enough.
everything. Yeah.
once you just start adding them on, you just can't stop.
Yeah.
Must install additional pylons.
So, can we get a petition to get Jay Onidar then? Yeah. Actually, Jay Onidar would be really fun. Smudcast crossover with the ECUM. Yeah, Voice in the Radio is here to represent Smudcast. Oh,
Yeah,
and
we're
also
fucking assholes. Come check us out.
Yes.
Oh, I forgot to even ask Smudboy. So
We'll be able to get him on some other ECUM then. Oh no.
Nah, you don't want him. Everyone knows I'm the best part.
Yes, of course.
yeah, next will be Shiny, not Smudboy. That'll be till 50 or something.
Okay. Is everyone in the watch together?
Oh, I think so.
I am.
Yes. I
Indeed.
think. Wait, did I close it accidentally? I might have. I think I did.
Your name
Let me
is White.
scroll
so
back
probably-
through all of our fucking YouTube video links. There you go.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, I must have closed that out accidentally. I sure would like to change my name.
You can
Match
just
everyone else.
click on your name down there, and it should pick a nickname, and then you.
Gotcha. Yeah.
We can change names.
Yeah.
Really?
Wow. Which one am
Wow. What a beautiful world we live in.
Crazy, man.
I? How do I change my name? Oh, I see.
Yeah. You click
What
the
an
name.
age we live in.
Wait, did I spell?
What an age we live in, huh, Snake? Wonder what they'll think of
Wait,
next.
did I spell the Last of Us wrong? No, I didn't. What? I'm confused.
No.
Someone said
Well,
I spelled last wrong, but there is no last in the title. It's TLOU2.
Maybe it was a joke. I don't know.
TLOU2. No, you got it right.
Yeah.
They're retarded.
Okay, so
Alright,
we can get started. So we're gonna be covering both girlfriend reviews videos on The Last of Us 2, and the second one is the worst one, but this one is also pretty bad. And yeah.
So remind me of what ECUM stands for again.
Every cool underappreciated moment. pretty wholesome, isn't it?
I like that you can cram the word underappreciated as that's you. That's just you.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah,
you, of course, yeah.
Otherwise, it'd be ECUM.
Yeah.
But yeah, I am. I am fucking down to watch some shitty cringe.
Yeah, it's this video gets pretty defensive about the game, and the second one even more so because this one got a lot of bad feedback, like with a bunch of dislikes. But
So
yeah,
I am a
It got
decent
enough
person to
bad
have
feed-
on. I was just gonna say I'm a decent person to have on for this just because I have been surrounded by an entire community that's insistent on just saying no, nothing good exists about this game, and you're not allowed to like anything about this game, even subjectively. And then I played through it, and I was like, yeah, there were a lot of weird like writing decisions here, but it still seems like fun, and I got what I wanted to get out of it, which is I got to shoot people. And crawl around in tall grass.
I remember. I
As
think
we
you tweeted an audio where you recorded saying like you were afraid of saying that you liked the gameplay of the game just because like how much fun you were having.
Yeah, no, genuinely, I was just like, "Fuck, what do I do?"
As
like,
we
it's
know,
just-
you are allowed to like bad stuff, so
Yeah, I feel like as long as you express your feelings on it, being like, "Oh yeah, I know this isn't very good, but like it's a weird guilty pleasure for me."
yeah.
As long as you're not like puppeting it around as like, this fucking amazing
art.
subversive work of art. Yeah.
Don't lie about it. It's like
Yes.
Look,
if
Suicide
something
Squad is the
doesn't
best
work
film
in
I've
the
ever seen.
game, if something doesn't work in the game, let's say aiming is terrible, then just say yeah and recognize it's terrible, but I like it because whatever, or I can ignore it because of other stuff in the gameplay.
Yeah, yeah.
Be honest.
Yeah, I don't know if everyone here has played the game. I know I haven't. I just watched streams of the game, but it
Oh, I
would be pretty fitting considering Girlfriend Reviews is just a girl who watches her boyfriend play games. So basically, I had the same
Wait,
experience
is
as
that
her.
actually the premise is just she watches her boyfriend play games and she
Yep.
uses like his footage.
It's
Yeah,
reviewing
she's
the game
reviewing
from-
the experience of the girlfriend who's sitting next to her boyfriend playing the game, which is actually
So
an
what
interesting
if, like,
premise, and I actually like a few
It
videos
is
from
actually
her.
kind of a cute premise, but I'm imagining it blows up in her face in this particular video.
Oh yeah, in this
Oh,
video I'm
one of the worst received ones. Yeah.
yeah, I think it has like 13,000 dislikes or something like that.
Well, it was bad
Nice.
enough to elicit making a response video that was just as
17,000.
terrible.
Can we watch both, perchance?
Yeah, we'll watch both videos today.
Excellent.
I like
Unless the first one
girlfriend
takes
reviews.
4 hours.
I do like girlfriend reviews, but this is not their best work.
Yeah,
Sure.
I think I remember watching, was it Red Dead 2 video or GTA 5? Like I think it was pretty fun, but yeah, this video wasn't. So we can get
This was not
started.
one of them.
Let's fucking go, my dude.
Guys, there's no way to do this without spoilers. We ask that you be patient, listen carefully, and most of all, be kind to one another in the comment section. Thank you. Matt and I finished
yeah,
The
that'll
Last
happen.
of Us Part 2 over a week ago, and like many of you, have been trying to get Ja Rule on the phone to make sense of all this.
Where is Ja?
But he's not available for comment, so we're gonna do it ourselves. First, we need to address the big dead elephant in the room. Joel. In 2013, Joel Miller became a top 10 video game character and PlayStation mascot practically overnight. Not because he was a fat plumber that jumps real good, or a blue hedgehog that's gotta go fast, or a walrus talking about bug snacks, but because he was a father in anguish over the loss of his daughter. And while mature themes had been explored in video games for decades at this point, Joel was portrayed with state-of-the-art motion capture by perhaps the most prolific actor in all of gaming. And further bringing him to life were a team of writers, animators, and musicians determined
Neil.
to create an unprecedented
Definitely wasn't Neil
experience.
that was
And
the
that is what The
success
Last
of The
of
Last
Us
of Us
1
Part 1.
continues to be after all this time. One of the
It
best
was Bruce Straley,
story-driven
right? The
epics.
director.
Yeah,
Can I
Neil
also just
already.
say- Oh, it feels
Sorry,
so
go on.
good to actually be able to pause the video myself. And normally, whenever it's the EFAP one, it's fucking never. It always fucks up.
I have the
People
problem, so-
people liked him way more. People liked him for way more reasons other than he had a grieving child.
Yeah,
they-
like the thing that made people like him was because him having a grieving child was the setup, the premise, and then the rest of the game we see him
exciting
grow
incident,
with Ellie. Yeah. So like him being with Ellie and his relationship developing and him opening up after him just closing himself off of everything after so much time because of the death of his daughter is what made people like him. It isn't just surface level, like, oh, he was a father who was grieving. That's a
Yeah, because
Yeah, I mean,
everybody's
it was
a
also the
grieving
fact
father.
that
So.
he was a very well executed, pun intended, anti-hero who is just. And I mean, like, I actually got an interesting comment on YouTube where someone just said, like, I mean, really, what makes Joel special? Like, special. Like, what does he do to set himself apart from all these other, like, video game heroes? And I thought about it, and, like, not much. But it's all the finer little details. It's like the way he communicates. It's the motion capture in his face. It makes him feel extremely human. Matthew Matosis actually made that great Death Stranding video recently where he talked about how in Death Stranding, Troy Baker plays what's his name? Higgs, like based on the Higgs boson. And in that, it's just like, okay, this is very clearly Troy Baker. But then you play The Last of Us, and you're like, okay, it's Joel.
Mm-hmm.
Like you actually like a bit of that separation. So it's like I just feel like Joel's character works. Like just everything that they do to set him up as a character that's like he secretly really has feelings for Ellie and cares about her a lot, but he also has to put on this tough exterior because he's been hurt so many times throughout the duration of the apocalypse that he struggles to even fucking like form a bond with someone else, let alone be honest with them.
Yeah, I do think the voice direction in the first game, it's fucking even the second is good, but like in the first game it's outstanding. Like they really sell the characters. Like you can believe that's Joe and Ellie, like you said, instead of just thinking it was an actor.
None of that is thanks to Neil Druckmann. He was the assistant writer in The Last of Us Part 1. In fact, I think his first draft was vilifying Joel to make him the villain at the end that you had to kill. And I forget who was the actual lead writer said, no, we're not fucking doing that. And
so
then
he did it in TLOU2 because he wanted to make it. So
lo and behold, look what happened when he was given the reins.
Yeah.
Wasn't he gonna make like Tess a villain or something like that in the first game? I remember reading something like that.
I know
that I do not remember.
Even epics the media has to offer. So why didn't they milk Troy Baker like they milked Nolan North and make 3 more games starring Joel? Why did they kill off a potential cash cow whom they undoubtedly love just as much as we do? The reason is
they undoubtedly love as much as we do. I don't think Neil Druckmann loves this character as much as we do. I'm sorry.
I will say, Girlfriend Reviews is she definitely tries a little too hard with some of the jokes from time to time. Not all of them miss or anything, but that's definitely something I try to avoid in my videos. It's like if a joke is funny and it will land, then I put it in. But if I feel like I have to throw it in for like a joke quota, that usually kind of ruins it a little bit. Whereas with her, you can tell she's like, how can I insert a haha funny every 3 seconds? Like the moment that it's like convenient to do so. Well, although I do think the idea that she's just kind of a spectator for these reviews. I mean, it could be worse. She could be speaking with a fucking blue snowball. But
wow.
Yeah, eat shit. I'm sorry, but yeah, no. I mean, her production quality is like decent enough that it doesn't make you want to fucking like put a drill in your ear.
Alone.
I mean, I think even from the beginning of her channel, the audio's been pretty good. I think she just had that stuff. I think probably from her boyfriend, who is the one who plays the games.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
He does all the editing. I know that much.
Yeah, I did like that edit where it turned from Uncharted 4 Thief's End to Last of Us 4 A Dad's End. I did like that.
Not bad.
Like,
yeah. They didn't.
We can't be positive in this video. We have to find more things to complain about.
Yeah.
That's our goal, boys.
Yes.
Really make you feel like a girl who just saw her father get murdered.
I wanted to say one thing, because I noticed this with a lot of video essay stuff. If you use words like undoubtedly, then make sure that it's really undoubtedly. They say stuff where you're like, no, it's wrong what you say.
Like big words for the sake of like forming an impression.
Exactly. So make sure that you're right with what you say.
Something.
Yeah.
undoubtedly love just as much as we do. The reason is to really make you feel like a girl who just saw her father get murdered with a golf club. Performing this shocking, vile act in the prologue is not Naughty Dog giving you a slap in the face. It is Naughty Dog giving you a punch in the gut and a frog in the throat to form a powerful...
But what's the difference between a punch in the gut and a slap in the face?
I think it's because a punch in the gut is just something hard to deal with, and a slap in the face is just someone disrespecting you.
Yeah, more visceral, more brutal, I think is what she was going for. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
But why does
And
it
a
feel
frog,
like they
a
punch me
frog in the
face?
throat implies that, like, oh, and then you're going to be crying afterwards.
Well, whether Joel being killed was a slap in the face or a punch in my gut or tickled my balls, I don't fucking care. I'm still upset with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Connection with the main character. If you are as mad as me, as sick as me, or as heartbroken, well then congratulations, you are now Ellie. The blood running cold in your
No,
veins.
I wasn't upset with the character that killed Joel. I was upset with the writers that decided to do it at this point in the game.
It's just, I don't even have a problem with doing it in this point of the game. I just, how it's done, like, Abby just happens to run into Joe. Joe saves her, even though I don't think he would. It's out of character for him. Like, in the first game, in the beginning, he lets a family die, and there's a girl that's calling attention of the zombies, so that Joe and Tommy can escape. So I don't think he would save her. And then after he saves her, he just tells they just tell her their names, and then they act retarded leading up to Joel's death, and that's the problem I have. I don't actually think just doing it at that point is a problem at all, as long as it was done in a way that made sense.
Also, I think it's funny. I think it's funny that as soon as she's just like, if you were as upset as I am, then you're Ellie. In my head, I didn't ask for this.
So I'm not Ellie though. If anything, the amount of contrivance in that scene and the fact that I'm upset with it doesn't make me feel like Ellie. I just feel like the person controlling Ellie, and I'm not very happy about it.
Yeah, I just especially when when you're controlling Ellie and you get to the room where Joe is getting his brain bashed in. Like, Ellie, she's just retarded. She opens the door and then she walks a step in with her gun, and then someone gets her gun instead of her just shooting Abby, who's standing on top of Joe. Like, she would get in and try to kill the people there instead of just walking in and doing what's going on,
attacking or something. Yeah.
Yeah, like
whatever.
And also, her actions throughout the game are not what I would do. So, yeah, I'm not her. I would deal with this stuff way differently and better than she does. And
I mean, she would deal with this stuff better than she does. Like, if it was actually Ellie, if it was Ellie from the first game, she would be able to deal with the situation. But like, she just acts so differently in the second game. I really don't get it.
I'm expecting girlfriend reviews to definitely make a constant callback to the idea of, this is all by design. If you felt upset or angry, that's because you got played. Lol. That's how you're supposed to feel.
Yeah, which is usually what people's defenses for this game turn out to be. Just saying, this is how it was supposed to be. You fell for what the game tried to do, and it gets tiring.
Yeah.
The soul leaving your body and the face that may haunt you forever are a testament not only to the efficacy of video games as artistic expression, but a testament to the greatness of a man who we knew for a mere 15 hours on a television screen. And if all you can say to Abby during this moment is,
"Bitch, I'll never forgive you for this,"
then Naughty Dog has successfully set you and Ellie both on a path to revenge. But make no...
I mean,
They
really like
they're confusing the idea that we're getting into the narrative by hating these characters with the idea that we just hate these characters for the way they've been portrayed. That's my takeaway anyway. It's two different things. If you're getting into the story to really dislike the quote-unquote villain, then yes, that's good writing, but that is different to just hating the way the character has been written or what they have done to other characters. Because at that point, you're not invested in the story. You're sort of looking at it from a bird's eye view, just being like, "Oh, I don't care for this."
Yeah, like you're so detached because you're like, well, this is very clearly an extremely formulaic and scripted experience that has no basis in reality. Why would I ever be drawn into this when there's so many like logistical oversights from the characters that previously were smarter in the first game?
On a path to revenge. But make no mistake,
Revenge that
while
doesn't
revenge is the
happen.
plot, it is not the story. Analogous to the first game, in which the plot was a cure
Hold
the
on.
zombie apocalypse
Denouement?
cliche, and the
What?
What was that fucking denouement? She used a big
I think she
bold word.
means denouncement.
Wait,
No, denouement's a real word.
No.
Another word for the
Oh,
falling
okay.
action of the story. It means untie. Refers to the part of the plot after the climax when the problems faced by the characters begin to resolve. Except they don't.
so
They
Okay.
don't do that.
no, okay, that's a weird
Yeah.
word she
Hey,
used.
at
but
least we
okay.
learned something from this video.
Yeah, better than nothing, I guess.
Why didn't she say the conclusion or something? Something we can.
Because big word and video essay.
It's
Yeah,
probably like stock and trade of like like writing majors or journalism majors or something like that, which I wouldn't be surprised if that was kind of her thing.
Yeah, but that's why we have science communicators who don't use big words, so we can understand physics.
Yeah,
so-
but I mean,
Really?
come on, give her a little credit. If we all just use the most basic digestible words, then
the thing with
communication would
big
be
words
very
is
stale.
what I think is like,
Sure,
if you're
yeah.
gonna use a word like this where most people don't know what it is, put the definition on screen, or just put a conclusion and then between parentheses denouement, or denouement and in parentheses conclusion.
I mean, I've always come at it from a different angle, and now we're talking about the video anymore as much as big
Yeah.
words. But I really like, like for example, loquacious. I was described as loquacious, and I was like, what does that mean? And I looked it up, and it just means like never shutting the fuck up ever. And I'm like, yeah, actually. And so like the process of me Googling the word that someone says, ask them how to spell it, like I have a firmer memory of what it means, and then I like that gets committed to memory. Whereas if someone just puts denouement parentheses conclusion in a video, then it's like when I did a video on Fully Coolly, one of my favorite anime, and I described the word ennui, which is French. It just means like sort of a listless wheel, like a world weariness. And so I flashed it on screen for maybe like 20 frames. And so if people wanted to see it, they could, but otherwise it wasn't like super condescending. So I don't know. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with people using big words even when a more simplistic option is there, because how the fuck else would I have learned what relinquish means? Like, I like cool words. So, although granted, Yu-Gi-Oh taught me relinquish, so that's not no video essayist sort of thing for that one.
to the first game, in which the plot was a cure the zombie apocalypse cliche, and the story was about the effects of Joel's grief. The second game's plot is a you killed my father, prepare to die cliche, and the story is about the effects of Ellie's grief.
If I ever were to lose.
I love the subtlety from this song.
I
Which brings us to the
understand
second
that
elephant
these
in the room.
themes exist, but they're not well executed.
The thing is that people were just like, oh, look at the themes and whatnot, like if the theme is gonna save the thing, like TLJ or The Last of Us 2. And like the themes need to be well executed for them to make the story worth telling. Instead, they just people only care about the themes instead of like the execution itself.
You can concentrate any story down into something that basic, and you get a lot of stories that sound the same, but it's how these things are executed. I understand what these games are about, but it's the method of execution about this whole revenge plot, how the grief and what have you takes hold of the characters and what it's like to lose a father figure. I get that, but they went about it the wrong way.
Yeah.
The ambitious and risky narrative structure. This is not a breezy linear movie game like we've come to expect from Naughty Dog. It has 4 different timelines that complement, reflect, and intersect each other, similar to Quentin Tarantino's Pulp Fiction, and most daringly
Imagine comparing this story to Pulp Fiction. Oof.
really ham-fisted way to compare the two.
Yeah, just like
I have
it's
a better
it's not
comparison.
linear, so it's like it's like Pulp Fiction. I think that's a bit of a stretch.
I have a way better comparison. Do you know the game Beyond Two Souls?
Mm-hmm.
That one, okay,
Oh,
that
yeah.
one suffers from inconsistencies and logical plot holes and stuff because of the way they do it. They just throw the sequences randomly in, and you play this one, and now it's 5 years earlier, and then it's 5 years later, and then and
you bounce
after
back
that
and
you're like,
forward
what the
all the
fuck is
time.
even happening? And so it feels more like Beyond Two Souls than Pulp Fiction, because Pulp Fiction actually makes sense, and it's actually
Good.
like it's well designed. The way why do we see now what happened before and stuff? It unravels, and it fits into each other. And when I watched Mauler's playthrough of The Last of Us 2, it was all the way, yeah, but why are we doing this now, and why this, and then we have also the problem that Abby is like two different persons in both timelines. Like you see the one where she's killing Joel, and then you see her before then, and she's like the best person ever, and you have this disjoint all the time. It doesn't work. No.
Well, you guys are gonna hate me for doing this, but one comparison I can make is that like Legion does it really well with the non-linear storytelling in season 1. Like the other seasons also have a bit of that, but in season 1 especially, jumping through back and forth with within David's memories and just trying to piece it all together, and like everything is well designed so that we like it's perfectly put in the show, like the scenes in the place where they should be, so you can understand what's going on, to try to piece it all together, and like it builds slowly within David's memory issue, so that by the end we have a very good idea of who he is and what his character is, and it's done really well. And then the Last of Us show is just, it jumps back and forth with it seems very artificial in a way, just trying to force the idea that like, oh, Abby's father was a good person, the Joe killed him, with him saving the zebra and whatnot. Like
I really love that zebra.
Yeah, it's like they seem very manipulative in the Last of Us 2. And something Neb here said in chat. Also, we're totally not in sync with Ellie throughout. We don't really know what Ellie is feeling because it's non-linear. We don't get the balcony scene until the very end, and that's actually a good point, because girlfriend review said, you're feeling the same way as Ellie, like you're in Ellie's shoes, but we're not, because we don't know the full context, because the full context is only delivered by the end of the game. So that's just not true what she said.
Point. We have no idea when we're in this scene that Joel and Ellie have not been, speaking to each other for months.
Yeah.
Also, I wanted to say very briefly, I'm probably going to be muted for a lot of this, and I'll chime in as I feel necessary, because I think most of the commentary is going to be, yes, but the writing of the game was bad.
Yeah.
Oh, this video is like, it gets really vague. The second one, it talks more about some more specific stuff.
Halfway through, there is a point of view
Chase
flip
is
that
like,
tests
I
your
wanna talk about
bias,
blowing
similar
people
to
up.
David Fincher's Gone Girl.
You ever hear the expression, the simplest answer is often the correct one?
Actually, I've never found that to be true.
These are complex rhetorical devices for any author or director to utilize. So let's all take a moment as gaming enthusiasts to say, bravo! Whether or not it's the...
I think rather it's take the chance.
Oh shit, did it skip around?
I think, if I may, I think it's more important to, bring the message, don't run before you can walk.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I could write a story with 15 different plot points and several character perspectives, but I don't know if I've got the capacity as a writer to actually be able to pull that off. And I think that's quite clear. Complexity for a story does not equal something that's praiseworthy.
Mm-hmm.
You have to earn that by actually making it good.
Yeah, I can't tell anything that's complex and nobody is unable to understand it, or it's too much, and just throw stuff into it. Sure,
Like-
it's complex, but and
There's several like I think if you did a couple of these bits in a different order to the way they presented, so do the Abby stuff first, perhaps, and then move back to Ellie so we catch up. In fact, start the game off with Joel getting caught, and then Abby, you know, being prepared to torture him, and then we jump backwards to find out what has brought Abby here to why she is doing this. Don't kill Joel off and then because audiences are fickle, okay, and I myself included. If you go out and kill Joel immediately, when you then get round to presenting Abby's side of the story, these people already don't like Abby, so they don't care because they've killed Joel. If you show what Joel has done before you come to the big moment, then you've already brought the audience round to Abby's side a little bit more. You can sort of, well, you're going to be more conflicted. I don't know if you're going to side with Abby, but you're going to sort of understand her point of view. If you've already killed Joel at this point, audiences are going to not care. They're going to have already been knocked out of the story because they don't appreciate the fact you've killed the character that they bought the game for.
Yeah, I
yeah,
agree.
and
Like the way it's structured, it hurts a lot in terms of just getting people to side with Abby the way that the developers wanted to.
Well, yeah, I don't know. It'd be a completely different game, but I think like if you'd used Joel's death as like a big like climax in the middle, and then you're like,
Right.
you know, you've built up all this stuff with the characters beforehand.
Yeah, it's pretty much how I feel too. It's just like if you had given me a little more time to spend with my favorite video game dev, then I feel like I would have been much more appreciative. But they kind of ripped them away immediately for the sake of like the plot needing to happen, and it was very very bittersweet. Even though like towards the end, I definitely acknowledged like the need to do something like that, and because then you feel all these weird twisted sort of emotions if you find yourself like me, starting to kind of find Abby to be sort of likable. But even then, like the writing did that in a very manipulative, like underhanded sort of way. So I don't really feel comfortable saying it was like properly earned or anything.
Mm.
But yeah, just it was kind of a double-edged sword because you know they
think
risked a
of the
lot and
elements are
alienated a lot of people. They alienated a lot of people, but for some it was like a really big payoff, and then for others it was just kind of just a mediocre slog the entire way through.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the elements for this story are there, but it's all jumbled. I think you could definitely have told a better story with the elements presented if you'd just done it in a different order. It wouldn't be perfect, but it'd be an improvement.
Yeah, I agree. It would have been better.
Enthusiasts to say bravo. Whether or not it's the story we wanted, this was a bold and monumental undertaking that only a fool would call lazy writing.
What?
What?
Only a fool.
Only a fool will call lazy writing. Because making Abby have the same character arc that Joel has in the first game, and like having Abby be the strong buff girl with the small child going with her, just like Joel and Ellie in the first game. That's like very creative, very innovative. Like I had never seen that before.
I also want to say, I think it's really fucking obnoxious whenever any criticism comes up about The Last of Us 2, and the immediate, like, sort of implication response is, you're an entitled gamer who wanted the writing to be exactly this way to suit your purposes. It's just like, no, I just wanted a good game.
Yeah.
And what a way
You didn't like it. You weren't supposed to like it. It's just like, fuck off.
It's the TLJ excuse again. It took risks.
Yeah.
Like it.
Yeah,
And,
basically.
you want to talk about lazy writing? Lazy writing is, oh, how do we have Abby track Ellie down after she's killed her friends? Let's just have Ellie leave the map to where she's staying for no reason. How do we make the player characters feel bad? Let's just make them kill a dog and then have them feel like a piece of shit afterwards.
Oh yeah, and then the Ellie kills the pregnant lady. What's her? Mel. And it's like Mel is supposed to parallel Dina, so like just I don't really think, even in terms of like, oh, this is like very new, even if you don't think it, even if you don't like it, but it isn't new. Like they're reusing the same shit just twice in the same game, and people say like, wow, look at how this is like innovative and new, and it's not like that. It's not groundbreaking or anything, and the writing gets really lazy in terms of just like how like cause and effect. It doesn't work properly, or just like them reusing the same shit for both characters, Abby and Ellie.
Here, beat this girl to death with a lead pipe. It's like, can I go about this any other way? No, you have to beat this girl to death with a lead pipe to progress the game. Okay, fine, you do it, and then the game goes, oh my god, don't you feel like a monster? It's like, fucking no, you made me do it.
Yeah, like I was forced to do that.
Not
It's
giving me another option.
Yeah, it's like the game is too on rails to execute the themes it's trying to.
The Last of Us Part 2 shows off the breadth of Naughty Dog's skill with literary forms and their passion for pushing the boundaries of this industry, all while under the pressure of our highest expectations.
The breadth and depth of a puddle.
Bravo.
Now let's examine if it was all a huge mistake. Seattle Day 1 through 3 for Ellie is a progression of increasingly horrendous acts, accompanied by a story told through flashbacks that represent her increasingly horrendous mental state. These memories go from the best of times to the worst of times that she shared with Joel, climaxing with the revelation that he lied to her about what happened at the end of the previous game.
I also love how what shot?
The one where Joel stands there with Abby and smiles at her. It was like 2 seconds ago, right? This one. Wasn't it from the trailers and not in the game?
No, this was on the game. The one that was on the trailers was do you know when Jesse shows
right,
up
he was
near the
older.
stairs, and he says, because in the game, like when Jesse shows up, he says, "Oh, do you really think I would have let you do this on your own?" Like in the trailers, they re-rendered that scene to be Joe, to have Joe in
I
it.
know what you mean, but I'm talking about that scene. But yeah, it was that in the trailers he was older, I think. So I just had in my mind that this scene didn't happen. So my bad. It's
they
just
aged
40
him,
two years ago.
Yeah, they aged him in these cutscenes, so it seemed like it was happening a little later.
Yeah.
In the timeline. I just love this scene in particular of Joel that we've frozen on right now, where he tells Ellie the truth, and the truth he tells is they were going to make a cure, but it would have killed you, so I killed them all. It's like, no, develop on that. There's more to it, Joel.
Yeah.
Don't be
That's
so
what
reductive.
all the people say when they say
It's not so
Joel
cut and
is a
dry.
bad person. They just summarize it. They do the same with what they do with the themes, like in Last of Us. Oh, it's about failure. They just say a sentence and that's it for them. But the problem is that they miss the context. And the context from the first game was he had a lot of reasons to kill them. They they had him locked up in a room without his weapons and stuff. They were trying to going to kill her without talking about it, maybe getting her consent. All this kind of stuff that is just being ignored. And yeah, he was evil because he killed them. Okay. And he in this game he doesn't
bring up any other
himself.
Context. He just says, "Oh, they were gonna make a cure and it would have cured you," and like even making a cure wouldn't solve anything in this world anyway.
Yeah.
But it's just and I like how Girlfriend Reviews just breezes through this. Like she doesn't elaborate at all.
Yeah, but that's the thing. She can't.
Yeah.
Because if she would be able to elaborate on this, then we wouldn't have the problem. But we have those problems. She has to close over, because if she would try to analyze it properly, she would see the problems with it.
Revelation that he lied to her about what happened at the end of the previous game. Joel murdered the doctors searching for a cure, and in Ellie's own words, prevented her life from meaning something. When we learned
Which is retarded.
It's so wrong.
He didn't go out of his way to specifically kill the doctor. The doctor was in his way.
Yeah, the doctor had a scalpel. He said.
Is it just
basically-
me, or was it not Joel's words but Ellie's words that she wanted it to mean something? That wasn't anything Joel said, I'm pretty sure.
No, it was
No,
Ellie.
That's what he said. What she said, yeah.
Yeah, Ellie said like my life would have meant something or whatever, which is
Yeah, but
retarded.
didn't Girlfriend Review say in Joel's own words?
Did she? I think
Might have to
she
back
said.
that up.
Let me see.
Yeah, roll back.
Here.
she shared with Joel, climaxing with the revelation that he lied to her about what happened at the end of the previous game. Joel murdered the doctors searching for a cure, and in Ellie's own words, prevented her life from meaning something.
Yeah, but just
I
like
must have misheard that.
if Ellie wants her life to mean something, like she's alive, she can just try to have babies or something like that because she's immune. She can make a she could try to like make people to just have babies that are immune, try to immunize people by doing that, or just defending the people that she cares about. That would have meant a lot more than just making a cure for something that probably wouldn't have helped the world she's living in any way, shape, or form.
Well, there's more to life than dying to make a cure for your life.
No,
meaning.
idiot.
You can
Fuck
save
you.
a lot of people.
Oh,
by,
okay.
saving them.
I need to
don't
die to
understand.
make a cure then, because I need my life to have meaning.
Yeah, and one thing Mohammed in the chat pointed out, GF review says he murdered the doctor, but it's not true. He killed him.
Yeah, it's self-defense.
Yeah, that's a yeah. Even I mean, self-defense against the scalpel is still questionable. But the point
he
is
could've
that
probably-
he didn't. The problem is that she uses this word "murdered" for shock value, but he didn't murder him. He didn't go into that room with the intent to kill him.
Yeah,
killed
he wanted
him
to save
in the
Ellie.
moment.
Yeah.
And she uses this word "murdered" to make it seem worse than it was, or like Joel is this evil guy or whatever. And that's manipulation. That's what I'm trying to say. What GF does here.
When we learn that she has been struggling with the same morally ambiguous actions of a grief-stricken man that we as players have struggled with for so many years, we are forced to confront a grim possibility. Maybe, just maybe, Joel lived long enough to see himself become the villain. At least in some...
What? How is he the villain? He even saved Abby. Like, he shouldn't have, but he even saved Abby in the beginning of the game. Like, he saved Ellie in the first game, which you could argue, like, redeems him for the shit he's done. Like, he saves a little girl that was going to be killed against her will from a bunch of people that were being just, they wanted to kill her without her consent. That's just reason enough to do it. And then in the second game, it starts with him saving Abby from dying from a horde of zombies. Like, how has he become the villain?
Well, yeah, I mean, he was never
It's just because he didn't save his
villainous.
Yeah, he needed to save a zebra.
Yeah,
Save a zebra, then he'd be fine.
he's never been portrayed as villainous. It's like at most you could say, anti-hero or whatever. 'Cause,
Yeah, I'd argue
he's
he's
not.
an
He's
anti-hero.
not a great guy, but he's not the worst.
in someone else's story. And maybe, just maybe, in that story, he had it coming. In the present day, as a grief-stricken Ellie slowly becomes a more terrifying monster than some of the literal monsters, her friends begin to question if revenge is worth it. The player begins to question if revenge is worth it. And after
I don't think Ellie becoming bloodthirsty with revenge makes her more disturbing in any way compared to the Rat King.
Yeah,
I think that's just a little bit of a fucking stretch.
Well, but flowery language needs to be used in these video essays.
But she used to be such a good girl. Now she's so scary. She rivals even the scariness of the zombies. It's just like, shut the fuck up.
It's just this is so retarded. Like saying that the player also begins to question if revenge is worth it after you've killed this many people just to get to Abby. I think most players would be like, yeah, it is worth it. We've already killed so many people to get to to Abby, and yeah,
you've killed everyone but Abby. It's like, now I won't kill Abby. No, I still want to go through with it because I've killed everybody else.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and you guys will see. Girlfriend Reviews is gonna say something that really angered me about Abby killing Joe.
After her rage results in the death of a nearly born child, Ellie finally decides she's okay with letting Abby live if it means getting her loved ones back home safe.
Is that okay?
It has to be.
It's at this point that the third elephant enters the room. Abby.
You killed my friends. We let you both live. And you wasted it.
The line is so retarded. Why did they let Ellie and Tommy live exactly?
I don't know, but I just like that she's like, you killed my friends. It's like, bitch, you killed my dad. Like,
So
but we let you live, but you killed my dad.
Yeah, like what would you think? Like Ellie was screaming, "I'm gonna kill you" when they were killing Joel.
Yeah.
Like, what did they expect?
I think there actually could have been a pretty satisfactory ending to this game if Ellie and Abby just like hashed it out and just had like a really fucking emotional conversation.
Oh yeah, like
which,
if
about
they,
it, yeah.
which would ultimately culminate in the sort of the revelation that, hey, this can't keep fucking going forever. I can't kill someone you care about, and then you kill someone I care about, and then blah, et cetera, et cetera. We need to like fucking bury this shit.
Yeah, like
Like
if
that.
they,
I feel like that would be. I mean, it would still be pretty ham-fisted of a way to deliver the point that revenge cycles are bad, but it would be more satisfying than, hey, you cut off my fingers. You know what? You get to live.
just like the writers really, they didn't explore like a lot of stuff that could have had a really big impact, because if they had Abby talk to Ellie at some point, it would have been like way more interesting, a way more interesting way to do the story. It's just like they never interact with each other, so Ellie letting Abby go in the end, it doesn't make sense, because Ellie she doesn't know anything about Abby. So like they really needed to explore like how like those two characters together, how they would interact, how they would talk to each other. It would have made the game a lot better.
Yeah.
When the player wakes up 3 days in the past as Abby, she may as well look right in the camera and say,
Hi.
this is a historic moment in video games. It's the moment when a developer presented their audience with a challenge that could not
someone
be
paused for
overcome.
me, it doesn't like when I someone really likes her fucking movie quotes to like carry the comedy of her video.
Oh yeah, when I saw that the first time, I thought he was gonna use like just the quick line from Joker, "I'm an agent of chaos" or something like that, and just so drawn out that reference. Like, yeah, we get it.
That's the second Dark Knight reference she's had in the video. So
yeah,
I mean, like, here's the thing, right? If she happens to listen to this, which is unlikely, because who the fuck are you guys?
exactly. Yeah.
That's the nice little bit of protection. It's gonna be like a fucking ECUM who? She seems like a clever person to me. Like as much as I don't entirely agree with this video so far, I would definitely give her the credit that she seems like a talented person with decent timing. But like, girl, fucking just do your own original jokes. Don't keep calling back to fucking movie memes and shit. That shit is so like low tier.
Yeah.
Every time I see, like, Wellen is one of my favorite YouTubers. He does all those Rust videos and shit. And he will constantly kind of like split up the video segments by cutting to like fucking what's the name of that little girl that's like the fucking what do you call it, environmentalist, Greta Thunberg or whatever.
Yeah.
He'll constantly cut to that video for going, "How dare you!" But he'll fucking scale it so that it like gets wider and wider and just distorted. And that shit's pretty funny because he does more interesting stuff with it, and it's really quick. But with this, it's like she kind of has to do the setup for it. Like kind of a miscellaneous complaint, but there it is.
The thing I think Kiar does it really well with like references to other stuff. Like it's just quick cuts and edits and just not hanging on the joke too much. And Girlfriend Reviews, it seems like she wants to make jokes more than make the video, so she makes the video around the jokes she wants to make, the references she wants to make.
Come with a controller. Naughty Dog wants you to walk a mile in the shoes of a person who you hate. And even though we've been shown irrefutable proof that Abby is the protagonist of her own story, all we can say as grief-stricken gamers is still,
Bitch, I'll never forgive you for this.
herein lies a controversial yet innovative experiment to expose how the identity of the self relates to the identity of the...
You can't say that the game has an idea to make you walk in the shoes of someone you hate, and then also say it's bad that we hate her. Which is essentially what you just said. We walk a mile in their shoes, and still all we can say is, bitch, I never forgive you for this. But yeah, we do. We do hate her. That's the whole point of the point you were initially making, I thought.
I just this point, it seems so weird to me. It's hard for me to understand what she's trying to say.
Because if we don't hate her, then it's not clever that they're making us walk in a character's shoes that we hate. I'm really confused. Okay.
of the other.
It's also funny that she's now using philosophy. Just it seems like she's trying to tick every box.
Oh, every single video I watched to
I am
see.
a credible video essayist. Look at all of the highbrow prose I'm throwing your way.
Exactly.
The like every single video on The Last of Us 2 that I watched to just see which one we were gonna cover today, like every single one, it talks about this like this philosophy of otherness, or just sometimes it's a different word they use, but like it always means the same, of just like you think of the protagonist of your own story, and then you see the story from the perspective of someone else, and
the us versus them phenomenon, in other words.
yeah, basically. And like every single person brings this up and like, oh, this game explores this deep philosophy in such a meaningful way, and I'm just like, bro, it's obvious, everyone knows that everyone's a protagonist of their own story. This doesn't mean shit. Like it's I don't get how this can be viewed as like deep and meaningful in this game, when it's like it seems so manipulative the way they're trying to do it, especially just with the way they structured it in the game.
Relates to the identity of the other. And the results have varied from person to person because there is no difficulty setting in the game or in life to make forgiving someone easier. It is a wildly
in
provocative
life. Oh my god.
This is so pretentious.
There's no difficulty setting to make. Oh,
You are correct, Girlfriend Reviews. People react to forgiveness very differently to each other because they're individuals.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like
This
it depends
doesn't-
on context and
This doesn't make The Last of Us 2 well written.
I would say nobody will be like with the hands on the throat of the person they hate the most, and then like, oh, I remember the person I lost. Oh, I won't kill you anymore. It's like, no, you would be like extra pressing on this fucking throat and kill this person because you're so fucking furious you lost the person you love.
What the game tries to do at that moment is like, oh, Ellie remembers the moment where she said she would try to forgive Joel, so it's a flashback about forgiveness, and then so then she forgives Abby because of it. But if you think about it, that doesn't make sense, because like she was trying to forgive Joel, she was trying to fix a relationship between the two, and Abby took that opportunity for her to do so away from her. So it doesn't make sense that she would just be like, oh no, I'm gonna forgive you now. Like, you would get even more angry, probably. Like, it seems weird to me that that scene. I really hate that scene, to be honest.
and tumultuously entertaining requests that we try to accept that when Abby killed Joel, she was in the exact same pain that we are in now. That's
Yes,
why
but we
you
didn't
relive
know that
Seattle
when we
Days
first
1
saw
through
it.
3
Yeah.
from the perspective of a character whose story is about accepting the identity of the other. As Abby learns to empathize
This
with members of
fucking
an enemy
overbearing
faction known as
music.
Oh, it's so loud.
When you just hear the guitar strums, and it's just
Moral overtone.
emotions.
Oh shit, shiny effects is
Regret
in
for
chat.
my past mistakes. It's like, shut up. So fucking heavy.
It's like people love to do this, and just in video essays, put the music from the game, and usually piano versions, just to make the video seem like more emotional or
Yeah.
something like that. And it's
Yeah, exactly. It's so
the
poignant.
scars.
oh yeah, so much. I
like-
really
yeah,
feel
I like
very emotionally attached to this.
I like what Shiny
Of the
said,
other.
though.
As Abby learns to
That's funny.
empathize with members of an enemy faction known as Scars, the player learns to empathize with an enemy known as Abby. And when the sun sets on
I don't
Learn to
give a
empathize.
shit about the scars.
It's yeah, the scars. They seem so weird because like they cross Ellie's path, and she's just like, well, she just kills a bunch of them, and then her story ends, and then we never see scars from her perspective again. Like it's only from Abby's perspective, and it's
And this is an enemy she's been fighting for years. And then she's like, "Oh, I feel bad for these two kids." So okay,
yeah, it's just
cool. You're not above killing children. That's good. You still killed Joel though. I still hate you.
oh, but
Well,
like
no,
it's also
she's all for killing children. At least, you know.
It's
The
it's
unborn
like
kind.
the dad
yes.
saving.
Yeah, I was
the
gonna say
zoo.
unborn children. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
she's
Yeah.
pregnant. Good. Fuck you.
Good.
It's like,
Well, thanks,
it's
bitch.
like
So likable.
the dad saving the zebra thing, just with slightly more substance. It's like, how can you feel bad about Abby? She saved this little kid.
It just
Okay.
but like I don't know, it seems weird to me that she'd feel guilty. Like she sleeps with Owen, and then she has that dream where she says where she sees Yara and Lev like hanging, like they're dead, and then she just like, she feels guilty and she has to save him. But that just seems so out of character for her, because she says in the beginning of her part, like a good every, like a dead scar is a good scar or some shit like that. Like it seems weird that she just feel guilty for these scars now, considering how many she's killed for like the past few years.
On the final day, for a second time, you discover the atrocities that you committed yourself. Naughty Dog's intention for making you play as two separate characters with two separate stories was to cause a complete loss of subjective self-identity when their timelines merge.
You could have achieved that by telling
Questioning
them in a
who you
different
are
order.
and what you believe has been a central
She keeps
theme
throwing in the
whole
fucking
game.
guitar song, which is whether or not it fits. She's just like, let's
No,
make
I
it
know.
straight for you.
But you could achieve this. What did she say? The subjective conflict of yourself?
No, it's
like a loss of ego.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
because just saying that, like, instead of just seeing it subjectively from your perspective, you're being more objective because you just see two perspectives and you like can be more objective about those two.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You could achieve that ego death with the Joel scene or the confrontation scene here in the theater without... But you could have endeared us to Abby before that happened by just basically playing her section first.
Mm-hmm.
And you would still have the same conflict of... Like I was saying, you'd still have the same conflict of... perspectives, because you're endeared to Abby now, and now, oh no, she's coming to blows with the people that you knew from the previous game, and oh no, she's about to kill Joel. How do I feel about this, knowing what she's been through because of Joel and Ellie? I'm conflicted.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that simple. And you're gonna... Basically, the effect is the same, but if you told it in a different order, I think you would have had more people coming away from the game with that experience if you endeared them to Abby previously. Because like I said, if you have her kill Joel right off the bat and then tell the sob story of Abby, those people still don't like Abby because they were robbed of Joel prematurely. And they're not going to want to get invested into her character. Now, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing on them as a person, the game still, went that way and made these people feel that way. And I think there was a more effective way to get this sort of ego death you were aiming for from a larger audience. And that's actually lucrative because that means you get less hate for the game overall.
Yeah, it's like just telling it from a different, like structuring it differently would have helped a lot of the game a lot. But just it being better written would probably be the thing that would make this game be way less hated than it is. Like, it's just the writing really needed to be way more polished to tell this story in a way that would satisfy the most people that played it.
And Ellie's face right now, it's like she's like trying to take a bite of a big piece of cake.
And Abby's face looked like she just smelled the worst fucking fart of her entire life. Oh god, what is that?
Yeah, Ellie just looks like she's like just taking a huge bite out of like a bigot sandwich, just off.
Almost every major character you've met has been trying to figure it out for themselves, and now you know how it feels. Only interactive media can even attempt to create an ego death quite like this. Bravo.
Bravo.
Oh my god.
Good.
No!
Yeah, how does that make her relatable?
Lev! Lev!
Yes.
Oh, Lev! Oh, thank God!
Yes.
Oh my God!
Lev, show us reason, please. Yes.
And finally,
They showed the scene. How could they actually think?
So, can we talk about this for 1 second? So, was that a real performance recorded while her boyfriend was playing? If so, where was his voice?
Oh, his voice was
No,
there.
it what?
His voice was there. They were both.
Oh, his
talking.
voice was there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so they streamed it. Okay. I was going to say that, like, or they recorded it. I was going to say, like, it sounded like that whole thing was forced, where it's like, no, like, this is totally how I reacted in that moment at the time, but I'm reenacting it now. But now I just look like an asshole. So,
Yeah,
ignore
okay.
me.
I don't know.
I don't know if they streamed it, but
Could've-
like both voices were there. But just yeah,
I only heard hers at first. I only heard a female voice.
yeah. The guy says, "Oh, Lev, so show us reason or something like that."
Oh, thank God.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Lev, show us reason, please.
Yeah.
Yes.
And finally, we've reached the fourth elephant in the room, the ending. Many people are upset that a 30-hour revenge plot doesn't end in revenge. But remember,
kinda.
plot does not govern story. The Last of Us
You
1
have
Wait,
not
plot does not
proven
govern
that. You
story.
just say it's true. You've never actually explained what that means.
Also, are we going to stop
Yeah.
referring to these things as elephants in the room? This innocuously playful title of, like, this thing that we should all discuss. We don't want to, but it's there looming over all. But that's not an elephant. That's a fucking. That's a that's a zeppelin crashing into your fucking house. Like, that's. It's pretty fucking important. It's not some cute little oopsie poopsie. We made a booby. We made a uh-oh.
It's
Your whole fucking game sucks because of these 4 things.
yeah, like it's the main 4 things in the game. So it's just like, oh, it's an elephant in the room. It's a bit more than that. I gotta be honest.
Plot the
Yeah, just like
got
plot doesn't
story,
govern story. That's retarded.
saying-
Isn't the story the plot? Like
Oh, no, her example was that the plot of the first game is getting Ellie to the Fireflies, so we can get guns in return, sort of thing. And then the story is Joel bonding with Ellie after the loss of his original daughter. It's like, no, that's the character story. The story is still them getting there and how they get from A to B, because story and plot are basically entwined, but the plot governs everything that happens. The story can be broken down into multiple things. So there's a story of Ellie and Joel bonding. There's a story of the Fireflies and how they got to where they are and who they are as a faction. There's a story of them actually traveling across the country. There's several bits and pieces going on. So the idea that they're not the same thing is not true.
yeah, it's like Shiny said in the chat. The sequence of events where each affects the next one with cause and effect doesn't affect the story. Like that's retarded. It's like I think what she's trying to see is like the premise. Like the premise is that this is a revenge story. That doesn't affect the story in terms of like what's gonna happen in the story. That's just what we're being sold. Like this is a revenge story and that's it. And the rest of the story can be whatever the fuck it wants regarding that revenge story. But just saying that the plot doesn't govern the story, that's retarded.
Cure the zombie apocalypse plot was very famously thwarted by Joel's story. And once again, in The Last of Us 2, each character's story concludes in defiance of the plot. It is reductionist to say that the lesson here is simply revenge is bad. The two of us who made this video are still grasping at the meaning of it all, while trying to recover from this emotionally challenging sequel. However, it is our belief that Naughty Dog gave us everything we needed to confidently decide that we wanted both of these women's suffering to end. If you reach the credits and wish you could have killed Abby, even after walking a mile in her shoes, then you may have beat the game you were playing with your controller, but you may have lost the game that Naughty Dog was playing with your soul.
Oh, fuck off.
Oh, that's so pretentious.
Okay.
Chase even called it earlier. It's just that's so stupid.
I'm sorry, walking away from the game and still they said we walked away from the game and we still haven't pieced together what exactly happened. That's not a good thing.
Yeah, that means you're fucking stupid.
What did you think of that game story? And you walk away and you're like, well, I was confused. I don't think that's a good sign.
Like maybe you're trying to say like they were trying to process their grief or their response to it. That's fair, but what's there to get? It's a game where you watch your favorite characters get fucking myrtleized, and then you go, oh, "Thank you. Here's $64.99."
like saying like the game beat you. Like I'm pretty sure I don't know if it's in this video or in the next where she says like, oh, whatever your opinion is, it's okay as long as you're not a cunt about it. Just like it's she says that everything is subjective. I'm pretty sure. But like she says, oh, if you came away wanting to kill Abby, then the game beat you. So like wouldn't that negate that it's all subjective? Like people. She's just saying that people shouldn't be able to get this emotional response from the game because it's not what the point of the game is. Like, it seems pretty contradictory.
If it's subjective, then me leaving the game still wanting to kill Abby is not the wrong thing to feel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just the lengths people who defend this game go to. They just try to make the people who dislike it just seem like bad people or whatever.
And isn't it fascinating that a cautionary tale about the damage grief can cause to ourselves and to others has resulted in months of confusion, anger, vitriol, bigotry, and threats of violence ever since Joel's death was leaked online? The climate surrounding this release
Also, may I
is
just say, I think we should really retire the death threats thing because someone saying, "Oh, I'm gonna kill you," or "You should kill yourself." That's a suggestion. That's not like an actual threat.
Mm-hmm.
That's not like. And most of the time, they just say, "Oh, I got death threats," and people go, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Are you okay? We're here for you." And then if you look, you can't find the death threat anywhere. The quote unquote death threat. And then you ask, "Hey, where was the death threat?" And then they go, "Oh, no. Blocked."
The problem I have with just death threats, it's just people get that stuff. Like everyone who's on the internet gets that stuff, and like of course some people may get bored.
It means nothing.
Yeah, it's and especially like I think it's funny bringing up the bigotry and the death threats, but it's not gonna mention that one of the people that Laura Bailey sent tweeted screenshots from was like a fan of the game that was angry at Abby for killing Joe. Like he loved the game, but he was just angry at Abby at Laura Bailey. So like. It's not going to mention that. It's just going to paint the people who dislike the game as the bad ones instead of just, painting a more accurate picture of what actually happened.
I will definitely listen to you when you project the outliers as if they are the minority. Mm-hmm. Majority.
Yeah, it's pretty disingenuous.
Oh, yeah, it seems extremely reasonable, yeah.
Yeah. Then you treat everyone as if they're sending death threats. It's like, yeah, okay, sure, I'll totally believe that.
I mean, people
all
on
5 of them. Yeah.
Very small group of very stupid people.
People on Twitter keep saying like that people like Mahler, they encourage the death threats sent to Kelly Mary Tran, and it's just you can never find it anywhere where Mahler said something like that. But they try to paint everyone that dislikes the thing as the bad people. So it's it's very disingenuous of these people instead of actually addressing the arguments. They just use ad hominems that usually aren't even right.
Was leaked online. The climate surrounding this release is a remarkably notable example of life imitating art.
Oh, that is such a cheap way to try and compare the two.
Oh, but wait for emotional manipulation right now.
The idea that we're sending death threats in the same way that Ellie is sending death threats to Abby for killing Joel, and we're sending them to Neil Druckmann. Boo! That was cheap, and you know it.
It's like people who try to say that the sequels are like a story of like Rey is the femboy and the fangirl, and Kylo is the femboy who got way too obsessed or whatever. Like trying to make some connection.
Or
just
Kylo.
Yeah, just because people like have a negative reception towards it. You're like, oh, don't you see the movie's making fun of you? And it's just like, I think you're projecting it. I think you're just trying to force something into the film or the game that wasn't there actually.
And then they try and pass it off as like the film has been clever because they predicted that you're going to send death threats to them.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what? Okay.
If you guys think that this was pretty bad, just you wait for the blatant emotional manipulation right now.
And speaking as a girl who shockingly lost her own father, I cast no judgment if you were unable to enjoy this harrowing experience. I know how it feels to be
but did he get
lost,
beat with a
alone,
fucking
and
golf
unable to
club?
see-
In front of you.
I'm sorry, look, I'm sorry that your father passed away. It's gonna happen to everyone's dad, right? Like, I'm not trying to make light of that, but presumably your dad died with like health insurance in a hospital bed, surrounded by his loved ones.
Yeah,
like,
quite.
Joel didn't get any of that shit, so fuck you. Don't fucking compare your, traumatic experience of losing a father to presumably an illness to someone being brutally fucking beaten to death right in front of you as you're held down, forced to watch it.
Yeah.
Like, that's not, you don't get my sympathy here. I'm sorry. That was kind of shitty when you really think about it.
Yeah, like I said, it's emotional manipulation. It has nothing to do with what's actually happening in the game.
Look, if she had said, hey, if she had leveled with you and said, hey, let me level with you. My dad was beaten to death with a fucking baseball bat by Guatemalan drug cartels. I'd be like, okay, shit, never mind. You have the floor. But it was just, my dad died. And it's just like, yeah, like, that sucks, but relevance? Like, I don't...
Yeah,
you threw that in there.
Yeah, it's not like you were with your dad when you got shot and you held him while he's bleeding out, It's like...
Yeah. It kind of reminds me of Jimmy Kimmel. He'll just bring out his kids.
Oh, yeah.
At any moment in time to just be like, win a fucking political argument. It's like, well, I'm here with my kids. You wouldn't say that to my kid. It's like, Jimmy, put the baby down. Jimmy, we don't need to see your baby. We know.
I am sorry. It is really shit that happened to you, but
yeah,
that doesn't change your perspective or give it any more credibility on this subject.
Can't wait to get
it really just waters down the whole argument. Yeah,
I can't wait to get canceled on Twitter for saying that we're just taking away her father's death or something like that from her, just taking away.
Bro, you're I'm sure your dad was a fucking lovely person and you seem like a similarly kind person to me, but that was just manipulative, like fucking to a T. That was just, as someone who also lost their father, I understand, but I got over it. Why couldn't you? It's just like, it's kind of, I suspect that's sort of where things are going.
Kind of.
Like, if I could live through this horribly traumatic experience in real life and in a video game and still appreciate it, then fuck you. You have no excuse. I'm anticipating that.
I am. It's like, but come back to me when your father was beaten to death by She-Hulk, and I might be like, yeah, okay, fair point. But even then, you literally just admitted, like 3 minutes ago, that people react to grief and forgiveness differently because they're individuals. So whether you do or don't forgive someone for that does not mean I should. If I want to go out, if someone did that to my dad and I want to go out and smack a couple heads together, I'm allowed to. Just because you forgave them doesn't mean I can.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah. Like she said, people grieve differently, so it's completely pointless for her to bring up her father. It's blatant emotional manipulation.
To see through the fog. And I think
it's so, I was just going to say really briefly, it's really funny that the game tries to make you, maybe I'm just a sociopath, or maybe I've just been so desensitized because of violent video games, but I didn't feel fucking shit when I killed those dogs. I was like, yeah, fuck you.
One, they're like coming after you. It's like, fuck it,
Yeah, well, they're clearly an obstacle. And like the only time that I was
Call of Duty, like what the fuck?
The only time I was sad was when you saw the dogs be all cute afterwards, because their motion capture is really accurate. But beyond that, I'm just like, hey,
there's a trick to that. I don't know if you've noticed in The Last of Us, when you get to the Ellie section and you go against the WLF, despite the fact as Ellie you've been fighting dogs all game, once you go against the WLF as Abby, there are no dogs for you to fight whatsoever, and I wonder why that is. Is it perhaps that Ellie killing dogs can be seen as a bad thing by a bunch of people, and they don't want to bring Abby down to Ellie's level? So Abby doesn't get into a situation where she has to kill a dog?
Well, I think it even could have helped if she had to kill dogs, because you're killing the dogs that you yourself petted as the same character, not Ellie and then Abby petting dogs.
Yeah.
All right. So also, sorry to be that guy. Petted isn't a word. It's
fuck
just
you.
I listen. I grew up with a grammar Nazi dad.
I grew up with the Nazi dad.
I come home and he'd go, how are you doing? And I'd say, I'm doing good. And he would just look up at me through his eyebrows. He'd go, doing well.
Oh.
Every fucking day of my fucking childhood. So very quickly, I was like, I have to say everything perfectly.
Or the like, can I go do this? And they're just like,
I don't know, can you? Yeah, no, he did a lot of that shit too. I'd be like, oh, I need a fucking respite. He'd be like, you mean respite? Like, just everything needs to be fucking on the nose.
Oh, the other one I remember is I always used to say to my mum when I was a kid, I said, can I please leave the table? And she'd go, where are you going to leave it?
See, in America, that would work. That would work all right. Because you could, I'm leaving the table, like I'm departing the kitchen. Like, I don't know, maybe that one's cultural. Anyway, I'm done talking about syntax. Yeah, let's keep watching this garbage stank pile video. She's gonna make us feel like shit.
And unable to see through the fog. And I think the ultimate lesson The Last of Us Part 2 teaches the player is how well they cope with pain.
Can we wind it back to the as someone who lost their father, because we didn't hear that bit.
Okay, here.
Lost her own father. I cast no judgment if you were unable to enjoy this harrowing experience. I know how it feels to be lost, alone, and unable to see through the fog. And I think the ultimate lesson The Last
Didn't
of Us
lead
Part 2
anywhere. It was
teaches
just a thing brought up, I guess.
Yeah, like I said, it's emotional manipulation, so you can get behind her point more easily.
So did she say like I can understand if you don't know how to deal with the loss?
Yeah, she said if you can't get over this harrowing experience, you can't see past the fog or something like that.
Thank you for your permission, I guess. That doesn't really add to the review at all. Like, that just seems like something you can fucking throw in there so that way. It's like talking to your enemy and going, by the way, my fucking mom died. And that way, if they ever like upset you or act insensitive, you can go, dude, what the fuck? My mom's dead. Have pity on me. Like, that's kind of just all that strikes me as is like something for her to deflect to later, to be like, oh great, thanks for saying such kind words about my dad or something like that.
That reminds me
immediately make it about you being a shitty person.
That reminds me of a joke in Friends where Phoebe is just like, she says something to Rachel and she's just like, oh, I never got to do X because, my mother died. And then Rachel says, okay, but you can use that excuse for the rest of the week. Like, she uses it all the time. And it seems like it's the same thing she's like,
sure, I can't watch me.
It's just Girlfriend Reviews doing the same thing, like bringing it up just to empathize with her, to get on her side, but in just manipulating us to do so instead of using actual good arguments to get behind the point of that The Last of Us 2 is actually a good game. And you guys brought up killing the dogs. It reminded me. Have you guys played Red Dead Redemption 2?
Oh yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, can I just say really quickly before you go off into that realm tangent? What the fuck is so appealing about cowboy western simulators in the modern day? Fucking where we have fucking anime and VR and shit. Can someone please tell me why anyone would want to go down and fucking saloon with your spittoon, kidnap some bitches?
Fucking play Red Dead 2 and then talk to me, okay?
Red Dead 2 is so good.
Just even just giving that descriptor, I kind of sold it on myself. I'm like, I want to kidnap some women and go down the old.
Dude, Red Dead 2 is my favorite game.
Them on your horse through the snow.
Dude, it's so good. Like it's so fun. I love it. But
I just like I don't know. Like, to me, as someone that grew up with like anime and video games, RPGs and shit, I just look at like superheroes and cowboys and wizards as like the gayest, most derivative shit ever. Where it's just like, I don't know. I just see all three of those, and they just seem like such safe, samey. It's like dinosaurs. It's like, oh, dinosaurs are cool. Oh wow, look at them. They're fucking stomping around and causing mayhem. Oh wow, that's compared to. I don't know why it keeps cutting me out. It's like let's. I'm gonna watch this fucking game about a bunch of dinosaurs walking around and causing mayhem and rampaging around. It's like, oh, that's very cool. I have not seen this in any other dinosaur related media. That's extremely wholly unique. Like that's kind of the vibe I get with like superheroes and cowboys. I guess superheroes are more versatile, but
what I think is that the Western genre was like really overused in the some decades ago. The Western genre with the Clint Eastwood and whatnot.
Yeah, so I guess it kind of resurfaced as like a popular thing.
Yeah,
haven't gotten any good Western stuff in recent years.
In like early cinema, it's like half that shit was westerns.
Yeah. That and like fucking World War II like retellings and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave
one-
and come back because usually that fixes my mic. So hot second.
He just doesn't come back.
Thank God.
Fine.
I left.
One thing where Western was really great was in Firefly, the combination of Western and sci-fi stuff. I think that
I was gonna
it's
ask.
still one of the best stuff ever.
I only watched 2
Like,
episodes so
it's
far.
a shame
But
that
yeah.
they can't.
Does Firefly still hold up?
I watched only the first 2
I haven't
episodes,
seen it
but
in a
it
while.
holds up really well. Like at least those 2.
Because I was talking to my friend and I was like, oh, Mass Effect, just like, you ever play a game that's so, just everything about it is so cohesive and all the characters have all this depth and these charming personality traits and there's so much to explore and it
Like
feels
Red Dead
so
Redemption 2.
fully fleshed out. And he went, yeah, Firefly. And that was it.
Right. Well, I need to finish watching it, but yeah, I heard like it's one of the most loved shows ever.
You started the series and then you've did.
I watch. I don't have time. I'm sorry.
Incredulity.
You don't have time and you watch Legion all over again, but you don't watch.
Yes, of course, Legion is Legion.
So.
I'm gonna watch Legion as much as I want. Fuck you.
I know, but
Can't tell what to do. I'm a grown ass man.
Only 12 episodes, and then you.
I watch you. I'll finish watching. I'm watching like 7 shows at the same time. Just calm down.
I know, but it's Firefly.
But what was I gonna say about Red Dead? Oh yeah, because you haven't played it, Chase. Just try not to spoil it. But in the
I never will. Spoil away.
Fuck you! You gotta play that game. I want to talk to you about it. It's so good.
No, spoil it now. Do it.
But in the end of the game, there's a scene where an animal dies, and it's like it's really meaningful, and it's like even without that scene, like just during the game, like having your horse die, it's just it works really well because you spent time with that horse from like the beginning usually. It seems so much. It's like it's not emotional manipulation like in the Last of Us 2 by killing the dogs. It's like they build a relationship between you and the horse, and it's impactful when they die, and I don't know. I think the Last of Us 2 wanted to have that impact, but they fucked it up, especially by having the dog just like we see the dog after he's already dead. So it seems really weird.
This is Ghosts of Tsushima, I assume you're speaking about.
No, we're talking about Red Dead.
Red Dead 2.
Oh, well,
Samurai Western, same thing, really.
Yeah.
You said Dead, and I remember that happens in Ghosts of Tsushima as well. Oh, I've just spoiled it for anyone who's not played the game.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I haven't played it yet. How dare you?
Yeah, all of us haven't played it. No.
It's good. Totally should. It's one of the best games I've played this year.
I want to play it.
I wasted
but
my money on fucking buying somebody a game that he'll never play. So
I don't have a PS4, so I'm gonna buy a PS5 and then I'll play it.
Wise. It'll look amazing because it looks great on the PS4. I can't imagine what it looks like on the PS5. But
imagine if they brought it to PC.
Oh, I'd love that.
I don't know. They did it with
you've modded like 30 different fucking
Horizon,
things.
So. Yeah. Yeah, but
Just the player.
Red Dead. Play Red Dead.
Yes,
Chase.
play Red Dead Chase. It's really good.
Yeah, that's sad.
Eat my ass, my friends. I refuse to play fucking Western shooter simulator with teeny tiny little P reticle.
You know you can change the reticle.
Rockstar goes, why bother making a fucking proper crosshair when all we gotta do is give him just draw a little dot on the screen and give him auto aim. The right stick snaps up the head. Fucking who gives a shit? These people are dumb as hell, man. That's all they do. That's all they fucking do.
You can change the reticle and you can turn off the auto aim. So you're just being a little bitch, Chase. I'm sorry.
No, by default, that's how all of their fucking games are, and it shouldn't be like that by default. These fucking assholes. Now, it's really just the fact that it's a Western. I have absolutely zero interest in Western or sci-fi settings.
But it's so good, Chase.
What do you enjoy?
You're missing.
I enjoy a lot of fantasy. I enjoy a lot of kind of rustic.
Play an hour of it and then tell me.
I enjoy rustic, sort of ancient, like survival. Like Monster Hunter is pretty much the perfect setting for me.
Monster Hunter.
Monster Hunter is the shit. It's tribal but fantasy, but also kind of metal at the same time.
Question
Like it's just
you
got
may
a
or may not find insulting. Have you beaten Fatalis yet?
No, but I've beaten everything prior to Fatalis. I just my friend group, which consists of a Brit, a Scotsman who loves saying racial slurs, and my girlfriend, have all been very fucking busy lately with a lot of different stuff. Like my Scots friend is like moving and needs to upgrade his computer because one of the parts blew out, and then the Brit is like up all night, asleep all day, or whatever. And then girlfriend is like doing a lot of like school stuff, so it's hard to find the time to carve out for all of us. But I will before the Switch Monster Hunter comes out.
I play with a Yank, a Springbok, and a Rusky. It's brilliant.
That sounds lovely. If you ever need a fourth, let me know.
Absolutely. Wait, PS4 or PS4 or PC or
PC?
Oh no. I forgot I'm a console loser.
Stay poor, fucker. No, anyway, let's get on with the video. I'm sick of staring at Ellie fucking crying in the ocean.
Able to see through the fog. And I think the ultimate lesson The Last of Us Part 2 teaches the player is how well they cope with pain. I hope that Joel's death was not in vain. So when we look back at how it consumed Ellie and the gaming community with disastrous hatred, we can say to ourselves,
This was a very definitive moment where every thinking and feeling person was like, ugh, we gotta do better than this.
Yes, we gotta do better than The Last of Us 2, I agree.
That's in vain as to whether, you know, we as a community spoke about it. If you're talking whether it was in vain in the story of The Last of Us, it was, because Ellie didn't get her revenge.
It's I just they're always doing this, just trying to say bring the thing with the just say, oh, the people, they didn't get the experience that they should have with the game, like the game beat you, and
That's like saying if the death of Luke Skywalker was in vain because people spoke about it ad nauseum for months and months and years and still do. But no, it was still in vain for the actual context of the story. Whether or not people talk about the story outside of the story itself does not mean that the story was successful.
Yeah.
So just look at any shit film ever.
Oh, okay, the video's done. Okay, good. So what do you guys think of this video? I'm pretty sure it's the best video you guys have ever watched.
Oh, too much Dave Chappelle, 0 out of 10. I love Dave Chappelle, but this bitch is not Dave Chappelle, 0 out of 10. It was like really like sweepingly broad. I like this because feelings.
Yeah.
And
it's very feely.
You know,
feely.
Consume.
Typical,
got a lot of that.
big fat spoilers ahead.
Really going out.
And this is sorry, I'll make this quick, but this is like I liked The Last of Us 2 as a game. I thought it was pretty neat.
Big fat spoilers and Skillshare for sponsor.
Why are you
Thanks,
playing
Skillshare.
Putting the other video here.
It's goofy sometimes, but no, I'm just saying, like, I liked The Last of Us 2, so it's like this is something that's kind of weird to say, but like every group has their narrative, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're a member of Comicsgate, you're like the fucking SJWs are ruining comics, but if you love comics and you hate Comicsgate, you're gonna be like we're keeping these fucking Nazi fascists out of comics. To take any sort of middle ground is like a death sentence. Because that's how the internet is extremely hyperbolic and they like it to stay that way. So like when I made my video on The Last of Us 2, I got a lot of comments because I took a little bit of a middle ground. Like I like this, didn't like this. This was good. This could be better. And I got a lot of comments just saying like, no, fuck you. This game is terrible. There's no defense of it. And which is like, if you even watch my video, I'm super like forthright in saying like, yeah, the writing was bad. They could have done it a lot better. Like they could have done Joel's death a lot better. And but like they act like I'm sitting here being like girlfriend reviews and being like, oh, this game is fucking art. It's a masterpiece. There's nothing you can like fucking say about it. So it's like you're gonna get people who they don't want you praising the thing they hate because the only narrative that's supposed to be allowed, on their internet is like, this game is shit. You should go back in time and like unmake it. And then there's other people who are like, this game is fucking amazing, and anyone who dislikes it is a chud, fucking alt-right, white supremacist, Nazi, transphobic, anti-feminist, like, you know, cuck, whatever. Whatever fucking insults are thrown around on whichever political side.
We watched, was it in the second one, we watched this Sharafonis guy, I don't remember the name.
Sharfilis.
But it's this, he was like, if you are racist, sexist, or whatever, go out of here, we are not talking. And I was like, yeah, but why does it matter if I am that or not? My arguments are still valid. And all they do with, like she does here, and the people in defending those shit stuff, it's like, it doesn't matter what ideology I am, what person I am. I could be literally Hitler and still be right with my argument.
I was gonna say, if Hitler came up to me and said the sky is blue, I'm not gonna say no, you're wrong because you're a Nazi.
Yeah.
Whether he is a Nazi or not doesn't change the fact the sky is actually blue and he is correct on this.
Yeah.
Well, technically, no, but yeah, exactly. It's. I can understand if you don't want to talk to somebody that has a view you don't respect. Like, I don't like talking to Nazis as well. But if we are talking about something and I don't know the ideology of that person, and they are like, yeah, this game is bad because of that and that, I won't say, yeah, you think that because you're a Nazi or whatever. I don't know that. I go to the argument the person makes, and if that argument is retarded, then I say that. But I don't have a reason to dismiss them just because.
What I do think is that what Chase was saying is that I think a lot of people are way too harsh on the game because of the story being so bad. But like, even though the only thing I've seen from gameplay is Southpaw stream and Mahler's, so like I've seen the gameplay be pretty bad, but like I can understand someone having fun with the game, like liking it, because like there's a lot of stuff like just having fucking shotgun shells that incendiary shotgun shells, or just explosive bow and explosive arrows or stuff like that. Like that seems like a lot of fun to play.
I wanted to jump in and kind of top off what I was saying earlier because I think I kind of lost the plot after a moment. But so the thing is, and I love that I'm in a community where I can actually be honest with my peers and they won't fucking get super ass blasted and like block me, because that was my old like YouTube game review community on Twitter, is just like they couldn't handle the slightest fucking criticism. But with Southpaw and Mahler, I love them and they're fucking amazingly talented and they're super funny and they're really nice and cool and everything, but they definitely are like going in hard on like this. I'm not saying they want to hate it necessarily. Thank you, Marcus. I'm not saying that like they want to hate it, but they're definitely kind of like milking their indifference towards it. To be like, oh yeah, this is objectively the worst thing ever. And like, I think to some degree they're kind of hamming it up. I do like that Mahler says that, because I think I was talking to him about it, and he's like, yeah, well, I'm stress testing the game. I'm seeing what sort of exploits it will or won't allow, what it'll punish, what it'll encourage. And I think that's fair. But I also feel like the way that Mahler played The Last of Us 2 was so unnatural and so unexpected of how a normal human being would play, you know?
Yeah, I do agree
that,
with that.
like, you're obviously going to get some weird hiccups. And yeah, like there's definitely truth to the idea that they should have accounted for these like variances in play style, and they should have coded around it and made the AI a little more smarter, a little more versatile and flexible. But like, you know, that doesn't mean you should go into every fucking game just like playing the polar opposite way that they expect you to play it, you know?
Yeah, but playing it to break it kind of thing.
Yeah.
And
especially for your first playthrough,
tester, but Mahler's not a game tester, so
he is British, so he's automatically quite smart.
I can give you a comparison for
totally
stuff
different.
like
Sorry, say it again, Soapy.
Yeah, so I think there's a way to play a game wrong, like people say that's not possible, but there is actually. I played the Resident Evil 2 remake, and I fucking hated it. It was like, what the shit? What the fuck is
Turns
this
out you were
shit?
playing it wrong.
It's way too hard. It's like, are they fucking kidding me? I don't have any ammo all the time and whatnot. And I beat it, but it was like, yeah, I hate it. I don't want to play this shit anymore. And I talked
Was it
with a
because
buddy
you
of
weren't
mine.
preserving your ammo and you were just like blasting everything you came across?
Exactly. He was
Yeah.
like, "You are not supposed to kill everything," and like, okay, because I'm used to it, like killing everybody or almost everybody in games normally, even in Resident Evil 4, where you don't have to do this, which I realized way too late. But I was like, yeah, I normally kill everything that's coming to my way, and so after I knew that, and like trying to get around the zombies and ignore most of them and stuff like that, I was like, wait, this is actually easy, that game. And I had like gallons of ammunition. And I really liked the game, and I played it 2 times more. So you can play a game wrong. The problem is then to find out if a bad game is like the gameplay is really bad, or it's just bad because you try to break it. I think there's room to figure out which of it is. And from what I've seen from Mordor's playthrough, is like, I think the gameplay is bad, and yeah, he tries to break it because I think he's trying to, like, a good game shouldn't be you shouldn't be able to break a good game. So I think that the fact that it's already a bit
Or at
bad,
least, yeah,
and
it
the fact
shouldn't
that you
be-
can break it makes it worse. If you understand.
I have returned. Are we gonna start the video already, or?
Yeah.
Wait for ChaseFacel and Chase
Yeah.
come back, I would say.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
yeah.
My only contention with that would be that there are many things that a typical person playing a game will not think to try and do as an attempt to break the game. So like going out of bounds is one thing, because players can easily do that because maps can be quite big and they can get lost, etc., etc. And if the bounds don't work, then yeah, that breaks the game. However, if it's like pressing up, up, down, square, X, X, left trigger, right trigger, move the analog stick 360 degrees, up, down again, I don't expect a regular Joe playing a game to attempt to try and do that to see if it breaks the game.
Sure.
So I suppose it's all within like how far you expect a casual player to actually make an effort to do that. And I think in several cases, if you're attempting to do something the game is stressed that it's unwise to do, then I think most players aren't going to be trying to actually do that anyway. So if it's like, yeah, don't fight this thing up close. So if the game goes all fucky because you fight the thing up close, well, most people aren't going to experience that because they're not going to try it because the game advised against it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, true. It's...
Now the fact that in Last of Us 2, the camera goes all fucky when you start fighting certain enemies like hand to hand. That is a bad thing because it is an option that is presented constantly, and the game never makes it clear when it's good and when it's bad to do that. It's sort of left to the player to figure out because it's not hand holding. So when that happens, yes, that is bad. There's certain other things. So like trying to go backtracking through an area or insisting on doing it. Well, most players aren't going to try and do that because the game has engineered itself to encourage people to keep moving in a certain direction. So I wouldn't necessarily say it's bad if they haven't accounted for eventualities for the suboptimal route for players to take.
I mean, it would definitely make the game better, but it's not necessarily a big problem. Just
absolutely, yeah. Obviously, the game is better if those issues aren't there.
Yeah, because it's more polished.
Like, the issues will only be experienced by like the 1%.
Okay, so can we get started with the video?
Sure.
Cool.
Okay.
Big fat spoilers and a big fat thanks to Skillshare for sponsoring this episode. Our last video was called Understanding The Last of Us Part 2, and it pretty much went like this.
I think...
We had no idea people would be this upset until 17 seconds after upload when they told us to kill ourselves. According to a lot of comments, our literary analysis was secretly a 10 out of 10 review that Naughty Dog paid us to write. So, to all our fellow shills involved in this conspiracy to enjoy a video game for money, I'd just like to say,
You guys are getting paid?
where's my money, Neil?
We'll have a lot more for you real soon.
Oh, okay.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
I think it's very generous of you to pick out the outliers and idiotic comments and present it as if that...
But she's gonna mention that she got like overwhelming positive response as well. So
yeah,
I
mean, in
that's fine.
that's still
Oh
quite a
shit,
lot of-
screen, yeah. Fuck. Thanks, Joe.
Oh,
I was being
Nice
a
one.
retard. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Yeah. She was just showing some comments in the video. No worries.
Oh, it was just, but the point was she was showing a bunch of comments from like stupid people saying stupid things, as if that was all that was being said.
Mm-hmm.
Which is quite generous of you to do.
Yeah.
Thank you for. I mean that I've covered this video, not this one specifically, the other one previously on Smudcast. And yeah, I can confirm that we didn't say kill yourself for like 3 hours. We actually had other things to say.
Yeah, I forgot what I was gonna say.
I also, by the way, if you're on the internet, just as a pro tip, just fucking ignore anyone who says kill yourself, because they're almost undoubtedly a troll at this point.
Yeah.
They've got nothing substantial to say, and the opinions of random goers on the internet that jump to such extremes shouldn't bother you. Because this is 2020 and you are an adult.
In the Studio Devil had to leave, so now we have EFAP Audio Archive to replace him.
Hello.
Yeah. New person. Sorry, I've never been on here.
Yes, the first time,
First time.
he's on ECUM, so I'll welcome him, our new guest.
Thank you.
Our most
Welcome,
disliked
fellow
content
e-commer.
ever. It was also one of our most liked, most upvoted, most retweeted, and highest trending. Thank you for
So the
letting us
fuck
try
are you
something
complaining
new and
for?
supporting our honesty, whether you agree or not. But this is a comedy channel, and we want to make fun of this thing. Naughty Dog.
Naughty Dog, what is this?
This is the worst
Okay.
game of 2020.
I cannot believe you killed Joel and made this leash freak out.
This isn't an understanding of The Last of Us Part 2. This is a review of what it's like to live with someone who plays The Last of Us Part 2. Again, we need to begin by addressing the big dead elephant in the room.
Oh,
Joel.
God,
In
not the elephant.
2013, Joel
The
Miller
elephant.
became the video game dad of our dreams, and now he's the bloody pulp of our nightmares. This fictional dude
The
died
big,
over a month ago, and
the
it still
Holdo
feels like...
maneuver is the big galactic universe physics destroying elephant in the room.
Yeah, but it's just an elephant in the room, so we good.
It's just
It's
a thing
quaint
people
and
don't
small
want
and
to
it
talk
could be
about.
overlooked.
Yeah.
Fucking Luke going to an island wanting to kill himself, but hasn't plucked up the courage to jump off a cliff, is the big, really disappointing they murdered my hero elephant in the room.
Yes.
Fictional dude died over a month ago, and it still feels like...
Everywhere I go, I see his face. I just really miss him.
My biggest complaint
Wayne,
about
pick a better
losing Joel
Spider-Man
was the
film.
Yeah.
I miss him.
My biggest
Good- good
complaint
trailer,
about
though.
losing Joel
Yeah.
was the insufficient mourning period. There's no funeral or eulogy, just a fun house of memories.
Oh, there's the picture.
Oh.
Remember Joel?
This is also really manipulative. Just like, oh,
sad.
Joel, aren't you sad that he died? Just so sad. And just
Why does this
this
photo
pic-
still look good?
yeah, this picture shouldn't look good. It was what I was gonna say. Like in the first game, it looks way more like decayed. I don't know if that's the word.
Smaller too.
I
Thought it was smaller.
No, I
But,
don't know.
like,
I
it
think
was,
the
like,
size is
folded
about
or
right.
something at one point.
I don't know. I think the size is about right, but it was like the image was fading in the first game, and the second one is just basically perfect image.
Yeah,
Just
it was 20
completely
years
restored.
old, and it wasn't kept in a frame.
Yeah, the thing is, it was 20 years old, but now 4 years have passed, so it has regenerated itself. So
Oh well, they got access to a computer, so they just printed one off from a while back.
But they
so.
don't.
No.
Even Matt, who normally celebrates when he gets a powerful new weapon, put Joel's revolver in his backpack and said. Then immediately after all that trauma, Naughty Dog just kinda goes, well, anyway, have fun in Seattle. Whose idea was it to make the saddest game in the world? I mean, it's not a bad thing, but I can't say I blame anyone who found no pleasure in the pain. You remember when Reggie Filet Mignon coined this motto for Nintendo?
If it's not fun, why bother?
Well, Naughty Dog's catchy new tagline should be,
Explorers in the further regions of experience. Demons to some, angels to others.
For Matt and I, this masochistic
it.
approach to immersion worked.
They're basically saying that the game wasn't fun. It was just kind of torture porn.
Yeah, but you can enjoy torture porn, but I can't enjoy Last of Us 2. Like I can enjoy movies that make me sad or that really play with my emotions.
Can we get that quote, please?
You can enjoy torture.
Yeah,
porn.
do it, please. but this
Soundbite.
this is just it's not. I don't know. It's like okay, so people enjoy SM, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the game is like not like SM. It's like not like playing with you and you both agree to this. It's just beating your naked ass with a belt and saying, okay, you should like it, and I'm like, no, I don't enjoy this.
No.
Worked so well that it ruined our weekend and kept us awake at night. However, we see that as an absolute win. So I guess our official stance on the plot is.
It's a little on the dark side, but you know, that's cool.
But you heard me bravo about that last time. Let's talk about the gameplay, which our official stance on is.
We were on the verge of greatness. We were this close.
The diverse environments, clever level design, and dual play styles make the combat every bit as
I
exciting
do enjoy
as the first
playing
game.
as Abby. I will admit that. I don't like Abby as a character, but in terms of gameplay, playing as her was far more entertaining.
Just being a brawler.
Yeah, I imagine
Just
that
like
would be pretty fun.
Snapping people's necks and everything. I immediately felt satisfied just doing that.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, just Abby Smash. It probably is really fun to play with doing that. But yeah. And she didn't even play the game. That's true. She judged the gameplay, but she didn't even play the game. That seems weird, but I mean,
Well, she's going off what her boyfriend says, and it's a bit of a weird stance to take, considering, yes, you are correct, she doesn't play the game, and she's going off like third party what her boyfriend said. What her boyfriend says. That's the correct use of pronouns. So yeah, it's kind of strange, but I assume if you're looking at gameplay and you're having fun, you can assume that the person that's doing it is having fun as well, I guess.
mm-hmm. I mean, it just her premise is that she's watching her boyfriend play the game, so maybe she's just gonna talk about the gameplay from her perspective, or she's gonna bring in her boyfriend to say something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't exactly remember, but yeah, let's see.
She just
While
talks about
improvements
it.
to mobility, equipment, and actions make the combat even better. Unfortunately, the way in which the combat progresses is entirely dependent on looting.
Ooh, lots of stuff. I bet you there's a word.
Why is that unfortunate? Like, unfortunately, it's dependent on looting, but why is that unfortunate?
Survival game, and so you have to loot to upgrade your stuff.
I actually
That makes-
think they leave a lot more loot for you to loot than they should. Like inventory, everyone I watch, their inventory is always fucking full, and it's
Yeah, I've been through that.
yeah. So just if they made the resources a bit more scarce, it would probably make the game a lot better.
Here. Oh, I'm so excited. We have so
Well,
many.
it's like so you can play the first Last of Us with without upgrading any of your stuff. You know, if you don't want to really loot, you can just do that. So I'm sure it's the same with this one.
Yeah, I think so.
Because it'll still supply you with different guns and enough ammo. So
Are you so excited?
Yeah. To unlock new skills, you have to search for training manuals. To upgrade skills, you have to search for supplements. To carry multiple weapons, you have to search for holsters. And to upgrade weapons, you have to search for parts. That means I had to watch my boyfriend visit every bathroom in Seattle so Ellie could pop whatever pills she found lying around.
Okay, so this is from her perspective of being the person who watches her boyfriend play instead of her playing. Then yeah, I can understand being bored by it, just seeing him just having to go loot all the time instead of playing the game, the fun part that will probably be fun for her to watch. So yeah, this is completely subjective to her, but I think I understand the...
Also, I'm back. Also, I've been listening the whole time. I have really good Bluetooth headphones, so I've just been pooping and taking in the fucking conversation. So, like, she's complaining now about, like, oh, and you have to do things. You have to fucking pick. Like, she'd be happier if this was just a movie with no gameplay, but it's just like there's shit that you can do to like progress your story and make things better, and she's just like, oh, it's like this would be fucking nothing without these mechanics.
Of this game's story would be better because it takes away whatever illusion of control players have, so they can't be frustrated at that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and like, I don't know, it's rewarding when you find another holster or something like that. Like, ooh,
yeah, of course.
Or when you figure out those very complex puzzles to open the safes.
Yeah.
Everything will be okay. Yeah. I just need these pills. I need them.
In my Uncharted 4 review, I praised it as the best game I've ever watched, thanks to being a story-driven thrill ride with minimal distractions and virtually zero menu screens. But in Naughty Dog's latest, the story demanded far more investment and patience.
May I just say, feels fucking bad to be so bad at video games that you're like, all I can do is watch and appraise it from the sidelines. It's just like, you know, it's really not that hard, right? Like there's difficulty adjustments you can make. I've watched this video game. The best video game I've ever watched. Are you fucking kidding me? That's like hearing someone say, it was the best book I've ever read a summary about. It's like, wow, you're at the absolute pinnacle of opinionated pieces here.
Yeah, like, that's why, like, usually I think her videos are good because she gives a perspective of like, I'm the girlfriend who's just watching my boyfriend play. Like, what game should I get him for his birthday or whatever that I will have fun watching as well. So like when she's talking about it, she's like, oh, I had so much fun watching this. But now with The Last of Us 2, she seems like she actually wants to talk about the game and the intricacies of the story or whatever. Which just seems like she was the one who played it, she was the one who experienced it. And it's just, it doesn't fit with the rest of her content.
I constantly lured my boyfriend away from it, like a siren singing him to shipwreck.
Oh!
How can you not want to go in this subway? Look at it.
Because
look how cool
I want to go to the
is.
aquarium
Look
and
how
continue
cool
the
this
story.
is. Okay, I was looking for duct tape.
Grabbing every piece of loot became such a priority
I know
that the
that-
characters often...
I know that they probably think they have a really fucking hilarious chemistry between the two of them, but all I hear is her going, It's like, I love my girlfriend, and she and I have fucking hilarious conversations all the time. But I'm sure if I fucking recorded that shit and posted it online, people would be like, this is cringe.
Yeah, it's just like a boyfriend and girlfriend, the bantering with each other is one thing. People listening to that on the internet is a whole other thing. Like,
I mean, hey, they could be completely entertaining. I just think to myself, oh, this sounds really not fun to watch.
Yeah.
As someone who has watched the streams, I do have to disagree. I do think they get on quite well in terms of dialogue for entertainment. I think it's pretty good.
Okay.
They do pick some straight, the examples they go for, because the whole niche is that it's the boyfriend enjoying the game and it's the girlfriend sat there on her phone just sort of like, oh, we're still playing this sort of thing. But when they're actually like doing a stream on Twitch and getting into it, it is pretty good to watch. And obviously some games are better than others. Like the Dark Souls stuff really frustrated me as a Dark Souls fan myself, because she's practically living in Groundhog Day of him repeating the same stuff over and over again because he keeps dying because he's a scrub. No, it's but obviously for a Souls fan, that stuff is invigorating. Getting back to the boss and fighting it again and feeling yourself get closer and closer to beating it. That's the reward that comes from a Souls game, the crushing difficulty. But obviously, yeah, if you're watching it, even if you're like just a casual viewer watching a stream, it gets really repetitive, and you just want to skip to the section where he actually just beats the boss because that's something new that you feel is happening. So yeah, depending on the game, it's really entertaining, but they always seem to go with the clips where they have a disagreement on something, or she's expressing a frustration that she can't understand as the backseat gamer.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess something to add with that would be,
Also, so what are you playing right now?
What?
I just keep hearing fucking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
keyboard.
I'm typing sometimes. Yeah. I'm sorry.
I was gonna be like, don't tell me you're playing
making-
fucking
making
Genshin Impact right now.
No, when I would
Red
play
Dead.
something, then it would be Minecraft. But
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm just typing.
No. But what I was gonna say was that, and I'll bring up Red Dead again. Watching Red Dead for me isn't as enjoying as playing it.
Yeah.
Because when just watching somebody wander out in the middle of nowhere, I'm like, why are you doing this? But when I play it and I'm like, I'm wandering out and doing stuff, it's like when I find something, I find a gold bar, I'm like, oh yes,
Oh, I'm like I think 98% in my biggest save in Red Dead 2, and just like entering that save and just doing nothing, just literally going on my horse and it's walking around the map. It's just so much fun, but watching it is pretty boring. So
yeah,
it's a very different experience.
Often appeared more interested in rags and scissors than the bullets flying past their head. And the game's biggest flaw, in my opinion, is that the rewards for doing all of this are mostly pee-pee-poo-poo. And that's why when we started over from square one as Abby, thinking about all the cupboards she needs to peek in just made me want to do something else.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Thankfully, Abby's gameplay presented a welcome change of pace by reflecting her training as a soldier as well as her physique. Dang!
She's ripped, bro.
What the hell? Damn, girl. Check out them pipes.
Where Ellie's experience and gear encourage
You guys can get prepared for her to bring up the people, the bigots talking about Abby.
Oh, great.
Oh no.
No, I will say,
You got the art to talk.
To quote a certain plumber, let's go.
Let's go.
I'm gonna be honest. Personally, it's not really bothered me all that much.
Like, I don't think it makes sense for her to be so ripped in terms of like the availability of resources to her. However, I don't think it's a very big problem, especially compared to the other problems this game suffers.
Like,
I'm willing to buy it, basically, but yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I think.
I don't know.
But the problem
I don't buy
is,
it, but I don't care. So it's
yes. So the problem is that they always act like it bothers so many people, and it's the only thing people are bothered by. So they again beat up a straw man. Like, oh, you don't like the game because Abby is so ripped. No, that's a part of it, but it's not the main reason.
It's fine, I guess. It's way down on the list of things I would talk about if I was describing this game as bad.
Oh yeah, that would be just some throwaway thing. Just like if I were to make a video on it, I'd just say it's completely unrealistic. I'd bring up the references, talk about it for like 5 minutes, and then move on. But like they're just Joel's death. I would talk about that for like 1 hour.
Yeah, that's the important stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, I personally don't like the way she looks just facially. She looks far too sort of mean, and I think, although I understand that from a like train as a soldier sort of thing, if you're trying to get something dear to this character, she has to look a bit more approachable, if that's the word, or soft or pleasant, because she's not really that kind in her interactions outside of a couple with Lev, and then she's this furrowed-browed, hulking, bodybuilding female as well on top of that. So it's hard to find the endearing side to this character.
Yeah, but you found her endearing, right, Chase? I think you remember you saying that.
Yeah, I found her. Sorry, I don't have push to talk as a button. I don't really necessarily like her, but she reminded me of a tomboy I dated in high school who. It's like Abby's kind of soft-spoken. Beneath all of it, she seems very introverted, and but she also, is confident.
Sure.
And she's, become physically capable because she kind of needed to in the fucking apocalypse. So just, there were parts of her I felt like, oh yeah, this is a real person somewhere out there. She felt like someone that could feasibly exist.
Like her personality traits could be for a real person.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, in spite of everything that happened to her in the past, she still retains like her core personality. That's always sort of how I felt.
Sure, I can
Like,
understand
even when she's sassing someone, she's just kind of like, oh, are you kidding me? Like, it's all kind of under her breath a lot of the time. Like, she just seems very like she's been sort of the shy girl that writes in her diary and doodles unicorns and shit in school.
Sure.
Encourage players to be strategic, quiet, and resourceful. Abby's experience and gear encourage players to just send it. For example, when Ellie encountered a room full of
seems
stalkers,
like that's
my
fun as
boyfriend
fuck.
hid and tried not to cry. When Abby encountered a room full of stalkers, he was like,
Come on, I want you to do it. I want you to do it.
Yay, more Dark Knight. This reference is going to take a while to enter.
Yeah, Abby's gameplay, if you get like into like a stream of like successive kills, is really satisfying.
I imagine. Isn't there like an upgrade where you can just punch twice or something like that to just land two huge strikes to kill zombies? So yeah, it should be really fun.
If the game is like gracious enough not to bug out with its grab hitboxes, and you get into like a big combo of like swinging and snapping people's necks and blowing people's heads off or hitting them with giant hammers, then yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, it's like watching that, I'm just like, okay, I feel like I would have fun with this regardless of the story and all that. But
yeah, I'm still debating myself whether I'm gonna buy The Last of Us 2 for PS5 or not. It's
well, I already bought it for PS4, but I haven't played it.
But I just because I haven't had a PlayStation console since PS2. And I don't know what games I'm gonna buy for PS5 that like from PS4 that I still want to play. Because like the first The Last of Us I'm definitely gonna play, but the second one I'm not sure yet. Because like the gameplay seems fun, but the story is just I know I'm gonna be very upset while playing the story, so I'm not sure yet. This reference never ends.
Just get on with it.
I feel like the Dark Knight clip is a little drawn out. Doing the start where it's like, come on, I want you to do it. I want you to do it. I was okay with that, but it just kept going.
It just the best thing to do is just put Abby's face on the come on, I want you to do it, I want you to do it, and that's it.
Yeah.
Just like put Abby smashing the zombie's face, and that works. Just it's way too drawn out.
Yeah, the rest of it's just too drawn out.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
It just seems like they rest their laurels too much. I'm like, haha, funny movie review. You like movies, right, viewer?
Yeah, pretty much.
You like The Dark Knight, the most
It's like
well-known.
just make up your own jokes, do your own voices, provide your own art, and make up like original jokes. Don't just go, haha, funny iconic scene from very popular movie. Have you seen Frozen? You know, it's just it's like you guys know the fucking Mr. Plinkett review of Ghostbusters 2016. And he just goes, remember Scarface? Like fucking 30 times. Like that's kind of what this fucking video reminds me of sometimes.
Yeah.
That was fun.
And further in Abby's favor are set pieces and scenarios that intensify as one would expect from the second half of a normally structured game.
This part with the like burning down the Scar's place, like it seems like it would be a lot of fun to play. I gotta be honest. Just the visuals and how riding around in a horse, shooting people. Yeah, it seems like it would be fun to play. So yeah.
Half of a normally structured game, leading to some of the series' craziest battles such as the Rat King at Ground Zero, some of the series' sincerest moments such as overcoming Abby's fear of heights, and some of the series' dopest filmmaking
She doesn't
such as
overcome her fear of heights, to be honest. She just sort of panics the entire time.
She even falls in the end, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I think so. That was one thing I mentioned in my little fucking like Twitter voice recording is that yeah, they didn't really do much with it, but it was still just sort of humanizing to be like, oh yeah. I didn't even realize that they even alluded to it in the beginning, like the very first moment you can play as Abby, and you have to walk across that kind of thin platform, and Owen just says, "Oh, just don't look down." Like I guess I was kind of coasting at that point. I was like, whatever, but then once I got to the part where you have to climb on like the bridge super high up in the sky and shit, I think that was kind of well done because that really let me appreciate the fact that the field of view like gets wider.
Yeah, I just
And,
I think that moment is fine in terms of just like a character perspective of Abby having fewer fights. I just think the bridges existing is a fucking problem because it doesn't really make sense. But whatever.
Well, I suppose if it's a skyscraper that's in the process of being built, it makes sense for the cranes to be high up because you essentially build you build the cranes to scale with the
cranes get taller as the building grows. Yeah,
but it's not even that they get taller; they build underneath the crane, so the crane rises up as the building goes up, and then they disassemble the crane at the end, and then fly it off the top of the skyscraper, basically. And obviously, if the skyscraper is half built and the crane falls over, then yeah, it makes sense for it. It's unique, but it kind of makes sense for it to be there. I'm more confused as to how she would survive the fall through the glass ceiling, because from that height, she lands in a pool. I get that, but from that height at that velocity, that water's going to be about as hard as stone.
Oh yeah,
you're gonna break your fucking legs.
And she definitely cut her back because of just falling on the glass.
Ceiling of glass as well. That's like 3 inches thick.
Yeah, like she should have died from that, but plot armor, I guess.
Yeah.
When Abby's being hung from the tree and it's raining and it's all lit by torchlight,
Dude, that looks
and then
so
and then
cool.
she gets cut down by Lev, and then she picks up the hammer and she stands up menacingly, and it's all this one take, and then the camera goes behind her with the hammer in her hand, and then it turns into gameplay, and a zombie comes out of the woods and you freaking dodge it and smash it on the head. That is so awesome.
I find this funny because
some things happened. It was fucking badass, dude. Like.
I find this reaction really funny because I was watching Mahler's gameplay yesterday to prepare for today, and when he got to this part, he was like, oh, "I guess we gotta play more," or just something like that. Like he just sighed and just this guy is losing his mind. It's like, "Yo, dude, it was a one take, and then you get to fight some zombies."
I mean, it's funny because like Metal Gear Solid 4, back in the day, was one of the more groundbreaking games because it did. It was probably one of the greatest like pioneers to be like seamless cutscene to gameplay transition where the cutscenes are all done in engine, so but it looks like it's in a cutscene, and then the camera kind of pulls back and you realize, oh shit, the game has been playing the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Now every game does it and it doesn't faze me.
Yeah,
fucking hell.
He's like, oh, and the camera pulls back and she's holding the hammer and the zombie comes out. It's like, yeah, that's what we call a scripted gameplay segment. And they exist in fucking droves in every even borderline cinematic game.
Oh, if this scene was in a movie, like it would be really impressive just being one take, being so long with her being.
Yeah, if it was an actual oneer, instead of just something where they can manipulate it all digitally and it doesn't fucking carry any gravity at all. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I'll say, yeah, the animators did a good job making it look good. Okay.
You don't have to worry about timings and what have you, and people to be on cue because it's a gameplay. Once the character model is off screen, they can essentially pause it and bring it back in when necessary.
Yeah.
So you don't have to time it. But I find this odd considering this wasn't praise that they ever gave for God of War 4, and that's one entire one take. But I don't understand. So why is it impressive, especially to point out here?
I still thought God of War 3 was very impressive, even just back on PS3 technology, being able, like that very first introductory segment where you're on like Gaia or whatever the thing is. It's like a giant golem. Sorry, what was it?
Pick up Poseidon like a little clown boy.
Yeah.
That was a great.
I almost forgot that's where that came from.
Boy.
But no, it was just like the very beginning of God of War 3 where you're like on the giant golem or whatever it was, giant crab thing, I forget. And it's just, but like you see the environment moving like around you. It's like it has like you have like your own inertial frames on this fucking giant creature. Like that was, I didn't really have any reason to bring that up other than to say, man, I kind of want to play that game again. That was a really fun game.
I've never actually played any of the God of War games because, like I said, I don't have a PlayStation console, so I'm.
3's probably the best one.
Play it.
Isn't the
1 and 2?
People praise the 2018 God of War like a whole lot?
Oh.
I didn't care for it that much, but
I played it.
But yeah, no, definitely. I would say like they make like a God of War collection on PS3 or something like that. But definitely, the first 2 games are kind of more hack and slash, kind of brainless, just hit the buttons, do the combos.
Mm-hmm.
But then God of War 3 gets much more cinematic, whereas God of War 1 and 2 are just kind of they're very gamey, you know.
Right.
They're very they want to be these big sweeping grandiose stories about like Greek gods and you know life and death and revenge. But then at the end of the day, it's just like square, 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 triangle, R2, circle. It's just like, oh, well, this is art, huh? This is amazing art.
Right. Well, I'll check them out when I have the chance. The first one is for PS2, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the first 2 are.
The first 2? Oh, okay. So then I can play it on.
Highly
the
recommend
emulator.
you buy the HD collection on a PS3 if you ever get the chance.
Oh, well, if it is available on PS5, I will. But if it's not, I'm just gonna emulate it on my PC.
Yeah,
it should work on. I think the games work on PS3 emulator as well now.
Oh yeah, it's true. I have a PS3 emulator.
Yeah, look at the compatibility list and see if it's on it. But I think they managed to.
Yeah, I think it works. I think I remember downloading it to play because a friend of mine said he did as well. So yeah.
And also play Ghost of Sparta and what was the Hero of the Olympus or something? I'm not sure. But those 2 spin-off games, they're pretty okay as well. I had fun playing them, and they were not as good as 1 and 2, but still, I think you don't waste the time and with them and you get some backstory and stuff. So yeah, check them out as well.
I will.
Chain of Olympus, exactly. Chain of Olympus.
Yeah. What are y'all smoking? I'm so glad she had those muscles. I was like, I'm not even scared, dude. I'm the Terminator. Batman. I love her muscles, man. I wish people liked her muscles more. I don't get it.
And speaking of how unrealistic Abby's gains are in a video game about cannibalistic...
Oh, okay. I pause it.
So he's saying like she's like Terminator and stuff. You see her just punching through clickers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look at. Mm-hmm. So remember the first game where you have like Joel who is like reasonably trained, and he's getting fucking killed by clickers, and she says, "Oh yeah, clicker, let me break the neck." And they are not a threat anymore, are they? It looks like she's no problem there. Why should I care in gameplay with her? And then later on, you have gameplay scenes, if I remember correctly, where you get killed normally again with those against those or by those clickers. So by the sequence doesn't make sense, and it's like it's showing that they are really not a threat anymore. I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. In the first game, you had to either sneak up on a clicker and shiv them, or basically shoot them. You could not go hand in hand with them, or they would just insta kill you. So. Yeah.
Now you have Abby, who's like this buff
brawl
girl who just can do it, and like.
Which I think.
And people wonder why we think she's unrealistic. Sorry.
Well, she's built bigger than Joel. It's like, oh, like
but Joel is a man.
Yeah, but don't you forget the scars have those huge guys like those fucking monsters of guys like built like they're huge with the hammers as well. So just like it's not even just Abby who is unrealistic. There are those scars as well.
I don't know if I would say they are unrealistic necessarily. Because there's a difference to have like bodybuilding mass and stuff and just being fat, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like being fat is if you're fat, you're usually more bloated. So you don't have to eat necessarily as much as someone who is bodybuilding to sustain that. If you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
So depending on what they have as a diet, I could believe that. I can believe it more than a woman having to train and eating a lot of protein to build up muscles like she has. That's an entirely different thing, I would say.
Yeah. Well, now we're gonna get to the to the bigots who said that Abby isn't.
I will say that the stuff about her not being able to physically live in a world and like get that much, muscle. There were a lot of times where she passed through like giant fucking meat shops. So it's not to say that like the meat doesn't exist. It's just I think like when you paired it with what people thought it was going to be, which was like, oh, fucking forcing this transgender agenda, and it's like we're gonna kill your favorite character, and also I'm a girl, but I have muscles. Fucking deal with it. In that context, that felt very forced and cringy.
Sure.
But I have no problem with her having big muscles. It makes sense in considering the world she lives in.
Yeah, I mean, she says that she wants to start working out to get strong to get to Joel. So like, she has the motivation to do so. I just I think it's a bit unrealistic, but it's not exactly a big problem.
I feel like it's a bit exaggerated, but it's like I don't really care, you know.
Yeah.
I think it was EFAP 100 or whatever where they covered a video of it, and
it was Jim Sterling, right?
Yeah, so many hours about it, and I was just like, I don't care enough about her muscles.
Yep.
I liked her muscles more. I get it.
And speaking of how unrealistic Abby's gains are in a video game about cannibalistic mushrooms, allow me to address just a few of...
It's a game about cannibalistic mushrooms intended for children.
That's so fucking... I hate this argument. Okay, so
mushrooms.
First off, realistic doesn't mean that it has to be like exactly like reality. That there is a distinction between that, and it's also about like being like you can believe it in some way, and I can believe that it's not even mushroom. It's like fungus, parasite stuff. I can believe that there is a parasite that can overtake your brain and like do what they are doing in the game. That could be part of what's in reality.
Well, because
it doesn't mean then
exists, so in real life.
Yeah, exactly.
So
and also take like let's say Alien, the movie. You have like these alien creatures which are like, yeah, I don't know if they exist in reality or whatever, but just because we have this element of maybe some like fantastical element in a way, that doesn't mean that we can now throw out gravity and people have to breathe and stuff like that, right? The stuff is still in there, and so just because we have one tiny fantastic element doesn't mean we can throw out everything because it doesn't have to be realistic. Yeah, okay, why is not everybody then buffed like Abby? Why is not everybody running around with like, I don't know, assault rifles and having like 50 magazines on them and just shooting at the zombies all the time? Why is nobody driving around with tanks and jumping into the air and whatnot? It doesn't have to be realistic, doesn't it? Does it? It's such a stupid argument.
And I also find it funny that she said cannibalistic mushrooms, but it's not cannibalistic mushrooms because it's not mushrooms eating other mushrooms. This is very nitpicky, but yeah, it's wrong. And like this comment she's showing, I don't really see a problem with it. She's praising the game like it's in the first video. She was praising the game like it was a masterpiece, and she's just like, please explain the plot holes, because if you don't, how is the story as good as you say it is? You know, it's a valid comment. I don't see a problem with it.
Few of the other totally
Bravo, you just proved yourself a fool by ignoring every plot hole the set tempo of a narrative has. I mean, this is kind of more, but I still agree. She didn't mention anything in regards to plot holes.
Unexplainable plot holes that people
feels. Yeah, the first video was just very trying to manipulate people, and this one is just reactionary to all the bad feedback she got.
People keep accusing me of ignoring. How does Abby conveniently stumble upon Joel after literally following his tracks? And how does Luke Skywalker conveniently land in Yoda's front yard on Dagobah?
Oh, fuck. Oh.
Hey, what aboutism? We did it, guys. Woohoo!
Yeah, if you could just answer the question, man, that would be fucking lovely. Instead of deferring to a completely unrelated game or movie from the 70s.
Just, how the fuck is Empire even remotely related to The Last of Us 2? Ah, Jesus.
Well, it's like, hey, did you know there's a problem in this other fucking property? Like,
yeah, but also contrivance is not does not equal contrivance. Like, there are different degrees of contrivances.
Yeah.
And like, let's say Luke crashes into the planet and then he walks around for half an hour and then finds him, or he walks
And just
2
like
days and finds him.
the Force could have led Yoda to Luke. So like the only thing this
Exactly.
happens is that it happens quicker than it would if Luke hadn't crashed
Exactly.
so
we would
near,
just have the
so close.
the difference is there, like he would maybe take a few days to find him. Okay, so then we have like it's not totally contrived that he lands exactly there. Okay, but the thing is with this, the stuff in The Last of Us 2, if they wouldn't have met each other in that place, they would have never met each other. They don't search for them. They don't. They are just there to patrol or whatever. Then the other weeks, years, and whatever, they would never meet each other again. So it's totally contrived that they meet at exactly that moment, and all the stuff happens then afterwards. It's a way different than Luke landing at Yoda's place. It's
I mean, just
the implications are way different.
Even the horde existing in that moment in the game, it's retarded. Like, because there shouldn't be a horde, and they later try to say, oh, the horde's moving during the winter, but it doesn't make any sense with the story that we've known for this universe. So just like they have a Deus Ex Machina horde, so they can make Abby meet Joel in the most contrived way, and then Joel just gives away his name to Abby, and just like it's really retarded how Joel dies, and it's just deflecting using whataboutism that isn't even right. So, yay.
I just want to let you know, not mean to interrupt. I have to be gone for about 20 minutes, half an hour, but I will be back. So if you don't hear from me...
Good. Get out. Don't come back.
You don't need your old-timey radios here.
I'll be back shortly.
All right.
Let's continue.
All right, see you, man.
Yeah, see you later.
All right. Well, I'm going to mute myself, so I will be back. I do intend to.
Okay.
All right.
Luck.
Found someone you have, I would say.
Why does Joel cautiously agree to follow a young woman to safety instead of fighting a giant horde of monsters in a blizzard? And why does Batman act less like Batman after years of peace and off-screen?
Okay. Yes, let's use whataboutism for The Dark Knight Rises, one of the most poorly written sequels ever.
I will give her credit. Her use of the drunk Yoshi's Island music actually is a good editorial decision.
I'll agree.
Okay.
With that. But yeah, where it's like, just quit
it's going da 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 is the normal music, and then it's like do 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 do.
Yeah, it just slows down. Yeah.
It's kind of cute little thing.
Yeah. No, it's a good edit. I'll say that.
It's
good
too loud.
It's a bad argument with a good edit.
Yeah, but it's like quit bringing up problems in other things. Like, I don't consider the Empire Strikes Back one a problem, but it's like quit bringing up problems from other things and being like, yeah, there's problems in other things.
Videos
yeah,
like these
we're talking
really
about
remind me that videos like these remind me that if you're funny, you don't necessarily have to be right. If you can present things in an entertaining way, people will go, "Oh, you."
Yeah, Cosmonaut proves that.
Yeah.
So
it's just like decent editing and funny jokes.
Yeah.
Boom.
So isn't
you don't
it
have to be
sad? Isn't it sad that people who defend The Last of Us 2 and TLJ and stuff like that, isn't it sad that they the only way to defend a bad thing happening in that stuff is
whataboutism?
In order to defend it, the bad stuff, they have to find bad stuff in other media. It's like if the thing you just try to defend, if that would be good, you don't have a reason to go somewhere else and find bad stuff there. No, that doesn't work like that. If you have to go somewhere else, then you just admit that it's bad. It's equally bad as bad as in something else. And like, she's also playing it like we won't criticize this with in the other stuff as well. It's like, oh, you accepted the contrivances in the other movies, so therefore why don't you accept them in this game now? It's like we don't necessarily accept the stuff in other.
I mean, she's using The Dark Knight Rises to deflect criticism, and Bruce's character assassinated in that film. So I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna think it's a good defense. Like, The Dark Knight Rises is really bad.
Batman act less like Bat after years of peace and off-screen character development?
Might be time to get some fresh air. Start paying attention to the details. Some of those details might need your help.
Why does Ellie spend the whole game trying to kill Abby, then just stop at the end? And why does Frodo spend 3 whole movies trying to destroy the ring, then just stop at the end?
Oh fuck!
I remember this is such a retarded point.
What?
It
The
corrupts
most
him. It's a
manipulative thing
ring
ever.
with magic. I'm sorry.
This is such a
This
bad
corrupting
point.
ring corrupts this guy. Oh.
Yeah.
Why did
The
we waste
story
our time
makes
with 3
sense.
movies?
This is bad for some
I feel like
reason.
that's almost an admittance of the fact that like she has no fucking retort to any of these points people are making if she just has to keep going. Yeah, well, Star Wars. Yeah, well, Lord of the Rings. Fuck you. You don't know anything either. Your movie's not. My movie's not bad. Your movie's bad.
Yeah.
She has no way to defend that. So it just really using Lord of the Rings
Has she
and that
seen
example.
Lord of
is
the
so
Rings
retarded.
though?
I guess not, because that's so retarded. She probably heard someone. She probably saw Cinematic
boyfriend
Venom's.
probably told her.
She saw Cinematic Venom's review and said, "Yeah,
Oh,
well,
God.
this film is bad."
Yeah.
I gotta say, I'm not enjoying the content of these videos, but I am enjoying the editive approach.
Oh yeah,
I
the
agree.
editing I like. Yeah.
Yeah.
One possible answer to these questions is that Neil Druckmann, Lawrence Kasdan, Christopher Nolan, and J.R.R. Tolkien are a bunch of hack frauds.
I mean,
No.
no, The Dark Knight Rises
not
is bad. I'm
true.
sorry. He was.
Yeah.
The film is poorly written, and The Last of Us 2 is poorly written as well. So, and J.R.R. Tolkien isn't a fucking fraud because something in his story made sense. Like, this is so retarded.
And even if this was a problem in this film, then that doesn't mean that your problem is now not a problem anymore.
We're still
That doesn't
talking
work
about
like that.
Last of Us, not fucking Lord of the Rings. So
Yeah.
Exactly.
It
Let's
doesn't
say
matter if it is a problem in Lord of the
let's
Rings.
say Lord of the Rings are the worst movies ever made. Let's just say that. I give you that. And every other movie as well is fucking bad. That still does make your game good.
I mean, I
Yeah.
feel like there's really 2 ways to approach this. If they're just joking and they're just taking the piss and they don't actually mean anything by it, because I'll do that shit in my fucking videos. Like when I reviewed The Last of Us 2, I talked about how the voice acting for a lot of the NPCs and stuff felt really like stilted and unnatural. And then you look up all the voice talent, you're like, oh, all these people fucking did exclusively voiceover until like a year ago. And then I basically just said, oh, fucking do less visual novels, and maybe you'll have the acting abilities to like actually move me emotionally, you fucking idiot. And just like, and the whole thing was just very clearly to me, I was just like, this is a really obnoxious thing to say. I'm just gonna say it. And then everyone else reads it and they go, oh my god, fuck you. How the fuck did you say something like that? That's so insensitive. They ascribe it to you just sitting there like fucking glaring down your eyebrows at your fucking computer screen, like, listen, you motherfucker. Just the most worst faith way to take it. And I feel like, I mean, obviously this is a little bit of a diatribe, but I don't know how much of this she means. How much she's.
I mean,
just
I
fucking...
don't think she's trying to say that these writers are actually frauds. She's trying to say they're all good writers.
I'm just saying that like it seems like a really disingenuous fucking response. And if she knows that and she's just doing it to take the piss, then I guess it's less egregious.
But I mean, how is I don't know. It's just deflecting the criticism, and this is a review of The Last of Us 2. It still is pretty scummy to just see, oh, are you gonna talk about the problems in the story? And then she's like, yeah, let's talk about them. And then she doesn't. She just deflects it. She just
no.
I
know. I'm just saying, like, this could if it's sort of
it could be used
right now.
A second, sorry. Joe just posted this here, the pinned comment on the video, and so basically she's talking about joke stuff.
Okay, people can stop explaining the Lord of the Rings to us. The point of the joke is that... Wait, let me put it on screen, because, no. Let me stop being retarded for a second. Oh, for fuck's sake, the link isn't working. Wait a sec.
It's not?
No. For some reason, every time you post a picture, the link you put on screen doesn't work. Now it's
Let
fine.
me save it and...
Okay, so people can stop complaining, explaining the Lord of the Rings to us. The point of the joke is that all of the plot hole questions we asked are easily answered because they aren't plot holes. Then why didn't she fucking just answer them instead of deflecting? Apparently my extreme sarcasm and touch fuzzy get dizzy music wasn't obvious enough.
No, because you didn't. That's the thing. If you make a joke, you have to really deliver it to us to understand.
It has
But
to be
the way
clearly
you
a
do it-
joke.
Yeah, it's not obvious. Sorry, especially because first off, in Empire Strikes Back and Lord of the Rings, the stuff makes sense. They are not plot holes. The one in Dark Knight Rises is a fucking problem, and the stuff in your game in The Last of Us 2 is a fucking problem. So sorry that we don't get that you are trying to say that, because it doesn't work.
Yeah, it's a like if you're gonna make a joke in a video, you have to be clear that it's a joke. It's a like by delivery or just by the content of what you're saying. This doesn't seem like it's a joke, especially because video is called Reviewing The Last of Us Part 2. This is a review. She has stated explicitly.
The pinned comment she left in her comment section, I think, definitely makes it seem more like they intend for this to be taken seriously. It was just sort of Poe's Law territory, where I was like, this bitch cannot be this fucking stupid, I swear to God.
Hell, well.
Can I just take a second to appreciate you dislike this video?
Yeah.
Screenshot.
I love that Joe left a dislike in. Yeah.
It's like,
good
yes,
job.
I do dislike this video. Thanks.
But my answer to these questions is,
Oh my god, who the hell cares?
now before we officially...
Apathy, the greatest retort.
Yes. Who the hell cares? Well, we do, you fucking moron.
Yeah. I like that I like my a story I consume to make sense. Sorry that I want to enjoy stuff that is good. Sorry that I care about stuff I consume. Sorry that I care about getting a good thing when I purchase something.
I'm sorry if my standards aren't as low as yours.
Yeah. Oh.
We're close to the end, so
You're not allowed to criticize stuff because it's just a movie or just a game, or and they don't even realize that when they say, "Oh my god, who cares?" They just devalue the stuff they actually care about, because they wouldn't make this video and wouldn't say this retarded stuff there. And yeah, if it's just a thing, why do you care about defending it? Why do you care about me criticizing it? Don't they see the hypocrisy there? It's stupid. It's really stupid.
officially give The Last of Us Part 2 a final score that someone better pay us for, Neil.
Here's the f***ing money, shithead!
It's down there somewhere. Let me take another look.
I just need to quickly emphasize that the graphics, animations, acting, music, and sound design showcase the talent of masters in their craft.
I do agree. That stuff I do think is
they
really
had
good.
they had a lot of fucking money for this fucking game.
Yeah.
So
Just,
they can
I
afford
do
all the
agree that
best shit.
stuff is really good, and like I
Yeah.
appreciate it, but it doesn't make a game good just by that. But yeah.
And for that reason alone, this is a praiseworthy
but,
work
yeah,
of
they
art
have
and
money.
a rare
They
event
can
to
afford to
behold.
fucking
And we here at Girlfriend
hire all the best people.
Yeah. It's the same thing with the Disney trilogy. Like they had the money to hire the best VFX artist, hire the best like, you know, they had John Williams to do the score. It just like the cinematographers, like everything like that. They had the money to hire people to do that stuff. But that doesn't mean the story is well written. And like in The Last of Us show, that doesn't mean the story is well written. That doesn't mean the game is good. And the story for this game is actually really important when you're judging it, because it is a story-driven game. Like the story is the most important part.
Yeah.
Girlfriend Reviews felt that the narrative actualized make-believe trauma and fictional moral dilemmas in such a groundbreaking way that it turned crappy QuickTime events into an identity crisis. If mashing a button during a cutscene feels like this,
I'm being torn apart. I know what I have to do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it.
I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. We're gonna see what happens if I don't do it. I can't do it. I don't want to do it. Okay, you lose.
I also love how they said, oh, the game makes you feel bad for wanting to kill Abby, but then it forces you to keep pressing square, because if you don't, you die. You have a fail state. Like this proves the point that she was talking about earlier, but she doesn't seem to realize it.
You don't do it.
all right.
Now we know. I
We
just
needed
had
to
to
know.
make sure.
then that's what we call one heck of a story. However, we have duly noted that for many people, it simply did not work. And if you are one of those people,
It's not
I'm truly
subjective,
sorry that
sorry.
this franchise...
I mean, the story, like people liking the story even though it's poorly written. Like, just sure. I just the way she says it's so condescending. Like some people did not like the story, and that's okay. So thank
Exactly,
you.
they're trying to say it's not bad and people are allowed to not enjoy it, but there's a reason why most of people who played it don't enjoy it or have problems with it, because it has problems.
Many people, it simply did not work. And if you are one of those people, I'm truly sorry that this franchise went in a direction you're unhappy with.
I don't
But it's our
believe you.
responsibility as
condescending.
YouTubers pretending to be game journalists to be honest, wear our dislikes like a badge of integrity, and say that The Last of Us Part 2
The
is
journalists
a
are not
kick-ass video
honest,
game.
okay? They are not honest. Do you read the stuff they are saying? They are not honest.
IGN gave this game a 10 out of 10.
Oh God.
You are not honest as well. You are lying. She was lying a lot in this video. And
I mean,
in the
she
other
takes
one.
out context to prove her point, so yeah.
Exactly. That's
Last of Us Part 2 is a kick-ass video game that in hindsight will be recognized as one of
died
the
there.
industry's great watersheds. It has earned a final score of, we don't do that here, out of 10. What am I, a judge at the Olympics? I just be out here making memes, talking about hold up a minute, pee-pee poo-poo. Anyway, you guys ever heard of Skillshare? Skillshare is an online learning community for creatives where millions
Okay,
come.
so the video's done.
Yes, you're absolutely making memes by just fucking referencing Batman and shit. Like,
Yeah. Dark
It
Knight
That
reference
seems,
again.
that seems a little. That seems a little like up on your throne.
and
Just
also like
making memes here, but I'm not doing anything wrong. Well, you gotta bite my head off because I don't like the same game as you. It's just like taking every cop out they can.
It's just it's so condescending the way she's. Holy shit! Strike drew this. I don't. Okay. Just before we talk, we make our conclusions about the video. I do feel it's important for us to see that.
okay.
The cum centipede. What the fuck?
The cum centipede. So that's a thing, and yes, that's all of us there apparently. So.
Interesting. Okay.
Something for culture porn.
Okay, but okay. So if you guys wanna conclude with your thoughts on the video, yeah, whoever wants to go first.
Hated it.
I think the easiest description is you dislike this video.
Yes, it's so disingenuous and vague, and it's condescending. You're just like, oh, you can like the game, you know. It's if you didn't like it, I feel sorry for you.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I also wanted to add in onto my hated it. I think the presentation had a lot of potential. I think that she definitely is very like, you know, she's charismatic. She's goofy. She knows how to be sort of the goofy, relatable geek. And you know, it's kind of like a charming, friendly, familial thing where it's just like, just a couple hanging out, playing games, talking about them, just shooting the shit. But then once it gets into like more serious kind of debate heavy territory, I think that's when she really flounders. So I think if she just kind of, you know, sticks to the sort of more subjective side of just, yeah, I had fun with this, this was cool, instead of trying to kind of address like the haters, you know, then it would be a lot more easier to stomach.
Yeah, like her other videos where she's just talking about her experience watching her boyfriend play the game are a lot better than just this one where she's just actively trying to defend it.
So fucking funny. Like, what? Like, look, on one hand, that's cute, right? But on the other, like, the idea that, like, oh, I'm the girlfriend that watches. Like, that's novel. That's genuinely creative, and I like that. But then it's just like, then you're giving serious critique on games you didn't even fucking play. You're just like sitting there. It's kind of like the vice president standing next to the president, not actually making any of the decisions, but being like, you know, do this. You should implement this. My friend wants this. Like, that's sort of, as like a writer, that's sort of how that comes off to me.
Sure. Yeah.
It just seems like something that's good for kind of donkey-esque gags, where it's like, we're clearly taking the piss, we're just having a fun old time, no big deal here. But then you walk into this big debate like, I'm just gonna say a bunch of uninformed shit and we'll see what happens. Oh no, why is someone being so mean to me?
Yeah, it's also the same way that a cosmonaut makes his videos, just saying a bunch of retarded shit and just going like, "Oh, well, I'm just having fun. I'm just joking."
I hate action in my Resident Evil games. Resident Evil 4 was my favorite one.
Resident Evil 4
I
is
guess
the
like a quote
best.
people throw at him all the time now.
Oh, he contradicts his views all the time. It's really retarded.
It's so funny because I started editing a really visible podcast right now. And I talked to the person who commissioned me, and they were just like, I was like, can I tell people I'm working on this? And they were just like, I mean, there's no real reason. Like, if it's okay with you, I'd rather just keep it private because it doesn't affect anything. I don't know how the other people on the podcast would feel. Like, if you have any public drama, it would drag us into it. I was like, no, you know what? That's completely fucking fair. So I'm not really going to, like, spell it out. But this hint will kind of give it away for some. I recently edited a podcast that Cosmo was on.
Oh,
they were just talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you just immediately fucking know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah. Yep. I tweeted about that a few days ago. That podcast. So yeah.
Yeah.
So it's funny because Cosmo is just the whole time you talk to Cosmo, he's just got this sort of like he doesn't want to speak up or clear his throat. So he permanently has this sort of toad-like croak quality to his voice. And it's just sort of like, shut the fuck up. And then he has a lot of like, just in the middle, so you gotta fucking turn all that down. So 90% of the time when he was, 90% of the time when he was talking, or when he wasn't talking, if all he had to contribute was, yeah, as he occasionally would, then I would just kind of be like, it's distracting. People hear a frog in the corner of the. So I just like kind of turn it down a little bit.
Yeah.
His was a lot. His track was a lot easier to edit because it was just kind of like you don't say fucking anything of value here. And I jokingly mentioned to my girlfriend like if I was really petty and I didn't
remove
like this
the
guy,
whole thing.
Yeah, just be like, no one wants to hear you talk. Yeah, just, and it was funny because he mentioned to me like, I know the EFAP crew have like an issue with Cosmonaut, and I told him I was just like, honestly, I don't even really dislike him strongly. I think he's kind of smug and it's a little obnoxious, but like I don't have any strong. I don't fucking hate the dude. Like I barely know anything about him. I just know that he has some video game hot takes, and he seems a bit charismatic.
I mean, he is kind of charismatic, and I used to watch him, I don't know, a year ago or so. But the problem is that his views are really inconsistent, no matter like if it's movies or games, and when someone is as inconsistent as he is, it's hard to take his reviews seriously. And then he just says, "Oh, I'm just joking." But then what's the point of jokes? Because he usually is incorrect about them. So you have like his video on the Star Wars prequels that was terrible. Then he says, "Oh, I'm just joking." But his jokes, for them to work, they would have to be accurate in terms of what they are talking about in regards to the film, and they're not. Like usually they're not. So, yeah.
Right. I wanted to ask, were we going to watch any other videos, or was it just those two?
It was just those two. I had another one planned if those two or the coverage wasn't long enough.
Did you say you were thinking about talking about that shitty fucking game theory video?
Oh yeah, on Among Us. Oh, if you want, we can check it out.
I brought that up, but yeah.
Let's do it.
Okay.
I mean, I still have another hour.
Well, yeah, that shouldn't take long to watch. He doesn't really see anything. Studio, do you know what video it is? Because he's done, I think, 3 videos.
It's the one where it's like the perfect strategy for.
He has like 2 videos that are called the perfect strategy. Like he has a 300 IQ and a 5,000 IQ.
I think it was his first one he did on Among Us.
It probably is because I think the second one is a bit better. So let's see.
Yeah, and like the only valuable thing he says in it, I feel, is, use the lights to your advantage. And I'm like, okay, cool, thanks, appreciate it.
Like he basically says, play the game, knowing the strategies, right? The mechanics.
I just hate all the shitty tweeting.
Oh shit! I forgot the cover as well again. Okay, what were you gonna say, Chase?
I was just saying I fucking hate all the really ADHD friendly, like, woo, look at everything flying around on screen. This thing just exploded off the screen.
Oh,
like,
his videos are always like that.
It's so very clearly geared towards like 9-year-olds.
Yeah.
And I mean, hey man, that's where the money is on YouTube, so he's smart for doing that, but it's also just
I have to admit,
husk.
I watch them a lot. And
I
usually like the video. But some of the editing is like, yeah, it's kind of too much, and I totally understand why they're doing it. But it's like you don't have to pop in an image for every word you say. It's like, or something.
MatPat's, he really tries showing his videos at a younger audience, and it's pretty clear.
It's funny because I used to be acquainted with a bunch of editors for game theory. And just you get to know them, and their whole fucking facade is like, hi, I'm super successful and I love video games. Also, inclusivity is very important. Black Lives Matter. Also, just very like just sort of in your face about everything. It's supposed to be intimate, but it's like, hey, I'm a real person. And so they basically like they're like a hack fraud that has no real actual sense of identity. And then but then they go around and they just bullshit everyone. So like that kind of reflects in their editing style. They're like, everything's moving around really fast, but God, I fucking hate my job and my marriage is falling apart. It's just like, so you get just a little hint of that soullessness behind the actual like super ADHD edited videos. Like just keep watching and focus on how fast everything moves.
Oh,
and you'll see exactly what I mean. It has this air of desperation, this I'm cornered in life and this is the only thing I can do to earn an income kind of vibe to it. Just let's keep watching.
Like we get it.
Wait, this joke is really drawn out. His intros are usually pretty.
I don't
drawn out.
even consider them similar, and it's like, okay.
Yay, the cunt is dead.
We do really. We're honest about how shitty the things that we do are. How answers.
We just
how obviously
make shit up.
clickbait all these videos are. Ooh, hee hee.
I don't know if you guys have seen the GT Live, the channel where they stream them playing games, but they usually say stuff like, "Oh, our videos aren't supposed to be taken seriously. We're just making, stupid theories to have fun on the internet or whatever." So
they say that?
Yeah, but then he says like he spends weeks researching for a video, so like I really don't get what he's trying to do.
He puts a lot of work into it, or it seems
like some videos of his I really like in terms of like theories.
And so I take them seriously. Like I don't agree with everything, or some stuff like I don't watch, but I really like those where he really researched, like the Minecraft stuff with all the lore and background and what the
I find that really interesting.
Stuff like that. That's
like
so
he did,
good because he really does his work, and so why shouldn't I take this seriously?
Like the film theory one where he covered like how many people were killed by the Death Note in the Death Note series.
Oh, that was great.
Oh, I need to watch that.
It's like, man, the math stuff. I'm like, cool, that's great. And then you get I'm like, I think some of the stuff works, but
I just like saying that he's doing this just to have fun or not take it so seriously. I think it's just like the Cinema Sins Cosmonaut and Girlfriend Reviews tactic of just like, oh, we're just making funny stuff on the internet. We don't don't take it too seriously, so then no one can criticize them, because if they are criticizing them, that means they're taking them seriously.
It's sort of like the debate version of just having a game in early access, and it's just in early access for fucking 6 years and it never comes out. It's like, well, hey man, you can't fucking criticize my game. It's like not even fucking done yet, man.
Yeah, basically.
It's still an alpha. Like, come on.
Yeah,
it's been an alpha for fucking 8 years, but whatever.
Yandere Dev, that game has been in development for like 6 years, right? Anyway.
To Game Theory, the show that spent years trying to convince you that your favorite video game characters are all evil imposters. And today, I'm taking it to its logical conclusion by convincing you that all your loved ones are also evil imposters. Today we're covering Among Us, a $5 indie game from 2018 that over the past few weeks has
I think because it seems smoother or cleaner to people watching. Like, I don't know.
Blown up in a huge way. Seriously, as I'm writing this on the first week of September, it is the second most watched game on Twitch. Bigger than Fortnite, bigger than Fall Guys, and only just behind League of Legends, which, gotta say, good on you, League, for staying so strong for so very long. Among Us is a social...
Is it me or is the sweet editing just retarded now?
No, there was an editor's note. There was an editor's note in the top that said, like, it's number one now.
I didn't see this because... Okay, sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
deduction game where your goal is to root out the
I
killers.
didn't notice that the first time I was watching this video as well, so
I was like, what?
yeah, it seems kind of weird, but yeah.
Among Us is a social deduction game where your goal is to root out the killers hidden in your group. Basically, it's like Werewolf or Mafia, except it's 10 times cooler since now
Yeah, but why is it like Mafia? That I didn't understand.
Yeah, he doesn't even bring up like TTT. I'm like, that's
Yeah, it would
closer
be
to
like
it.
TTT.
Like
Yeah.
TTT is the closest comparison to Among Us.
And Werewolf works mostly, but why Mafia?
I haven't played Mafia, but isn't it kind of close to Among Us? Because like from this video, I assumed it was because he brings it up quite a bit.
I
don't know. I've only played
I mean,
Mafia
I played
3.
the second one. I didn't play the first one, but from what I've heard, I can't really think about what he's trying to say.
Oh, Francine in chat said that Mafia is close, so yeah, I guess MatPat's is right then. I'm trying to play it and it's not playing. Oh,
Would
fuck.
have said TTT.
rounds.
I think
Oh, fuck.
maybe
Okay.
he threw Mafia in there because like the definitive edition that released probably shortly before or after this video.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh
I
yeah, the
thi-
definitive edition did just come out
Yeah.
pretty recently.
and
It's
Neb
on
and
about
Francine
the
in
page
chat
month
said
or
it's
two
not
ago or
playing.
something.
Wait, Neb says he's
Oh,
on
he's on about the tabletop card game Mafia.
But
Oh,
why does he show then the video game cover? I don't
Huh.
get it.
okay then. Right.
Still, TTT should have been in there, but whatever.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course. But I think it's because the other two is strengthened the point he's trying to make.
Yeah, I know.
The game takes over a series of rounds where you wander around a science station as either a crew member trying to complete science or as an imposter who's secretly trying to sabotage the station and kill the crew. You alternate between gameplay and meetings, which can be called whenever someone finds a dead body. The meetings are the real heart and soul of the game, since those are the times when everyone hops on a voice chat to try and figure out who the imposters are before holding a vote to pick someone to throw out into the airlock, or throw into the lava, or just push to their death. The crew wins if they manage to kill all the imposters or complete all the tasks on the station, and the imposters win if they manage to kill enough crew members that the imposters outnumber them. Long story short, it's a game all about deception, murder, and twist reveals, which means it lends itself to some pretty incredible online video reactions. Disguised Toast, he's probably my current favorite.
We vote Toast first.
What, Ray? No! No!
Why is he so overreacting?
But today isn't about
I
over-the-top
don't know.
reactions or secret lore or how this game further fuels our distrust of fellow human beings. No, I've played this game a lot. A lot. I mean, you've all just adopted Among Us, but I was born in it, molded by games like it. And being the overly competitive nerd that I am, I've kept track of my win-loss records in this style of social deduction game. It's at 87%. Not perfect by any means, but with me on the winning side far more often than chance. And while playing Among Us, it stayed around the same rate. There are obviously some more complications in this game than the usual Mafia or Werewolf scenario, but at the end of the day, regardless
Again, he
of
shows the
what
video
side-
Yeah,
game,
again,
it's-
Mafia
I don't get
Definitive
it.
Edition. That's weird.
Yeah,
Is
or
it supposed to
maybe
be a
that-
joke then?
Or maybe it's just like hidden advertisement or whatever.
I don't know. Hell,
What
whatever.
side I'm playing on, I have a pretty proven winning strategy that I've worked on for years, and one that continues to function really well in Among Us. All these other jelly beans online dealing with strategies in the 200 to 400 IQ range, ha! If you're playing like a theorist, we're talking about strats in the 1000 IQ range. So today, I'm teaching you the perfect strategy for Among Us. How to win
Oh, hello.
regardless
Okay, so the video is finally starting. So this is when the video actually got to start. Like the first 3 minutes were useless. Okay.
Yeah, so it's exactly a 10-minute video then if you consider that, because 3 minutes are describing
Yeah.
the game, and then
And I
it's
mean,
like,
his outros are usually pretty drawn out as well. So
yeah.
I don't have a problem with him describing a game for people who don't know.
No,
it.
it's fine. Yeah.
But you shouldn't spend 3 minutes on it. Like you can summarize this in 30 minutes, 30 seconds.
Yeah, 30 minutes.
He said he repeated himself quite a few times, and that's always.
Yeah,
I don't like this.
Matt is absolutely known for drawing out all of his fucking and just making it like obnoxiously, like just kind of padding it out, just for the
He
sake of
wants to-
runtime and nothing else.
it seems like he wants to
Yeah.
build up his theory to be like something huge, grandiose. Like, oh, this
Yeah,
theory,
like
it's
he's
gonna
fucking-
change the world.
I have this great fucking story. One time I was mugged in New York. And you're like, holy shit, really? And it turns out like he accidentally gave the guy too much change, and the dude didn't give it back or something. Like, Just extremely hyperbolic.
Oh yeah, he's definitely that. It's like I said, he's aiming his videos towards a more towards a younger
I haven't even
audience.
seen this. I haven't even seen this, but how much do you want to bet this video is just going to be him being like, "Don't get seen"?
It's
fucking.
Oh,
kinda, yeah.
Just you wait. It's like he basically doesn't use any argument. Yeah.
It's just
Bringing me up to speed. What did I miss?
Oh, we're covering MatPat's video on Among Us, the first video he's made, because it's laughably just useless. And
basically we're bracing ourselves for what sort of bullshit MatPat is going to convince us his genius 300 IQ imposter strategy that he uses that apparently wins every time.
What was our conclusion on the girlfriend reviews video?
That it
we
was
disliked it.
Yeah, we really didn't like it. Felt pretty disingenuous and just yeah.
Actual shit.
Had to go some food down. How does a radio eat food? Well, never mind that. Plot holes.
Just put a battery in. Come on.
Exactly. Yeah, that's all it is. Fucking.
Also, I should clarify this on just because I think I did it offline, but I'm not sure if I did. I always think it's really funny to just constantly be super hyperbolic and be like, "This is the worst thing ever. Fucking hate it. Sucks." You know.
Mm-hmm.
It is fun.
Always this is the worst video we've ever seen. You know?
Yes, ever.
Yeah.
Ever.
Nostalgia Critic doesn't
This
even
one.
compare.
Yeah.
Strategy for Among Us. How to win regardless of what side you're on. And it all boils down to one thing: game theory. That's right, the namesake of this show. So, are you ready to start winning like a theorist? Then let's begin. So, game theory. It isn't just the name of a really awesome online show that you should totally be subscribed to. The phrase actually originates as the study of constructing mathematical models to analyze strategic
Oh my god,
interactions
get
among
on with it.
Okay. I couldn't understand.
I'm gonna explain a bunch of concepts to you now because I'm extremely smart.
I mean, I don't have a problem.
It doesn't
with
play
that.
into anything either.
Yeah,
I think his editor captured the footage, and he's just all he did was watch streams. And he goes, "I know how to do this."
Get ready, chat. You're about to learn how to instantly win every game of Among Us you ever play.
Yeah, just use game theory, which is the study of
Yeah, this
constructing
is-
mathematical models to analyze strategic interactions among people trying to make rational decisions. Yes.
Yes. If you're struggling with a game, just remember that.
Yes, it helps. so
I don't
much.
have a problem with him talking about it, but maybe he should have worked it in better, or I don't know, but I don't have a problem with him bringing it up.
I'm pretty sure
so
she's gonna
I think it's
elaborate on
interesting,
it.
but he probably is like, go on.
People trying to make rational decisions. That is a really boring definition for what's otherwise a really cool concept. It's basically the gameplay of Among Us. When you're in a situation where people are gonna lie and manipulate information for their own gain, game theory is there to help you figure out what to do. And the first thing I gotta tell you to do, my friends, in this game theory about game theory
my God.
is kill people. Yeah, and
Wow.
He took 4 minutes to actually start saying something. Oh my god.
You're telling me that you have to be a disingenuous, lying, fucking exploitative hack in order to be good at this game, and you're good at this game, dude? Holy shit! No way.
Oh wow, crazy.
That is insane that could even like be a thing.
What a huge coincidence.
I know it sounds harsh, but let's face it, this channel is at its best when people are dying by the boatload. But the same holds true for your win-loss stats in Among Us. Because there will always be more crew members than imposters, any economist should be able to tell you the basic consequences of that. Imposters, being more scarce, need to treat their lives as more valuable than...
Can things stop fucking bouncing like jello every time they accelerate or decelerate? Like, it's really fucking distracting. I get it. Your editor has this new fucking expression he likes to use in After Effects, and you have to show that off. But like, Jesus Christ, can you just tone it down? You're like that fucking asshole neighbor during Christmas time that puts up like 3,000 lights and has like cars coming through your neighborhood.
Guys,
you're just like, fuck off.
You have the radio stations to the lights and shit. Yeah.
What I see,
technology. Stop.
Just because you have a button that allows you to have things fly in and wobble and jiggle doesn't mean you need to put it on everything.
And you see it all the time, and like when he does his Rick and Morty theories on Film Theory, and you have the little screen where the episode is shown, and around it on the edges are like Rick and Morty and whatnot, and they are like always shifting around and wobbling all the time.
Oh yeah,
It's so
they can't be
distracting.
stationary. They're just moving around. So just,
Yeah,
I don't know.
so,
It's really ADHD.
Yeah, and I have ADHD, and I hate it.
I mean, so like for context, my editor is a really cool German guy named Lucas, who probably won't ever hear this.
Wait,
but he is.
Yeah, everywhere. We are everywhere.
He's awesome, and but he has this thing that he does when he edits, and I asked him to like stop doing it in the future just because it's more work for something I like less. But he has this kind of cool zoom in, rotate into motion blur, kind of like, and then the same thing but in reverse for like the next
transition.
Transition, yeah.
Yeah.
And it looks cool, but it's like it's a little much for what I want to do, which is just like talk about a game and draw comparisons. Like I'm a little bit minimalistic in my editing style, which is another way of saying like I'm not entirely confident with After Effects. But
Yeah,
like
same.
It's fine.
I like to do this kind of like you know, to the book in a way. And
Keep it simple.
yeah, so like this is the kind of shit where if someone edited this for me and they're like, look at this fucking cool expression I know how to use, I'd be like, stop. It's really distracting.
I can say when back when I was in school, I had to do a presentation in Latin about Romans, some stuff there, and I discovered PowerPoint, and I really used like every effect you could use,
every
the
transition
soldiers
effect.
coming into the picture and making sounds and so stupid stuff, and I don't remember if I tuned it down a bit, but I tried out everything and I really used most of it because I could. So, but I was very young at that time. So if you edit videos, maybe don't do everything.
Yeah, I feel like having a minimalistic editing style is way better. It's what I try to do with my videos.
And if you use it like for comedic effect at some point, like once in your video, like a special transition or whatever, then it works. If you have it one time and it works with something you say, but if you do it all the time, then it just loses effect on, and gets more annoying then.
Those of members who are more abundant. If you're in a 10-player game and a crew member dies, the crew has only lost 12.5% of their team. But if an imposter dies, suddenly they've lost 50% of their team. Might seem like an obvious
that's
fact,
how
but
you
it
do
actually
math.
comes with
Crazy, wow.
I don't think anyone thought of that concept before, but
Well, they
good
might
thing we
not
have
have done the
MatPat here.
exact percentage for like crewmates or whatever, but they're like, oh
Did
yeah,
you know
they
if
lost
you
one of
use one imposter, you've lost one imposter.
crazy. Math.
several consequences for how you should be playing the game strategically. For one thing, it means that crew members should be looking for opportunities when they can trade their lives for imposter lives. And it means that imposters should be trying to avoid getting themselves into these kinds of situations. Now, written that way, it's a bit confusing, but it becomes a lot more clear in an example. Let's say that it's early in the game, and a crew member, say, I don't know, Alpha Rad, has stumbled onto another crew member, Disguised Toast, who's standing over a dead body. Disguised Toast
Can I
is
just
one of our
say,
imposters.
it is so disgustingly transparent that they're just like, we're gonna have fucking Alpha Rad and Disguised Toast. They're gonna fucking kill Markiplier. Oh no, all of your favorite YouTubers all in one space.
Not Jacksepticeye. No.
Yeah. It's just the whole thing is just like, you are 9. We acknowledge that all of these other fucking big YouTube channels have 9-year-old audiences. It's just, they may as well just put in like some minions for good measure.
Minions.
It's so fucking blatant what they're doing, and then they think it's all cute and shit. It's like,
yeah, it's just
like,
they want the younger audiences.
It's not like crewmate 1 and imposter 1. It's like, nope. Your favorite
If
YouTuber.
if it turned out MatPat was like a sexual predator, I would not be surprised. Like 1,000%.
God damn.
I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying he has that sickly sweet, almost like a forced Mr. Rogers kind of persona in 2020, and the whole thing just makes me feel uneasy. Like, have any of you guys seen like a Mind Hunter on
Yes,
Netflix?
I have. My favorite, one of my favorite shows.
You know the principal who's like tickling the kids and it's fucking weird, and he's just like,
Yeah.
"No, of course not. It's all good fun." Like he's like MatPat to me.
I see it, but oof.
Someone has got to make that meme now.
Right? I fucking met MatPat in person. Like we met and had a conversation at a convention back when I was like, when I infiltrated their fucking ranks. And they like, and it was so weird because I came up and I was just like, at the time I had met a few people that did work for Game Theory, and I didn't really give a shit, but I was just like, oh, whatever, I'll pull a little bit of rank. And I came up to him and I shook his hand, and I was like, oh, hey, I know so-and-so and so-and-so, and they were telling me about blah, blah, like, you know, something that was like a normal thing to say in a conversation. Or just like, oh yeah, I already met these guys basically. And he just shook my hand and said, huh, are you sure you did? Because you could just be lying. You could just be joking about that. Hi, how are you? How's it going? Fucking shaking more hands like running for the fucking president. And like he said this fucking super, like he shook my hand and everything. He was a good sport about it. But he was just being like, oh yeah, how do I know you're telling the truth? Goodbye, I am over here. I'm talking with someone else over here.
Yeah.
You're a fucking bug to me. Like, it's just kind of how it came off. It's very
Like, oh, you
just,
could
like,
be lying, and then moves on immediately.
like, and the reason I bring that up is just to point out just how consistently like corporate he is. Like he fucking, I think I remember him mentioning his Nature Box sponsor to just someone in passing, and I was, you are just a fucking just constant shill all the time. It's like a machine. Like he can't turn it off. He's just like, I do business, revenue, business, profits, revenue. Like I just,
Money.
it felt like that's what it's like being around him in person. And then as soon as like fans are around, he's like, gotta put on the happy face. Hey, how's it going? Blah, blah, blah. And I actually used to know this one guy who like did stuff for Game Theory, and he said it was really fucking weird seeing this super happy, like, I'm MatPat, kids, how's it going? Then like they have these weekly sort of like corporate meetings to discuss like profits and numbers and whatever stuff for the future. And he said it was really fucking like harrowing and very sobering to just hear MatPat like turn off the act and just be like a guy talking about documentation.
God.
I like to imagine, like, despite all that persona, he's like fucking Eeyore behind closed doors. all right, guys. Remember, that's just a theory. And then door shuts and everyone's cheering. He goes, "I'm so sad."
He just sits down in the corner, soaks his head, just sad.
He just says, "Hey, I think this would be like in his weird megalomaniacal fucking brain dimension." He just goes, "Oh yeah, you know, I'm just gonna make an Among Us video, but I think I'm really good at Among Us. I think I'm like way smarter than other people who play Among Us, so I think I'm just gonna go ahead and make a video. Hey, let me tell you about my 300 IQ imposter strategy that went every time."
Oh, he's even more smug in his second Among Us video, which is called like just 5,000 IQ or just something like that, like pretty hyperbolic, which basically says stay AFK.
Matthew, what have you done with this fucking once great channel?
Oh, 500
The
IQ.
best thing you could do to win an Among Us is do nothing.
Whoa.
Hey kid, do you want to win? Do you want to win an Among Us? The crewmates need your help. Go on your mom's credit card wallet and type out the numbers in the front and the 3 in the back. We'll get rid of imposters with your help. I fucking love those memes where it's just, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt this again, but the kids next door. Hey kids, we need your help to defeat the evil adults. Go into your mom's wallet. It's just always the fucking same thing.
Voiceover Pete, he's fucking hilarious.
I bet it actually catches some
the
people.
Fortnite ones are fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Ninja needs your help.
Yeah, it's always the same format. So-and-so needs your help, but we need your fucking mom's money.
His delivery is just so good. It's always hilarious.
Toast is one of our imposters, and while Alpharad doesn't know it for certain, it's pretty easy for him to put 2 and 2 together.
Markiplier will show up.
Oh yeah, I mean when he said like
He already has.
When he
Yeah.
said everyone gets in the voice chat and talks, like Markiplier was one of the people in the voice chat in the.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying like he is gonna go full circle and mention every single fucking YouTuber he showed in that intro.
I don't know if it's this video or one of the other two where he mentions Ninja, like putting a part of a Ninja stream playing Among Us. So just getting all these people that are part of his audience.
He's trying, in the most slimiest way possible, he's trying to rub elbows with like the people that are bigger than him.
Yeah, basically.
It's the most fucking shameless sort of self-advertising.
Yeah.
Who would want to like start a podcast and start rubbing shoulders with bigger YouTube channels just in the hopes of gaining slightly more revenue than they do already? Am I right, guys?
Yeah, fucking chills, you know.
My elbows are kind of dry, so I'm okay on that one, but it'd be kind of uncomfortable.
Easy for him to put 2 and 2 together. 1 dead body plus 1 suspicious individual equals a probable imposter. So Alpha calls for a team meeting and says, Toast just killed someone. I saw him standing over the body. Now, one possible response for Toast is to counter-accuse Alpharad. After all, both he and Alpha were near the body. He might
Okay,
come
is
up
he
with his own
really
version of
is he really about to fucking explain how lying
Yes.
works?
Yes. I don't know if you.
Okay.
But, Chase, this video is for kids. Kids don't know what lying means. We gotta teach them what lying is.
Shit. I was once, and I knew immediately lying is the best way to shirk yourself of any and all responsibility. Lying is like, unless you're a fucking idiot, lying is like second nature as a child. Every child watching this fucking video knows how to lie. This is bullshit. I'm mad. I'm mad about it.
It's like someone accuses you. It's like, no, just say
you.
no.
Say
No,
no.
you.
Mom,
Yeah.
I didn't
Just say no. They legally can't accuse you.
The
And
cat broke
Alpha
the vase. It wasn't me, you know.
were near the body. He might come up with his own version of the same story, claiming, wait a minute, Alpharad was the one who killed the crew member, and I was the one who stumbled onto him. I mean, this is a conversation that happens in literally every round of every game of Werewolf, Mafia, and Among Us ever, right? But here's the thing. It is absolutely the wrong move to make in this sort of scenario. While it might be
What a
tempting for
subversion.
Toast to do this, once Alpharad and Disguised Toast accuse each other, the crew knows that one of them is definitely the killer. Even if Toast
No.
survives that round, from this point forward, he's
Not
a marked man.
necessarily,
At
That's
that
but
just
whatever.
not true. Not necessarily. It could just be two people that walk by a walk by a body. Like
Two people stumble on a body, yeah.
yeah, the imposter could just vent away, and then just two people stumble on the body, and it's pretty normal. Like
I think this is with
I
the
was-
presumption of guilt. Though.
In a match I had a few weeks ago, it was like we were 5 people in the same room and one got killed, and we didn't know who it was. We could just accuse each other because we saw it happen exactly in our crowd, but we couldn't tell it who it was. Like, and so no.
no.
that point, the logical thing for the crew to do is just throw them both out of the airlock. True, they might be killing an innocent, but given how abundant and expendable crew members are...
Yeah, but then you'd be killing 2 crew members and still have 2 imposters.
Yeah.
You have to be sure. Like, you need more stuff than just, stumble upon a body. Like, 2 people stumble upon a body. That could happen.
Like,
And
in this
also you
case,
can do
one
it
happens
once.
to be an imposter, but it's like, that's not going to be the
Yeah.
same in every scenario.
And you also can do it once, because if you second time you have lost.
Yeah.
So
I mean, if you have 2 imposters and you just throw 2 crew members away, you're in 6 people left, and then if the imposters kill 2 people, they win. So that's
Yeah.
not exactly a very high IQ move, but whatever. MatPat's.
It's a sacrifice that will, in the long run, preserve more lives and ultimately lead to a higher chance of winning the
Only
game.
if
What
it's an
Toast
imposter.
should do in this situation, and what your optimal play is to not counter-accuse. Instead, he should try to come up with a lie that doesn't cast blame on Alpharad, saying something like, I stumbled onto the dead body and was investigating the crime scene to see if the killer was nearby. Granted, people might not believe that story. In fact, they probably won't. But it's your single best chance
It's like,
of
hey, this
surviving
lie
the-
won't work, but you should still try it.
Survival.
Yeah. This lie
And
probably
also-
won't work, but you could use it.
I was detected near the body I killed, and I did say something else, I don't remember what, but I lied myself out of the situation in a different way, and it worked. So, and I actually won that round because they didn't have a reason to suspect me.
So let me get this straight, MatPat. Telling a lie that people are less likely to believe is your best chance of survival.
It's,
Yes.
either lie. It's like the other one. It's more like oh, we just both stumbled upon the body and I couldn't click the report button fast enough or something like that.
The whole video just seems sort of like him playing Among Us and watching other people play Among Us and seeing that people have different strategies and him being like, oh, this game is so replayable. There's so much fucking brainness involved. Holy shit, I gotta make a video on how cool it is that you can do all these different things in the game. Whoa, like holy shit, that's crazy.
Like I was playing 2 days ago and just on Smut Boy stream, and the Tron was just like he was the imposter and I didn't think he was because like we spent most of the round together and he didn't kill me, so just like, oh, he's the imposter, I know I can confirm he is innocent. And then by the end it turned out he was the imposter. He just didn't want to kill me because considering I thought he was innocent, it was a smart move for him because I granted his innocence. And then it's just like, oh, I never thought of that. I never thought there could be a possibility to do. So it's just like there are way more strategies than just what MatPat is saying. Like the games are way more like this is what makes Among Us interesting. It's because each person comes up with their own strategy. So yeah, this making the videos like this is really retarded.
Yeah, there's so many different situations that can happen in the game. It's not just a cut and dry. Oh, 2 people came across a body.
Yeah, and Neb shared this image. Saying
Nobody could find a body. You know, it's whatever.
This is MatPat according to Neb.
Yeah, funny.
The next rounds of voting. And that's the key takeaway here. If you're an imposter, avoid putting yourself in situations that allow crew members to sacrifice one of their own in order to get rid of you. On the other side of things, if you're a normal crew member, your main goal in the game is to not look suspicious. You probably were doing that.
No way. Wow.
I don't know. I know.
Don't be sus.
You guys probably never heard something like this. You know, it's pretty big brain stuff, but do not look suspicious.
Honestly, just this channel should just be rebranded to be called MatPat Explains the Video Game. Like, because that's just. And
no, that's
like
basically what this video is. That's why I hate it. So.
It's not even like that good. It's just him being like, listen, this game has mechanics. In my mind, he's gradually becoming like, he's just becoming this sort of caricatured like Danny DeVito gremlin. So Danny DeVito, that's just like fucking, he's constantly, because like the affect he puts on his voice whenever he's trying to be like really intense and entertaining, he's like, welcome to game theory. He does this little like this, I don't know what it is, and he scares me is what I'm trying to say. I'm afraid he'll find out where I live and come to my bed at night. Hey kids!
You mentioned the Mindhunter. In your mind, he's like Ed Kemper, right? Just one day he just might find you and murder you while you sleep.
No, Ed Kemper, he'll just give you a hug.
Yes.
MatPat just shows up at night and is like, "Hey, buddy, let me give you a hug."
You need to work together to beat the winners. Determine who the losers are.
I don't know if you guys saw the plumber, the short.
My name is MatPat. I need your help, kid. Please go find your mom's credit card. Make sure to get YouTube Premium.
Oh. Yeah, get YouTube Premium for my YouTube Red show.
Oh, MatPat has a YouTube Red show?
Pretty sure he's had a couple, yeah.
I think he had one like years ago, but it was cancelled or something. I don't think anyone fucking cares at this point.
No, I'm so sad right now. Oof.
No, he's had something on YouTube Red for sure, though.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think it was something like a lab or something like that, game lab. Or whatever. But just Brit said in chat, you can better play Among Us once this video ends. We'll play Among Us on Wednesday. That's when we're gonna be streaming. And Chase, you're gonna be there, right?
Probably, maybe.
Yeah.
All right.
He's like, did I say that? I don't know.
I'll need to see the contract. I'm just saying.
I'll send you a raise, and then it would be good for us.
doing that already, but it's important to realize why. Most people want to avoid looking suspicious because it results in them dying by getting thrown out of an airlock. But
no fucking shit, MatPat. You don't say. People want to avoid losing the game. Holy fuck. This is an actual
You don't want to
game.
get killed. Wow.
Yeah, you don't want to get killed. You don't want to be suspicious. Dude, did you get your degree in this?
I'm pretty
You're just so good at this, MatPat.
I'm pretty sure if you just watch these 2 videos, you become instantly the best player in the world. It's amazing.
I haven't even seen the second one. That must like just blow my mind. Honestly.
To be honest, it's better than this one because it actually says stuff that like some people may not think of, but it's still not just the guaranteed winning strategy that he thinks it is.
Yeah,
we're halfway through this video, and he's basically said, "Okay, if you're the imposter, you don't want to lose."
And if he said, if you're the crewmate, you also don't want to lose.
And there's that you can do called lying to deflect blame off of yourself, but it doesn't always work.
That aren't true, and people will believe them.
Yeah.
Just remember to kill the regular players at some point, because
and don't get caught, kids.
Yep.
Yeah.
Them dying by getting thrown out of an airlock. But as we've already established, your life is meaningless in the game. It's a pretty important clause to have added there. Your life in the game is meaningless. Slap that one on a demotivational poster. No, the real reason to avoid looking suspicious is that it distracts your
Hold
team
on,
from
can you pause? Did he just mention demotivational posters in 2020?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I didn't have a stroke. Did it actually?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was a thing.
I haven't seen, let alone thought about a demotivational poster since like 2013.
Well,
is he 50? How old actually is he? He can't be.
That's a good question.
I'm gonna say
age. Let me see. He is 33, and his wife is also 33.
Hello, right? Yeah. He writes like a 45-year-old.
Oh, he has some definite boomer moments. When I used to watch his channel, I used to watch the GT Live, and he just so retarded in some moments, just playing the games, and it's just like, dude, this thing, stop being so retarded. But you know, he's a bit of a boomer.
From identifying the real killer. If they spend the round throwing you out of the airlock, obviously it sucks that you died. But the real loss here is that they wasted a round that they could have used to potentially identify the real killer. This is the reason why you should always travel in groups, not so much for safety, but rather for information. Because if one of you dies,
we know this.
If you die and you had a friend, oh wow, they know you died. Wow.
Dude, MatPat should be like a fucking university professor. He's so fucking good at this shit.
He's not actually talked about any mechanics. He's just explaining how humans think.
Like he's explaining stuff that I learned the first time I played the game without any previous knowledge. It's just this is how the game works. Thanks, MatPat.
Yeah, this video has 8.3 million views.
He's explaining the concept of deception.
Yeah.
It's very fucking riveting. Jesus, yeah, 8.3 million views with 400,000 likes. God damn.
Yeah.
I wish I could get those views with my stuff, but you know.
It's like 8.3 million views of nothing. Fucking nothing.
The other will be left alive to give a report on how it happened. Adding one more wrinkle to this formula, if you're in a game with 2 imposters, you have to worry about the possibility of a double murder, where 2 imposters team up to kill 2 crew members, which means contrary to what you might be thinking, traveling in groups of 3 can actually be better than traveling in a group of 4. This also applies to the team meetings. It can be easy to want to skip to the part where you try to accuse the person that you think's the killer, but that, more often than not, just winds up being a big argument where everyone's tossing out accusations. Rather than starting things off with the question of who seems guilty, start instead with the easier and more evidence-based question of who seems innocent. Determine first where the...
Find out information of where people were.
Find out who couldn't have done this and who could have done this.
I have to say that in the rounds I played, we had some randoms in there, and they were always like, it's this person. And I'm like, okay, what proof do you have? And nothing came back, and so I didn't vote for the one they accused. And yeah, most of the time they were the imposter, but I'm like, yeah, but can't just say it, do more than that. And so he's kind of right there. Like a lot of people just say it was this person or this person, nothing else. So.
Where the body
I mean,
was
he's
found.
right about the stuff he says. He's just isn't saying anything. Like, it's not new information. It's just he's saying how the game works.
That's like if I made a video and I was just like, I'm gonna talk about my fucking favorite video games ever. One video, and then I just
You have to aim with the
Super Mario Brothers was released in 1988 on the Famicom Family Entertainment Computer in Japan, known as the NES.
Sounds a bit like Mark Brown.
Regurgitate all this extremely fucking like super based information, like I'm fucking waxing poetic or something.
Yeah, it is like Soapy said, it's just Mark Brown stuff, just saying stuff like, yeah, this is how the mechanics work. When you kill someone, you try not to act suspicious. Well done.
This is a diatribe, but I have a friend who we constantly make it a joke to imitate Mark Brown, and just like how he talks, like his manner. So he'll be like, "Hi, I'm Mark Brown, and you're watching Game Maker's Toolkit." Like, and he like looks down at his hand, like he wrote the script down on his palm. He's going, "Make it."
He needs to take a pause. Oh, what did I say? Oh.
Yeah, like he just has this weird. And then later on, he's just like, "You're watching Game Maker's Toolkit. I'm Mark Brown."
He's got to look down his head and what's my name? What's my name?
Today,
Brown. Mark Brown.
So weird. Also, I'm gonna reset my connection. Keep talking.
I'm Mark Brown, and I need your help. Please get your credit card.
Mother's credit
Support
card?
me on Patreon. And if you support me on Patreon,
Have you guys
can
ever
make
seen
more videos like this?
You know David Firth, right?
Yeah.
Have you seen any of like his other more experimental animations? One of them was just like a fucking dating tape thing. It was like a mail-in VHS like dating thing, and it has this dude who's constantly wearing a polo, and he just looks like incredibly inbred. He's got like a mullet, and when he speaks, he has the voice of like a 6-year-old boy. He's like, "Hi, my name's Mark. I'm 58 years young, and I like to ride my bike." And he just has all these really weird, uncanny pauses. That's kind of what Mark Brown's like intonation makes me think of. Sorry, it's a bit of a ramble.
No worries. We've gone on so many tangents in this this ECUM. It's been pretty fun.
Mm-hmm. We can keep playing with it though.
That meme's pretty
found
cool.
and who wasn't close enough to have killed them. Then figure out which crew members can verify each other's alibis. Focus on the facts before you move into speculation. Give each person a chance to say where they were, and give them a chance to say anything that could vouch for another crew member's innocence. Once you have a better idea of which crew members seem the most likely to be innocent,
hey guys, ask questions.
Hey guys,
what's
where
were you?
People? Let me tell. It would be like if you told your mommy that you saw your daddy out with another girl. It's like,
once you know who is innocent, it's easy to dictate who is guilty. Okay.
Yes, thanks.
Great.
Yeah.
Thanks, MatPat's.
Holy shit.
Whoa.
Revolutionary shit.
Never thought of that.
Crazy.
Position
Galaxy
to root out the
brain.
real killer, because at that point you'll know which accusations are coming from people who are actually credible and which crew members are just trying to spread misinformation. And if you're an imposter, well, you should be trying to do the exact opposite of all of that, but not in the ways that you might initially think. When people think about deception in games like this, they usually think about it in obvious ways, like when you accuse an innocent person of being the killer. But those kind of lies and misinformation are often the most blatant and easiest to catch. It immediately puts a target on your back. While a false accusation can have short-term benefits, it's often better to focus on the smaller, more subtle ways that you can steer the conversation away from discovering who the real killer is, i.e. you. If someone starts rambling, don't interrupt them. Let them ramble. Eat up the time that could have been spent more productively. Then you have room to accuse them by claiming that their rambling might have just been a tactic to waste valuable meeting time.
So basically, you accuse someone. Like you're saying, don't just accuse someone. So you let them waste time, and then you accuse someone. It's like he's using the same concept twice.
I mean, to be fair, this is probably the only like part he's brought up where I'm like, oh yeah, that kind of. I guess it's sort of like a tactic that makes sense when you think about it, but it also is just very apparent.
Well, it's very like simple. Like you get it.
Yeah,
If you
super
played,
base. Yeah.
Like 2 rounds of Among Us, you're like, okay, I got it. You know.
Yeah.
That's the thing. You can do the false accusation thing if you have a plan on how to act as the imposter in the next round. So you set them up. You say, hey, this person's acting sus, and then you set them up for the next round so everyone agrees. Or you kill someone else who's making the accusations in the first place.
Yeah, it's normal stuff there. MatPat is just like thinking he's like a huge brain for thinking about that. Does this video have as much or less substance than the Nostalgia Critic video? I think less. Nostalgia Critic
it's just like,
video's bigger. I don't know.
When you have a YouTube channel and you realize that like something has multifaceted mechanisms, then you sit there and your analytical brain goes, "Oh, no way! There's so many different ways you can slice this," you know.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just very like, you know, it's on the surface it seems very deep, ironically.
Sure.
Surface
Try
level
and
deep.
find subtle ways to goad the crew members into wasting time. Ask them questions that seem like legitimate questions, but don't actually reveal any sort of useful information. It makes it look like you're contributing to the team, when in actuality you're just burning time and adding lots of useless information onto the pile. If the meeting ends with everyone confused and just voting more or less randomly, well, that is usually the ideal outcome for the imposter. But what about all that time spent outside of team meetings? We already talked about how groups of 3 are ideal for the normal crewmates, but what should you be doing as the imposter? Since, let's face it, it's the best part of the game. Well, first off, try to give yourself an alibi. One of the easiest ways to accomplish this is by killing someone in a place where they're...
Try to give yourself an alibi.
Give yourself an alibi for killing somebody. It's almost like something you might do if you killed somebody.
If you are the imposter, yes, that is what you do. You create an alibi. Like, how can 8 million views?
Yeah.
where their body won't be discovered for a while. After the kill, go hang out with some other crew members, preferably a group that's not near the body. And don't kill anyone else or wander away. When the body finally does get discovered, you'll have a group of people who can report that they spent a bunch of time watching you not killing, and they'll be able to vouch for your innocence. Alternatively, if you can't find an isolated individual to kill, instead try to kill in a place that has a lot of people in it, but obviously not close enough to see you do the deed. If there's a bunch of people who could all plausibly have committed the murder, then most people will be reluctant to vote, since there's a high probability that they'd be voting for someone who's innocent. Lastly, team up with your...
But he just said that innocent lives are more expendable, so
yeah,
that doesn't seem like a winning strategy if you consider what else he said. Okay. He even managed to contradict himself in a video where he says nothing. I'm amazed.
Imposter mates. They are your built-in alibis. As people are breaking off to do chores in the station, go with your imposter mate and then, on the way, break apart and each do a kill. As long as you always show up to the group together, no one will ever be the wiser.
Am I the only one who is bored?
No, this video is very bored.
I'm getting very tired and bored.
Hey, we have like 2 minutes left. Come on.
Again. Yeah.
Dude, you get high enough and anything is entertaining.
I don't do drugs, okay? Kids don't do drugs.
All right, pussy.
You learned that from Among Us.
Drugs are fun, so yeah.
Video games are my drugs, okay?
Each other as long as you're able to, and you'll go far. The final wrinkle in Among Us that other games like Mafia and Werewolf don't have is the sabotage mechanic, which creates a temporary problem that the crew either has to go out and fix or just wait out. The sabotage.
Hey guys, did you know you can sabotage?
Wow.
It is a very interesting concept and no one has thought about it.
So hey, I know you're fucking literally 6 years old. You never played this game, so I'm really just gonna make a video telling you about this entire game, so that way you can give me your ad revenue and go on and donate to 8 streamers and only watch them for Among Us content, and then unsub the moment they decide to play something else. I mean, that's just a theory.
Everyone that clicked on this video, I guarantee, has either watched Among Us or played it because it's popping right now. So it's like everyone that clicked on it already knows what the game is. They've already watched some of it. They know how it. Like, here's nothing.
I mean, he's making a video just because it's popular. If it's popular, more people are going to watch it, and because of that, the people who are going to watch it already have played it. So this video is very useless. But 8 million views.
I feel like it was a missed opportunity not to name the killer consistently MatPat. They have like Player. They have a bunch of other fucking names. It's just like, just make it MatPat and make it a little bit charming. even if it's obviously not him playing, because you can just change your display name. You don't have to commit to anything. But then, how cute would it be if it's like, this is his little diary entry of like, these are all the things I do to be good at the game. Look, here's me playing, and I'm fucking murdering people. Lol. Like that'd be kind of funny.
This should really just be MatPat explains Among Us.
MatPat, the platinum chaser Sony fanboy.
He named
Yo, what's up? I'm Matt Platt. I got God of War paraphernalia all over my online profile. I'm kind of a hardcore gamer. Fucking Call of Duty everywhere.
He named the video as if this, people that are going to be watching have played Among Us before. So it's like how essentially saying, "Hey, you want to win at Among Us every single time? Click this video to find out." But then he's just describing how Among Us works. So it's clearly a video title.
Yep.
But you know, clickbait is something MatPat loves, so whatever.
So there's this real question: what the best way to sabotage the station is. Should you sabotage the life support system and try to suffocate at early game over? Should you sabotage the doors to make it harder for the crew to get around the station and complete their tasks? Should you disable the security system? Now, this is probably going to be the most subjective part of this video because it's based on my experience playing with the game's different mechanics and not actual game theory, but I'm firmly of the belief that the best way to use your limited sabotage opportunities as an imposter is leaving everyone in the dark. Literally. It all comes back to the thing that we've been talking about for this entire episode: information, and specifically the limiting of information. When the lights are off, crew members have a limited vision cone, while the imposter, meanwhile, isn't affected. That gives you a huge
I think this is
advantage.
the best thing he's mentioned is like, cutting off the lights is probably the best strategy because it makes it harder for people to know where people are. It's like, cool.
Yeah. This is kind of useful.
It's like, okay, that's like one kind of tip, I guess.
Yeah, it's almost like a little bit more of a philosophy. It's like in a game about information, limiting people's information is the best strategy. It's like, oh yeah, that's not wrong. Yep.
It's just something you'd assume from everything, from just playing the game or just hearing what he said in this video. But like, yeah, it's kind of useful. Like, I don't know if everyone would have thought of that. So, sure. I guess I can give this point like, let's say it's the best point he's made in this video, which isn't saying much, but still. Oh shit! Fuck. God damn it. Where? Fuck. Let me find where we were in the video because I fucked it up.
It's just
and specifically the limit of
perfect.
information. When the lights are off, crew members have a limited vision cone, while the imposter, meanwhile, isn't affected. That gives you a huge informational advantage. You can see crew members coming before they can see you, which makes it all the easier to plan your escape and get away with murder. That might seem like it's stating the obvious. Duh, of course, killing the lights makes it harder for the crew to see you committing murder. However, the underrated aspect of it is that sabotaging the lights also makes it harder for the crew members to see each other.
Oh, wow.
This means that not only is it easier for you to escape from the crime scene undetected, but it's harder for the crew members to give each other alibis. Not only are you placing less suspicion on yourself, but you're placing more suspicion on all the rest of the crew.
Remember, social deduction games are all about deception. I know that's something that a lot of...
It's just, I like that I pointed out. That might seem like it's stating the obvious, yeah, because this is the first time this has happened in the video. You're stating the obvious.
Look at how red and puffy his eyes are. He just got done making another apology video. Sorry, that was a shitty low blow. I'm sorry. You guys didn't see shit coming. That was a good fucking joke.
Yeah.
You really don't hold back your punches.
I'd love this particular freeze frame. He sort of looks like, what? Someone took away my chips. I was just munching on for chips. What's the deal with that? I like how his lower jaw is kind of off in one direction too.
He's got that slight head tilt. Like,
yeah.
Like, huh?
Look at my eyebrows. I'm concerned. I'm upset about something video game design related.
Got the hands out.
You should be too.
Is that just a theory?
Imagine if you were just hanging out with someone in real life and they would try to emulate MatPat all the time and they just stood around there just like, hey there, welcome to Starbucks. And you're just like, dude, you're making a fucking scene. Like, this grande latte is amazing. You just be like, stop talking like that. It's not a thing that people do. It just does it like, hey kids, like it totally carries that.
It may seem like I'm stating the obvious, but this latte costs $2.99.
A low price of $2.99.
A lot of people just intuitively grasp, but it can be easy to fall into the trap of thinking that deception just means you're good at lying. The thing is, there is way more to deception than just being able to say, I'm not the killer with a straight face.
Okay, but that's not good lying, but whatever.
You haven't explained what deception is beyond that anyway, so...
Yeah, why don't you spend a bit more in
I think
this
he's
video,
gonna
or at
attempt
least
to elaborate right now, but I don't remember it being a good elaboration.
Why don't you add like 5 minutes and explain it? I would rather hear more about the concept of deception and stuff than about what you're just
considering
doing.
what the other type of content he makes, making a video like on talking about philosophy and just deception and how the human brain works in regards to Among Us would be way more interesting than this piece of shit video.
Yeah. But doesn't he do that in the second video?
No, I don't think he mentions like philosophy in any other of the 3 videos he's made. The third one was the lore video, and the second one is just more strats like this that aren't strats.
Okay,
but,
I think I kind of have like in my head that he did something like this psychology stuff in another video, then, but I can't remember. So
he may have said it.
I don't think with Among Us, but just.
I also really like this freeze frame where he's just like, "Look, kid, all the Patreon money dried up. I really need you to donate to my PayPal." Look at how genuinely
break out the credit card.
This is like if your fucking pastor father found out that you're like, you like other boys, and he just has a come to Jesus discussion with you. That would be the opener of the face that he'd be wearing. Like about to be brimming with hatred, but trying to be accepting and patient, having the love of God by his side, but also the fire and brimstone. I was kind of going for sort of like a homophobic, unaccepting religious dad.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's just look at it. I just hear him saying it's not a fucking theory anymore.
It's not. This is no longer a fucking theory. This is real life.
Straight face. It's about controlling the flow of information, both by spreading misinformation as well as by limiting the crew's ability to access the real, truthful information. Hopefully, operating this way will help you if you're an imposter, and it'll help you know what to guard against if you happen to be a crew member. But more importantly than anything in a stupid game, hopefully these are the sorts of lessons you keep in mind out in the real world.
Sorry.
Because there's always...
Do you want to pause?
Okay. Oh, fuck, I hate this watch together thing. So, like, if the strategy lets you win all the time, how can someone who knows the strategy as a crew member then prevent it? Because then it wouldn't win all the time.
Look, don't think about it. Don't think about it.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I made it. Oh.
Are you saying you just now realized that this video isn't good or well thought out at all? You don't fucking say.
I am shocked.
I just like how they contradict, like so many people that contradict themselves. And
I find it hard just to contradict yourself this much when you're making a video that says like basically nothing. It's pretty impressive. Like you gotta do a lot of work to contradict yourself like that.
Yeah, but I would like the title would be better if it's like the imposter strategy that it's like that works really well or something, but it doesn't. But that title wouldn't work as a YouTube.
Like he wants to do clickbait, but there are way better titles for this video than just the 300 IQ imposter strategy that wins every time.
Well, he's only ever like really talked about strategy. I'll put that in like quotes, strategy, for like 4 minutes of this fucking video. So,
I mean, he rambles on so fucking much. It's just such a bad video.
There's gonna be someone out there trying to sell you on something that they're not. But hey,
so MatPat, he just described himself.
Game theory.
Thanks
for watching.
Okay, and we're done with this.
Hey, it'll help you watch out for people trying to sell you on shit.
Entire fucking video.
Yes.
Yes, that's it. And he even made a follow-up video, like I think a week later. So you know.
Yeah. Another strategy that
I'm gonna fucking kill myself.
So that
next video.
you
Okay,
didn't learn how to win every game of Among Us with that video?
Yeah.
All six of us are gonna put that strategy to use on Wednesday, and we'll see who wins. If all of us don't win at the same point, it just means that he is
I
wrong.
basically just learned like don't be retarded.
I better be
That's all that
damned.
video.
Limit information is the only thing he said that has any value to it.
Hey guys, I have 35 more minutes. Did you want to learn how to have 5,000 IQ strats in Among Us? Featuring
you want to do the
theory,
follow-up?
Matthew Patrick himself explaining to us the very deep lore of.
If you guys will, we can check out his other video.
Theory of game. Yes.
Maybe if we
I've
watch
heard
enough of
this.
his videos, we'll be lucky enough that he'll grace us with another, Baldy's Basics theory video. That'd be a fucking real treat.
Maybe he'll hop on ECUM, just see we're streaming, be like, I want to talk about my video with these guys.
Nah, that would be profitable enough for him.
Okay, so
the lawyer first.
He'll just give you that look.
The look. Okay, so now you will know the elite 500 IQ imposter strategy that will never lose.
Oh boy.
Emergency meeting! Emergency meeting!
What the heck? We just started.
Yeah, but when everyone went off to do their tasks, Orange just stood back at spawn doing nothing.
Joe, this video is
He's
16
not even
minutes long.
denying
It's
it.
3 minutes longer than the other one.
AFK.
I'm telling you, Orange cannot be trusted.
Yeah, gonna have to go with a no on that one, Chief.
Wait, you guys, I'm telling you the truth. Orange has been silent the whole time. He's totally sus going after wrong guy.
I guess I'll stay back here and keep an eye on this guy.
Works every time.
This feels
Hello,
like
Internet.
a fucking.
Welcome to games.
This feels like a Roblox parody. Like that's the same sort of cursed energy vibe that I'm getting just from that intro, where it's like perspective shots, but like all the characters are 2D. It feels like some don't touch me, I'm scared shit.
It also
Don't hug
seems
me, I'm
pretty
scared.
retarded for him to stay with Orange, because like if he's just if he's AFK, what good is he gonna do if you stay with him? It's retarded.
Also,
but,
Studio, I fucking love that you took the screenshot of MatPat's serious dad face. That is such a fucking. I need people to like comb through all MatPat videos and
hold
find him
on.
looking genuinely upset. Like I just need like an amalgamation. Like AI learning program levels of pictures needed.
Putting this on screen, it seems like he's just staring at the people who are watching the stream with their eyes.
You
Hold on, I have to do something.
Don't watch this video.
I have
run
to do something real quick.
Run as long as you can.
Please. No, Neb,
Save
he's
yourself.
not gonna make a video explaining the AFK strat. He's gonna explain different strats, and it's gonna be as good as the other video. I can guarantee it.
And maybe I won't fucking kill myself. Play the video.
Game Theory, the show that's been super sus since episode 1. Today we turn our attention back
Yes,
to
actually.
Among Us, the game that taught the world that imposter is spelled with an O-R and not an E-R. Trust me, I had to
Whoa.
confirm that spelling for our new Among Us inspired theoryware available right now. Shameless promotion alert. We have 2 great options for all you imposters
okay.
out there. You can wear yourself
I made a
proudly,
shameless
or you
promotion.
can go the other route and just try to blend in
Someone
with your
pause it
crew.
for me.
Okay.
I made a shameless promotion. I'm doing it ironically, but I'm still doing it. Please pay me.
Just I also find it funny. Isn't he just like this? This seems like he's just using Among Us to make money. Like, what does it have to do with the game with game theories outside of the small game theory logo there in the
Nothing.
shirt?
It's just he mashed 2 brands together so they can't sue him because
Whoa.
it's not. I mean, but then it also looks like they definitely consulted with their lawyers to be like, hey, if we depict Among Us, can they sue us for this?
Oh, this is
not if you make the head look like a detachable. What are they going to say, that they own the fucking right to colored space people? No, but you also have to make it a little bit more obvious. So in this case, instead of having him be one big blob creature with no neck, give him like a fucking clearly detached helmet. That's how we're gonna brand it.
Like, it seems like I don't know if you guys know who Alex Myers is. We'll cover 2 videos of his at some point on ECUM.
No.
But he makes this stuff, like he covers Riverdale's content. He mostly covers because that show is fucking terrible. And he's always like, oh, new Riverdale merch available, and it's just like, it's not exactly stuff that like it's not nothing to do with his channel. It's usually just stuff regarding the stuff he's covering, like High School Musical shirts or whatever. And it seems pretty disingenuous to do something like that.
Sorry to cut you off. I'm probably going to need to go in like 15 minutes.
Yeah,
so let's try to make it through the video kind of quickly, and then we can take notes or whatever stuff you want to talk about.
Take notes on what?
Take notes on the fucking amazing writing of the script, you little.
The amazing strats, so we can all win. And I also love your new profile picture studio.
Crewmates, that new Among Us theory wear, both t-shirt and hoodie, are linked right below this video for a limited amount of time, so grab them before they vent away. Anyway, it's a game all about lies, deception, and astronauts capable of performing an incredibly wide variety of tasks despite the fact that they don't seem to have arms. Yeah, if there's one thing that's really sus here, it's the anatomy of these crew members.
It has
At least
nothing
the
to
jelly
do
beams
with the
over in Fall
strategy,
Guys had useless little
But
numbly
joke.
arms for them to grab onto
You
stuff.
don't-
Wait, no. What? That's their anatomy? What is this world I'm living in? Revelations about freakish video game skeletal structures aside, 2 weeks ago we started our examination
they
of the
have a
strategy of
skeleton?
Among Us, the overarching broad pieces of advice to think about as you dive into any round. Consider that episode Among Us 101 to 201. It's important to master the fundamentals. You have to learn to walk before you can shoot your tongue through
Yeah,
their
those are the
eyeballs,
fundamentals,
killing them
you are
brutally.
correct.
But this week, we're getting into graduate level Among Us strategy. Level 2000 IQ tactics that'll give you the extra
so we ain't
edge you
playing
need
anymore
to come
now?
out on top more often. Some you may be familiar with.
Okay, so we ain't playing anymore. Just everyone prepare for like some real strats here. Like we about to win every game. Okay.
Most, probably not. But when combined, all of these will take you from an experienced player to an elite one. So no time to mess
Whoa,
around.
damn.
Let's get started.
Damn.
First, I'd like to start with a
Certainly
common
believe
rule
you,
of thumb that a lot of
MatPat.
players seem to have adopted. The idea that when you start a meeting with 7 players left alive,
Oh,
you
this
should
is the one where
probably
he
skip
shows the
voting. It's something that
ninja
you've
stream.
probably heard if you watch a lot of streams of this game.
We don't vote on 7, right? That's the rule.
And if you ever forget that don't vote on 7 rule, Valkyrie will be sure to remind you.
Do not vote on 7. Do not vote on 7. Why are we voting on
I
7?
have to say,
Well, it's a rule that streamers and players
People
will
say-
often repeat, and it's often a good piece.
oh, sorry. Oh, fuck. So yeah.
Okay, that thumbnail.
I'm definitely gonna use this.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
So the thing is, I hate it when people do this, like, oh, that's the rule, that's the rule. It's like, just because someone came up with it doesn't mean that's a rule. It's like,
I mean, even in this video, MatPat says like it's a good rule of thumb to like follow it, but it also is good not to follow it sometimes. If so, basically he says nothing,
so
but yeah.
if I would be playing with someone and they would say we don't vote on 7, that's a rule, I would say, fuck you.
Yeah, just
no,
he's gonna explain
it's
why.
random
It's
yeah,
for
I
a
know he
reason.
explains why, but still, it's
Because like you know what happens if you vote wrong on 7 or 6, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's yeah.
I'm asking Soapy.
Okay.
Sorry, what?
You know what happens if you vote wrong on 7 or 6, right?
I think he explains it. I don't know.
Just play the video. It's fine.
Yeah.
Piece of advice to follow. Something that might leave some people asking why. The answer actually comes down to some pretty basic math. The overall reason for not voting when you get to 7 players is this. If you vote to throw someone out of the airlock at 7 players, then you're down to 6 players.
Whoa.
Obvious math is obvious. Here's the most important part. In a 2-imposter game, starting a round with 6 players puts the imposters at a huge advantage. In fact, there's a tactic that they can use that almost guarantees a win in that situation. All they have to do is sabotage Reactor or O2, which forces the crew members to come repair it or risk an automatic game over. Then the 2 imposters just camp there and kill the first 2 crew members who come and repair it. That just leaves 2 imposters plus 2 remaining crew members, equaling an imposter win. It's incredibly difficult for the crew members to avoid this sort of double kill trap, even when they know it's coming. Thus, if there are 2 imposters remaining, do not set the imposters up for an easy win by letting them start a round with 2 imposters and only 6 players. Or, as so many streamers have put it so eloquently so many times,
You can't vote 7.
good advice there, Ninja. Wait a minute. You were the imposter that round. That's dishonest and twisted, and a really good illustration of the next piece of advice today, which is that you shouldn't.
Man, that is such a
trust
charming thing that you should definitely include in your video. A long, drawn-out joke that's just like not even really gonna have much of a payoff. Keep that in. Keep that in. Put a lot of those in your videos, Game Theory, all the time, actually.
Guys, I have friends of names you might know.
What's up, guys? I'm gonna make a reference to a famous person, and that's the joke.
You know, guys, we had ChaseFacel on ECUM.
Yes. I imagine everyone in chat is laughing right now. See, even Chase is laughing.
Yeah,
this is
famous.
so good. Yay!
You know somebody.
Always blindly trust conventional wisdom. It's true of life in general, and it is especially true in a game like this. The rule of don't vote on 7 makes mathematical sense, but keep in mind that an imposter could always use that rule to try and delay a vote if people are onto their scent, as Ninja does in that clip. If you're playing with a group of people who all play a certain way, or expect you to play a certain way, it can often be strategic to buck conventional wisdom. For instance, killing and immediately self-reporting is generally considered to be a noob tactic. It's usually something done by impatient players after making risky kills that they shouldn't have gone for in the first place. Self-reporting is often seen as an obvious ploy that's easy to see through. Most intermediate and advanced players know that a smart player would never kill and self-report, which means that once you start reaching the advanced levels, it can sometimes be smart of you to self-report if you're prepared to start a team meeting with a lie that immediately deflects suspicion off of you. Again, most of this depends on what level of gameplay you're dealing with. Ninja's little bit of deception work there because he was playing with a group of experienced players who
You have mentioned Ninja 4 times.
Oh, he's gonna mention this a bunch of times because this stream is basically like the crux of his argument.
Hey guys, Ninja.
Oh, that's a good one. Whew.
That shit's profitable. That shit's profitable.
Proper way to play this game. And he was able to twist that knowledge and use it against him to survive that round. If you're playing as an imposter with a bunch of smart and experienced players, sometimes the real big-brained play is to be unexpected by doing the thing that no smart or experienced player would ever think to do. It's reverse psychology. Noob tactics win because everyone is overthinking the game. And those are the kinds of galaxy brain strats that tend to work best when you're in a play group of people that you know. But there are also plenty of things to be aware of that'll help you out even if you're playing with randoms. And most of them boil down to properly understanding the game's mechanics in and out. First off, when you're a crew member, pay attention to the task completion meter at the top of your screen. You probably know by now that the imposters have the ability to perform fake tasks to blend in with the crew. What you might not realize is that while completing a real task will cause the team's meter to fill up, the fake tasks won't. So if someone walks up to perform a task,
It's just the thing with this is if you're playing with people from like different continents, the ping is gonna fuck that up, so it's kind of useless unless you're playing with everyone in the same continent. Like I after watching this video and when I was playing on Smudboy stream, I was like, oh, let me see, because like I was near, I think it was Editron making a.
The first video is just tutorial part 1, and the second video is tutorial part 2. Like that's all I'm getting from this.
Yeah, basically, like he's trying to teach some very basic concepts, and it's like, see the thing that is in the game, it is in the game.
Stands there for a while and walks away without the group's task meter going up, well, that means that they're a big phony who's trying to pull one over on you. And you should consider calling an emergency meeting to let everyone know about it.
You were just making it look like you were playing. You're a phony! Hey! This guy's a great big phony!
We get it.
This is also something to be wary of as an imposter.
That's Family Guy
playing
reference.
with experienced players.
Yeah, and it's a good point that Neb made. It only fails when you complete like 3 out of 3 wires, for example, but not 1 out of 3 or 2 out of 3. So even then, it's not guaranteed. So that's pretty useless.
If you pretend to have like a task where you do like you divert power and then go accept power, like you can use
Know
that to
about
your
this
advantage.
tactic, avoid faking tasks. Or when you do fake a task, try to time it so you walk away right after the task meter goes up due to someone somewhere else on the station completing a different task. And obviously,
I mean,
that
it's
wait
a
until
pretty
the
good
progress bar
idea if you're playing a game and just blame it on ping. Now that I think about it, that's actually quite a good one. Especially if like you're playing with someone across an ocean. So why didn't the thing go up? Lag.
Yeah, it's a good excuse as well. Yeah.
Did it go up, a few seconds after that? And it'd be like, oh, maybe. And then it's like, yeah, there you go.
bar goes up before walking away so you can
That's a better
pretend
strategy
it was
than
you.
this.
Only is
Yes,
gonna work
definitely.
if you're performing a long task. If you sit in front of a simple task like wires for 20 seconds waiting for the right moment to fake complete it, you're gonna have some explaining to do at the next team meeting. This is one of the areas where the game most rewards you for having specific knowledge and experience. So be aware of which tasks are long and which are short, and which ones have a visual indicator and which ones don't. So we've just covered one big reason to avoid trying to fake tasks as an
Yeah,
imposter.
don't fake
Another
visual
reason not to
tasks.
fake
Oh, wow.
tasks is that it's a waste of time that you can use much more productively. While your tasks are fake, your ability to make use of the security cameras and admin panel are very much real. Of the two, admin is by far the most useful. It's great for giving you a quick bird's eye view of who is in what section of the map, which can allow you to quickly identify who's traveling in a large group and who might be all off on their lonesome waiting to get a knife right between the shoulder blades. It can be useful for identifying where your teammate is so you can team up with them for a double kill. And maybe most importantly, it lets you know which areas of the station might have no people, which can be helpful if you're trying to come up with a fake alibi. Coming up with a fake alibi, like saying I was in laboratory when in fact you were nowhere near laboratory, is usually pretty risky because anyone who is in that area will be able to call your bluff. But if you use admin to confirm that a certain area of the station is empty, you can then claim to have
But
been—
that's kind of retarded. Like in that moment he was in admin and there was someone else innocent in admin, so they know he was in admin. So that's that's just stupid. Just say, oh no, I was in the comms or whatever, it's some other place that is empty, because this other person can confirm that he was in admin. And if he leaves now admin and he doesn't know where is empty, like that strategy isn't going to work anymore. So this strategy is pretty much useless. At least in this case that he's using as an example.
Been there without having to worry that someone else is gonna contradict your story. Of course, a game that's all about deception, the most valuable skill a crew member could have is the ability to spot a liar. And honestly, this is one of the things that humans are just really bad at. In fact, a 2006 study by psychology researchers at UC Santa Barbara found that when asked to judge lies or truths, the test subjects guessed correctly 54% of the time. Only slightly better than the 50% success rate you'd expect if they were guessing completely at random. You might think, no, that's not me. I'm really good at spotting someone when they're lying, but that just might be you engaging in self-deception. Because research in another study by psychologists at the University of Missouri and Columbia have shown that people who think they're good at spotting liars are, on average, no better than the rest of us. That applies even for people whose entire job revolves around trying to catch people who are lying, like judges, police officers, and customs agents. Which is a good reason for court decisions to be based on hard evidence rather than the court's intuitions about who seems to fidget too much when they talk. You might be wondering, what advice could I have to help you spot a liar when I just argued that it's scientifically impossible to identify liars just by listening to them? Well, the answer here is simple. You don't just listen to them. As the saying goes, actions speak louder than words. And in Among Us, no action is more important than the almighty vote. At the end of each meeting, everyone's votes are made public, and if someone's statements seem to contradict their voting record, maybe their statements are lies.
No one's that retarded.
Like, just like we've been pretty pretty silent for the past few minutes because like there's not much to talk about. He's just stating
nothing to comment on.
Yeah, he's just saying a bunch of stuff like he mentioned the study. He didn't have to go on about that for so long, and then he's just saying stuff that is pretty obvious, and you're just like, yes, if someone says vote red and they vote blue or whatever, yeah, that does seem kind of weird, doesn't it? Just, wow. I sure as hell hope I get an imposter that is that retarded when I play.
be aware of as an imposter. It means
I like
that
what
sometimes
Shadowfox
you're gonna have
said.
to
People
vote to
lying
throw
among
your
us.
partner
It's like,
under the bus,
Yes.
or out of the airlock, I suppose. Hey, let's face it, your job as an imposter is to be a literal backstabber, and sometimes the innocent crew members aren't the only ones that you have to betray in order to ensure your own survival. If everyone is onto your partner and you're the only one who doesn't vote for them, that's gonna look pretty sus. But that's all pretty common knowledge by this point, so here's the next level play that you can take from the crew member side. Look out for bandwagon jumpers. That person who's always waiting to the last minute to vote, they might very well be an imposter who wants to see the way that the wind's blowing before casting their own vote. Imposters will often join the mob when it's obvious that their teammate's been caught by the group, but they'll seldom be the first one to vote to throw their partner into the lava pit. The earlier someone casts their vote to get rid of the imposter, the more likely it is that they're an innocent crew member, and the longer that they wait to vote, the more suspicious they seem to look. It's common knowledge at this point that everyone's votes are public, but people often simply focus on who other players vote for without considering the important part of when they choose to vote. Paying attention to that will often give you a far better indication of their guilt than just trying to guess based on who sounds suspicious. Of course, as we all know, the best part of the game is being an imposter, and the best part of being an imposter is the killing, where a lot of the strategy comes down to when, where, and who to kill. The biggest thing that you always want to aim for as an imposter is to kill in places and at times that are hard to catch. That much is obvious, right? And so are all
No
the
way.
tips
No.
that follow from
Kill
that.
in
Like
an
the fact
area
that
where you
shouldn't
won't
kill
get caught.
anytime you see the cameras
Thanks.
flashing red, because that means that there's someone watching.
I love that it says,
security
yeah, the
feed
following is
will
also
be
going to be
able catch
obvious,
you
but he
red-handed.
continues to
Of
say
course,
it.
that's basic stuff, right? I'm sure you already knew that you shouldn't ever kill someone while the cameras are blinking red, and you've never, ever, ever lost a game by making that simple rookie mistake, right? Of course, if you're playing in a game where everyone is properly aware of how the cameras work, you can use the blinking red indicator to your advantage. Let's say you're a crew member, and on cameras you spot someone who looks like they're about to kill someone. Obviously, they'd never do it while you're watching. They're probably waiting until the red light goes out to do the deed. That means that you can sometimes bait people by getting off the cameras for just a second so that the red blinker goes off, and then immediately hopping back on, possibly in time to actually witness the kill, or at the very least see a dead body with knowledge of the obvious culprits. And
then if you're just if you're an imposter and you see a camera on, I doubt you're just gonna stick around to kill someone. You're gonna make it look very suspicious. You just walk somewhere else. And I don't know, this strategy doesn't seem to work really well as either.
Conversely, if you're the imposter, don't get baited by someone trying to do this to you. If you're about to make a kill and the cameras start blinking, it's probably time to move on and find a new target rather than just sitting there waiting for the person in security
Do
to
not
stop
get
watching
caught.
the
Don't get
cameras.
caught.
So that's the win
Whoa.
of the kill. As for the where, well, avoiding being seen doesn't just mean staying off the security feed. It also means that you should avoid killing in high traffic areas of the map. For instance, when playing on Skeld,
Amazing.
it's extra risky to try and kill in the cafeteria or storage, which are the two rooms on the map that have 3 entrances. Even if someone isn't there to witness you doing the deed, it's highly likely that someone will pass through the area to find the body sooner, which means less time for you to separate yourself from the body and give yourself a potential alibi, and less time for your teammate or you to get a second kill in before the next team meeting is called. Other high traffic areas where you generally want to avoid killing also include obvious places like hallways, especially the Y connector on Mira HQ. Also be aware of rooms that have multiple entrances. Those rooms often get used as thoroughfares that people pass through on their way to
That's just this is 500 IQ, guys. You just don't understand MatPat's
Did you
genius.
know that there's multiple entrances in rooms?
It's like two are not multiple first off, but like not how you use the word normally. But he's saying storage has 3 entrances, so watch out there. Other ones have multiple with 2 entrances. Don't do it there. It's like, okay.
At this point, it's just sort of like very basic map analysis.
Yeah, basically like
killing in the
look at
hall.
the doors. But what are areas people are gonna have to fucking go to often? Comms and medbay. Okay. Or not medbay, but comms and electric, and it's just like, yeah. That's
thanks.
Yeah, that's also how. That's why I said this needs to be called like tutorial part 2, because that's just really all it feels like.
Yeah.
Let me show you more things I learned about this game.
It's a like these amazing things you learn about the game, stuff that no one else knows about. It's some really impressive strategies he's teaching us here.
Flawless, killing in a place like specimen room, laboratory, or admin is almost no different than killing someone in a hallway. Avoid it if at all possible. And of course, there's the final question of who to kill. This is honestly something that I think a lot of players overemphasize.
Why does that matter?
Oftentimes, the best kill is just the one that you can get away with, regardless of who it is. And if it becomes clear that you're stalking a
The one you
specific
can get away
player,
with,
that can
amazing.
often be a dead giveaway. That being said, when prioritizing who to kill, it's often best to avoid people who the group views as suspicious. Partly, this is because sometimes the crew will do the job for you by voting to throw their teammate into the lava pit, but mostly it's because as long as that suspicious crew member's alive, it deflects suspicion off of you and your partner. If that player gets voted out of the airlock, great, but if they split the vote in a way that results in no one getting voted out, that's fine for you too. That just means more time for you to spend killing. Obviously, then it follows from this that if you're avoiding killing players who are suspicious, you should try to be targeting players who are cleared and known to be innocent. If someone was seen doing a visual task early in the round, they're never going to be killed by getting thrown out of the airlock, so that leaves the task of killing them to you. Remember, confirmed innocents are one of the few sources of reliable information that the crew has. The fewer confirmed innocents there are, the
Not
less
exactly reliable as well, because people could just be lying, but anyway.
crew members will be able to trust each other in the team.
You could have an
Your
imposter
job is
clear
just to
imposter, so.
Yeah, like I
There's
said,
no
when I was
bot,
playing
won't
with
pick someone up.
when I was playing with Eritron, he was the imposter, and I could guarantee he was innocent just because he wasn't trying to kill me. So it's like people can do that as well. So it's not exactly reliable.
And as an imposter, I vouched for someone as well to look like innocent as well. Like, yeah, I was there with him and did this and stuff. And yeah, so I protected them for a while. So it's not reliable.
to rack up a body count, your job is to sow uncertainty and doubt. So when the crew has certainty about someone's innocence, consider making that person your primary target.
Yeah, you
Of
said
course,
it 3
Among
times
Us is a
already.
game whose strategy can be reduced to a simple flowchart, which is
Also,
the inherent limitation of any strategy guide.
I hate to dip, but I'm gonna go to my D&D game now. But it was very fun.
No worries.
Hanging out with you guys and shooting the shit and cracking
Really
jokes.
fun
I think that
game.
one of the most refreshing things about it compared to being on EFAP is like, oh shit, I actually get to talk. Although I do apologize if I cut off anyone. I think there was a little bit of international delay and whatnot.
No worries. Honestly, have you? This has been probably my favorite ECUM so far. So yeah, it was great having you on.
Yeah,
that's a sentence. This is my favorite ECUM so far. I've
favorite time
many,
coming,
I've
you know.
had too many to count, my friend.
You spent time
You
on
don't
the
wanna know.
e-fapping and then you e-commed.
Yep.
Exactly. Yeah, it's just the natural order of things. No, but it was fun, and thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Of course.
I might be around for Among Us on Wednesday. I have
Yay.
I have to edit the podcast from like Monday to Wednesday because it's like a lot of fucking shit to edit and go over with a fine-tooth comb.
Yeah, I just
But,
we'll be going for a few hours. So whenever you want to hop on, just DM me or something. And
yeah. Try to keep it in mind.
Yep.
It was a pleasure coming with you, Mr. Chase. You're welcome on Smudcast anytime.
Yes, I would love to come on Smutcast, and I will be following each and every one of you on Twitter because you're goddamn beautiful.
Yes, we are beautiful. Thank you.
Don't let anyone tell you otherwise, okay, sweet chicks. But yeah, are you gonna keep going for a little while without me?
Yeah, I think we're gonna finish the video and
okay,
then end the stream.
All right,
Yeah,
sounds
I'm
good. Well, hey,
pretty annoyed.
make sure to take care of your colon health. It's important, often overlooked. you know?
Yes.
Exactly.
And yeah.
And
yeah. Okay, so his channel and his Twitter are in the description. If anyone here doesn't know him, but I highly doubt people don't know him. But yeah, if you, it's all in the description there, as well as the studio's Twitter and Voice and Radio's Twitter and his channel as well.
You're too kind.
Yes, I know. I am too kind. So let's finish this amazing video so we can beat Chase on Wednesday.
simple flowchart, which is the inherent limitation.
Imagine
of
missing
any
the last
strategy
minute of
guide
this
or
video.
advice video like this one.
He
Winning
missed
in Among Us
important
requires you to
information.
adjust on the
Yes.
fly based on who you're playing with, which means
Adjust on
that
the fly.
maybe the best advice of all comes from my dear friend Bear Grylls. Improvise, adapt, overcome.
No
Yay!
Importantly of
This
all,
video is
please
pointless. Thank you
subscribe
for
to the
telling us,
channel if you
MatPat.
haven't yet, because we're gonna make you smarter in all your
By the way,
favorite
why is there
games
not
and
a
also
dot
just out
after
in
the
real life too.
overcome?
And maybe that's the most
I don't know. I didn't
game
even
of all.
notice that.
Oh yeah, and also it's
I
a
was
looking at
theory,
chat.
a game theory.
It's
Thanks
not a
for
game
watching.
theory. You just stated how the game works. That's fact.
Yeah.
Do you think MatPat's actually really slow and he doesn't understand that we all know this already and he thinks he's made a groundbreaking discovery?
I think he just he isn't that gullible. I think he's actually pretty smart. He's just doing this because he knows his content is made towards younger people, so he just that's what he's doing. He just wants the younger people to watch it, and he doesn't actually care about the content itself being good.
It's lockdown, right? Slow couple of months. Don't blame the man.
I mean, for YouTube, it's like loads of channels have been getting way more traction just because more people staying at home and whatnot. So I don't know.
I don't know
Yeah,
if I don't want to call him different channels, so
I like what Neb said. Instead of game theory, it's a game, a game.
It's just a game.
Picture of his face right now. It's just a game. Zoom in. Just a game.
yay.
You guys like how MatPat's face just slowly got more zoomed in every time?
He's staring right into my soul.
I feel like we need Abby's picture on the thumbnail having a stare down with MatPat. This face.
Okay, so oh yeah, by the way, I actually forgot to mention this. Jeb couldn't join us today, but he will be here for our future comes. Yeah, just one of the hosts couldn't join us today, but yeah, this was
He will come in the
future. Yes, he will come in the future. But yeah, this is this has been really fun. Like probably my favorite ECUM so far. Having you guys hear a voice in the radio studio, even though you had to leave for a while, so if Audio Archive was here and ChaseFacel, it was really fun to talk to you guys today.
It's been amazing.
Yeah, thanks for having me on again.
Shame that the last two videos are like, meh.
I mean, all 4 videos were pretty bad and didn't really say anything, so I think they all 4 fit pretty well.
The first 2 videos were like bad, but at least said something we could really respond to.
Yeah,
well, we could discuss something, yeah.
And we had a lot more conversation about the stuff than with Game Theory's videos. So I'm just like, I'm kind of tired and exhausted by this.
We actually could have Chase wait because like the rest of the video was like 10 seconds long, but
yeah, I mean, fine.
Yeah.
Close enough.
We have to get ChaseFacel back on with a really cool topic.
Oh yeah, we need to get him to play Red Dead Redemption 2 and talk about that because
yeah, but I have to play it as well. And
do it. It's fucking amazing.
Do it. Yeah. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
I tried it out okay, and I didn't like the first the beginning, and I was like,
and the beginning is kind of slow, but the game is still fucking amazing, and I still love the beginning. So fuck you.
And also played on Xbox One, right? Because of Game Pass, it was in there, so I tried it out.
Oh yeah, it was on Game Pass.
Controls, like, first off, the game fucking stutters all the time. It's just
what?
It's not smooth. Okay.
It
yeah.
never stutters with me, and I've played that game so fucking much. You have no clue. It seems like a you problem,
debate coming up.
On which platform did you play?
On Xbox One and on PC.
Okay,
and
so
on PC I played on max settings on 4K and HDR.
Yeah, on PC I totally believe you, but on Xbox it fucking stutters. I can prove it. So, and everybody who says it doesn't, it's just no, it drops constantly below 30 FPS. It just does. I can link you a lot of videos who look into this. It's just not playable on Xbox One. Maybe on Xbox One X, but not that. And then the controls with the controller and stuff, it just feels awkward. I had a lot of time missed the shot because of the stutters and stuff. And yeah, then I don't like the survival mechanics. I'm not saying that it's bad, but I just personally don't like the stuff to. I have to eat certain time because after otherwise I can't do stuff. I don't like that. So I couldn't get myself around to continue much to the good part of the game. Or
The
when
good part of the game is the beginning until the end.
No.
Yes.
Say you
Dude, it's my favorite game ever. You have no clue how much I love it. I'll defend it to death.
I don't.
That and Journey.
That you basically confirmed that the beginning is not as good as.
No, I didn't say it was good. I said it was low. It's very different. It's slow. I get it took me a really long time because I played the beginning. It was kind of slow, and I stopped playing for I think 3 months, and then I played it again. But now I love the beginning.
It's a longer story, so it has a longer start.
Yeah, because the beginning is in the snow, and you don't have a lot of stuff to explore. But then the other stuff in regards to the story, like you're in a way bigger map than just in the snow, so it's better to explore, and it doesn't seem like so slow.
Through the stuff I don't like to just get to a part where I probably or maybe I don't know like, so that's why I didn't continue, and because of the other problems. And I want to play it on PC, but I don't want to pay 40 euros for it if with the off chance that I don't like it, you know. So that's why I didn't play it yet, and I would play it if it's on Game Pass again on PC. Then I obviously would play it. But other than that, I just wait for a very good deal or another way to.
I bought that game on like a pre-order, and then I bought it for PC once it was available, and I love playing it on everywhere. It's so good.
It's like, yeah.
Yeah, like we just went on another tangent again, so yeah, we just. I guess it's time to say goodbye, guys. We've been streaming for 4 hours and 18 minutes now. So it has been a lot of fun. I didn't expect for us to go this long because I thought we were just gonna cover the TLOU girlfriend reviews videos, but you know. So if you guys want to say goodbye and plug your stuff, for going from left to right, Tin. Good one. Okay.
I guess my Twitter, which is basically already in the description, so there's no point there. So
yeah, I think your channel is also in the description. Yes, it is. So yeah, go check out his Man of Steel review once he releases it, and then I already made this joke. Fuck, I was gonna say make fun of him for liking that film, but I already made that joke once. I'll have to come up with another joke the next time. It's Soapy, if you want to plug yourself.
Yeah, so I have a Twitter account which you can follow, which I'm currently not as active on, but maybe soon again. I have a YouTube channel. It should be linked down below.
It is.
And I'm currently working on 3 videos basically. But my first one will be a Q&A. I got quite a few questions and some very good ones, which I can use to talk about a lot of stuff. And I'm currently live streaming playing Life is Strange in preparation of the 3rd video, which is a response to ER's video on Life is Strange. And I play it with the chat and to talk about all the stuff the game has, the issues, the good stuff, and whatnot. And yeah, you can find the streams in the playlist section on my channel. Check them out, and yeah, that's it currently.
In a studio.
Oh, I mean, I don't really have anything going for me right now, but I'm working on a, I guess fixing Clone Wars Season 7 video. It'll just be like the first arc. Yeah, and that's kind of coming along, I guess. I don't know. Expect it in the next 2 years or something.
Which of Martez sisters have you removed from Season 7?
So, I'm just working on the first arc so far, but basically the second arc, I want to just make 1 episode.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Or just remove it completely, but I'm trying to like keep it in the pocket of like working with what's already there and just improving it. So.
And voice in the radio if you want to plug yourself.
Well then, come check out 1930s Radio, tear the shit out of the Rise of Skywalker films because they're absolutely terrible. I've got one part out. I got a second part to go. The goal is to have it out by Boxing Day this year, but that's looking more and more unlikely as I continue to be distracted by other things. I'm on Smudcast with Smudboy and Shiny and Literature Devil, Glib as well. It's a great deal of fun, so you should go check that stuff out on Smudboy's stuff. But if you want to subscribe to me, you know where my channel is. I'm also on Twitter, where I say nothing of relevance whatsoever. And yeah, come have a good time. I also plan on streaming at some point once I've got Streamlabs sorted. I spoke shit about Pokemon Black and White 2 because I thought that no game of Pokemon's been good since Platinum. So I've agreed to let people watch me suffer as I do a Nuzlocke of that game completely blind. So that's going to be fun. So join me for that as well. And until then, you can find a couple of videos on my channel. I've done a watch together of Sharknado 6 and The Room. I've discussed different Star Wars films. It's gonna be great, and I got more to come, hopefully, in the very distant future. So check me out. Yes.
Yeah, and as for me, I'm working on a video. I want to see if I can release it this week. I'm working on it with Jeb. I'm not sure if I will be able to get it out this week, but probably I will. It will talk about Legion, but it's more of a general topic, about media in general. But I'm gonna use Legion as a starting point because, well, I know a lot about Legion, so it would be good enough for me to start from there. And in terms of ECUM, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be able to finish editing and release the ECUM extra where we watched the first Spider-Man Raimi film this week. And then on Wednesday, we're going to be streaming Among Us with a bunch of people. That should be fun as well. And then we're going to record another ECUM extra that I plan on releasing on Halloween. Should be like a special Halloween video, special Halloween ECUM. So yeah, that should be fun. And yeah, my channel, my Twitter are also in the description if you guys want to check it out. And yeah, it's been great having you guys here today. And we'll catch you guys next time.
Bye.
Bye.